The Sage, the Priestess and the Craftsman. Title: Crown Prince Small Human, Neutral. Level: 3 Proficiency bonus, +2. Class: Assassin C, Bard D, Fighter D, Hunter D+. HP: 6 Armor Class, 11 Padded Armor. Divine Points: 2 Max Tier, 1. Primal Points: 3 Max Tier, 1. Speed: 3.5 miles per hour 30 feet. Feats: Skulker. Traits: Cunning Strikes, Uncanny Dodge, Deft Explorer, Fighting Style, 2 Weapon Fighting, Hunter's Lore, Hunter's Prey, Expertise. STR: 8-1 Child's Body Penalty. EXP Athletics, +3. Dex: 9-1 Child's Body Penalty, +1 Ability Score pending, Proficient Save +1. EXP Acrobatics, +3. Pro, Sleight of Hand, +1. EXP Stealth, +3. Con: 8-1 Child's Body Penalty. Int: 16 +3 Proficient Save +5. Arcana, +4. Pro History, +5. Pro Investigation, +5. Nature, +4. Religion, +4. Wis, 15 +2. Animal Handling, +3. EXP Insight, +6. Medicine, +3. EXP Perception, +6. EXP Survival, +6. Cha, 18 +4. EXP Deception, +8. Intimidation, +5. EXP Performance, +8. Pro Persuasion, +6. Languages: Old Tongue, Traitor Talk. Cantrips: Friends, Vicious Mockery, Shillelagh, Thorn Whip. First Tier Divine Spells: Sleep, Hideous Laughter, Heroism. First Tier Primal Spell: Goodberry, Hail of Thorns, Animal Friendship, LONGSTRIDER. DURRANDON Baratheon's Pav. For the first time in months, I could breathe easily within the walls of the Red Keep. No more slipping through hidden tunnels, no more hasty climbs down forgotten wells, no more creeping past sleepy guards or spooking weak-minded servants. I had walked the narrowest edge of a blade long enough, unseen, unheard, untouchable, but even the best gambler knows when to pocket his winnings and leave the table. Luck, after all, is a fickle friend. The butcher was gone, his power shattered and his grip over Fleabottom broken. It was a victory, but not a final one. If anything, it brought me once again to square one. Because power, once taken, creates a void, and voids do not remain empty for long. If I did not fill it with something of my own design, someone else would. Worse still, something else would, some new tyrant, more brutal, more cunning, or simply more desperate. It was almost begging for people like Littlefinger to come and take over. And that could not be allowed. The changes I envisioned were not just for the now, but for tomorrow and the many tomorrows to come. Fleabottom had to be reshaped, reforged. In the short term, the groups once led by Mudge, Brunna, and Lothar would serve as my foundation. Broken men, their chains cut by my hand, but still shackled by their own nature. As they were enough for me to become the next butcher, but that was never the goal. I did not break the old beast to wear its skin. Garrick, Sala, and Jory had proven their worth, taking their pieces of the board with swift hands and steady hearts. But their value lay not just in what they were, but in what they could become. They were young enough to be molded, to rise beyond the filth they had always known. If I was to build something lasting, they needed to be more than lieutenants to a hidden prince, they needed to be pillars of something greater. So I began to weave the next threads of my plan. Garrick would approach Halline and the Alchemists Guild, not as a seeker of their forbidden arts, but as a provider of willing hands. There were always more urchins in Fleabottom than the world knew what to do with, and many would leap at the chance to trade starvation for steady work, even if it meant carrying strange powders and breathing in acrid smoke. Through them, I would have eyes within the guild's halls, not to steal their secrets, at least not immediately, since I doubt the old pyromancers would be so careless to begin teaching their secrets to whoever appears at their doorsteps, but to understand their ways. In time, who could say what might be learned? I've learned that not even Carl Tenner dared to mess with the alchemists as long as they remained hidden in their base. Sala would find her place at Chhattaya's upscale brothel, alongside a few of her most trusted colleagues. A couple of girls from the slums seeking refuge from a supposed war between the butcher and his turncoat lieutenants was a believable story, one that Chhattaya might pity enough to accept. Once there, Sala could listen to the whispers of lords, knights, and merchants who came seeking more than just pleasure. Power always loosens its tongue when wrapped in silk. Jory, meanwhile, would send a handful of sharp-eyed urchins to Tobo Mott, their expenses paid. To the blacksmith, they would seem like desperate apprentices hoping to escape the poverty of Fleabottom, like what he might have thought once he accepted Gendry as his apprentice, despite the mysterious coin coming from somewhere he didn't seem to care. But through these low-born apprentices, I would gain a foothold close to the secrets of Cohor's forgecraft. Perhaps, in time, I myself would walk through Mott's doors, just another nameless boy from the slums, learning the weight of a hammer and the song of steel. If I was ever to touch the mysteries of Valyrian steel, it would not be through books or prayers, but through the fire and blood of the forge. But even the best laid plans require careful tending. I couldn't risk meeting with Garrick, Sala, or Jory directly anymore, not now that my position within the Red Keep was secure again. The more distance I put between myself and the streets of Flea Bottom, the better. So I devised a new way to speak to them, through the stranger's will. Every day whenever I had some free time from my obligations, I slipped away to the quiet of my chambers, where no curious ears lurked undetected by my blind sight. I'd whisper a few chosen words to a scrap of parchment, careful to avoid anything that could be traced back to me. Encrypted phrases, layered meanings, messages that only the most devoted to the holy myth of the stranger would understand. I offered a morsel of food to the dove, a creature caught by my cats during my practice of the animal handling skill, and whispered the spell's words into the air. Never chose ravens for this particular purpose, those belonged to lords and maesters, symbols of power and law. The stranger spoke through a creature more subtle, more poetic. A dove, the color of bone and ash, a symbol of death in the eyes of those who worshipped me. Under the enchantment of animal friendship, the bird would be much more susceptible to my commands for a day, long enough to deliver the message to one of my loyal followers. The sight of the stranger's dove descending from the sky with a missive was a revelation to them, proof that their God walked among them, whispering his will into the wind. They never questioned it. Of course, I ensured the dove was seen only by those who already believed unconditionally. A miracle means little without faith to feed it. The stranger's will, carried by death's own bird, a trick of magic, but to them, a divine message. It was a delicate plan, a game of slow steps and quiet moves. Each thread woven carefully, each piece placed with purpose. And if I failed, if I could not hold this fragile empire together, the butcher's ghost would be the least of my worries. Something worse would rise, a new monster wearing the skin of my defeat. As I turned these thoughts over in my mind, a stray bit of trivia flitted through my memory, a small consequence of the storm I had stirred. With Carl Tanner's early fall, his reign of cruelty over Flea Bottom had ended long before it could drive Gendry's mother to ruin. She was still alive, no longer forced to scrape by alone, her son spared the fate of growing up motherless. A minor ripple in the lake of fate. Gendry's mother might never whisper his father's name, Robert Baratheon, but ripples grow into waves and waves can reshape shores. And so, the game moved forward. Varys, Pav. Men called me the Spider long before I came to Westeros. As a young thief in Pentos, I seemed to have 8 hands, each dipped into a stranger's pocket. But the other thieves didn't appreciate my skill, and they had size and strength that I couldn't match. When they discovered why, I was beaten and told that a eunuch boy didn't belong in the streets but in the brothels, as any slave would know. I managed to escape them and took to sleeping in the sewers by day and prowling the rooftops by night, barely one step ahead of starvation, much less slavery. Then I met Illyrio Mopatis. He was a Braavasi who lived by his sword, but his mind was sharper than his blade. I proposed an arrangement. I would spy on lesser thieves and steal their takings. Illyrio would offer help to the thieves, victims, promising to recover their valuables, for a fee. Soon, every honest man knew to come to Illyrio, whilst the city's cutpurses sought me, half to sell me what they had stolen, and the other half to slit my throat. Sadly for them, Illyrio needed my throat more than he needed theirs. Most thieves, like most men, are fools, thinking no further than turning a night's plunder into wine. Luckily, as the other thieves had reminded me, I was not a man. Nor were those I hired with the gold we earned. I chose the smallest orphan boys and girls, the ones as quick and quiet as me, and taught them to climb walls and slip down chimneys. My little birds left the shiny trinkets for common thieves and instead stole letters, ledgers, and charts. Secrets are worth far more than silver or sapphires. Later, I taught my little birds to read the letters themselves and leave them where they lay, so no one would know of our intrusion. Illyrio and I grew so rich that Illyrio wed a princess of Pentos, whilst whispers of my talents reached the ears of a very anxious king across the narrow sea who did not trust his son, nor his wife, nor his hand. Nor should he have, as I told him once I arrived and raised more little birds. They thought it the most amazing game to discover all the secret tunnels beneath the Red Keep and listen to the whispered secrets within the castle walls. I often wonder what became of my first little birds once I lost contact with them. Most likely, they returned to their miserable lives, or worse, grew up. Eventually, if our paths cross again, I'll hear their song once more. Until then, well, the world never lacks for orphans. Little birds sing in the west, and little birds sing in the east. And this spider continues to spin its web. Yet sometimes, even the most delicate web can shiver without warning. Carl Tanner, the butcher of Flea Bottom, had long been a festering wound on the underbelly of the city. Cruel, but predictable. Greedy, but blunt. He was useful, in his way, a villain so blatant that he drew the common folk's fear, a figure so loath that their anger never rose high enough to notice the strings I pulled above their heads. His death should have been a solution. The cult of the stranger, those hooded fanatics who worship the god of death, were an obvious choice. Desperate men and women clinging to a bleak faith, their hatred of the butcher only needing the lightest push to boil over. I gave that push. A careful whisper here, a promise of inaction there. Let them tear Carl apart with their bare hands, and the king's peace would remain unsoiled. Neat, efficient, bloodless, for the crown, at least. But now, I wonder. It was all so perfect. Too perfect. The mob should have been wild and disorganized, but my little birds speak of something more. Precision in their strikes, purpose in their silence. And not from trained killers, but from the ragged poor of Flea Bottom, the broken and the hungry. That, alone, might have been enough to set my skin crawling. Yet it is not what disturbs me most. No, it is the absence of any figure pulling the strings behind them. There was no cunning leader rallying the cult. No shadowy hand guiding their fury. Not a single name, not a single face. Just a sudden, coordinated eruption of violence, and then silence once more. I had expected to uncover some bitter old priest or a fanatical zealot, someone I could see and understand. Someone I could manipulate or destroy. Instead, there was nothing. A faceless void, masked by the stranger's shadow. And it gnaws at me. The butcher is gone, but the cult remains, stronger, if anything. Their silence has weight now. Their absence feels louder than their screams ever did. Perhaps I rid myself of one unpredictable element only to create another. And now, I must ask myself, did I push them? Or did someone push me? The web trembles, but I cannot see what caused the ripple. A wind I did not expect, or another spider lurking unseen. No matter. A web is not so easily broken. The game continues, and my next move must be made carefully. There is another thread to tug, one far more precious than the butcher or his killers. Rhaenys Targaryen, a little dragon, caged within the Red Keep, the unwilling ward of the crown. I wonder if she knows how many eyes are upon her. Some wish to use her, others to break her. But I have different plans. After all, there is more than one dragon in this world. And I intend to make certain that the right one rises when the time comes. For the good of the realm, of course. 288 AC. Rhaenys Targaryen's Pav. 8 years old. They say a dragon never forgets. But I was only a little girl the night King's Landing fell. My memories of those years are a tattered tapestry, some threads sharp and vivid, others faded and frayed. I remember the lemon-sweet scent of my mother's skin when she held me close, her voice soft in the Dornish accent. I remember Aegon's tiny fingers tugging at my hair, his laugh like silver bells, his cheeks round and pink as he toddled after me. But that night, the night the usurper's men came, those memories are darker. Bloodier. The sort that comes unbidden, like a knife slipping between my ribs when I close my eyes for too long. I remember the light of the flames in the far distance out of my window, the faint sound of clashing steel, and the approaching roar of voices too loud for my small ears. I wasn't with my mother or my brother. I was alone in my chamber, in a bed too big for a girl my size, with silk sheets that felt too heavy, too warm. I remember a distant scream, high and shrill, echoing through the halls of the Red Keep. I didn't know then if it was my mother's voice. Sometimes, I still wake up in the middle of the night hearing them. Without air in my chest and plenty of tears in my eyes. Then in these memories the door eventually burst open. He was a monster of a man, laughing maniacally as he told me the awful end he was about to grant me, his sigil red with a black scorpion. I remember the way he looked at me, not as a person, but as something to be dragged from my bed and killed like an animal. Sir Amory Lorch, I screamed, kicking and thrashing as he grabbed me by the arm. His gauntlet crushed my wrist like a vice, and I remember sobbing, not words, just raw, broken sounds. I begged him, or at least I tried to the best of my abilities as a kid of no more than 2 or 3 name days. I think I said I was sorry, over and over again, though I don't remember why. Sorry for what? For being a Targaryen. For being my father's daughter. For existing. And then there was another man. A flash of white, a sword slicing through the air. Blood splattering across my face, hot and metallic, and Sir Amory crumpled like a felled tree. Jaime Lannister stood over his body, his Kingsguard cloak already stained with red before he killed my attacker. He saved me. But not my mother. Not my brother. Their chambers were farther away. Too far. I know this now, that my room back then was closer to the throne room, closer to where the end unfolded. Jaime could only save the girl within reach. Not the mother or the babe hidden deeper in the Red Keep. How convenient given how my little brother would no longer be alive to carry the claim as the rightful heir of the throne of my family. Especially since from what I heard, the monster that murdered my mother and brother, one even worse than the one that almost ended me, still roamed the kingdom. Still acknowledged as a law-abiding knight. The mountain. A man that was knighted by my own father. The guilt must gnaw at the Kingslayer, oh, I'm sure it does. But guess what, it gnaws at me too. Because I wasn't with them. I didn't die with them. And I wonder, would it have been easier if I had? Now, 5 years later, I sit in Jon Arryn's solar, the same walls that once dripped with my family's blood now clean and cold. I am no longer the little girl in the bed. I am a dragon bound in silken duty, the dark strands of my Dornish hair threaded with whispers of silver. The purple of my father's bloodline never touched my eyes, nor did his fair skin touch mine. My gaze, some shade between dark and deep, a constant reminder of the mother I lost every time I looked in the mirror. Now, as I found myself once again in Jon Arryn's solar, which was as cold as ever, especially during the winter. The old falcon sits behind his desk, a mountain of parchments and scrolls spilling across the oaken surface, his face a mask of quiet contemplation, his hand resting lightly on a pile of parchment. The king's hand has always watched me. Not openly cruelly, but carefully. I know why. He fears what I might become. But there is also something else, a sort of quiet concern, though I cannot tell if it is for me or for the realm. He thinks he's kind, with his soft voice and his silk-gloved warnings, but I see the bars of my cage no matter how gently they are painted. I kept my back straight, chin high, and forced myself not to sneer at the treacherous Kingsguard standing by the door, Esser Boros Blunt, a man as ugly in spirit as he was in appearance, with his short, bandy legs, flat nose, and jowls that quivered with every heavy breath. He was of no concern to me. He was a dog with no teeth compared to the monsters I've survived. Do you know why I've called you here? The hand finally addressed me, the question a familiar blade disguised as a caress. The same words, the same tone. As if I am a wayward child. I met his gaze with a calmness I did not feel. I am sure you have your reasons, my lord. His lips pressed into a line. Almost everyone has a reason for their actions, good or ill. I see you've learned how to speak without saying anything at all, not a bad skill to have at court. I said nothing. The hand studied me for a moment longer, then shifted topics. Tell me about your studies. Are you making good progress? I've improved my reading and writing. Mathematics remains difficult. The scrolls on religion are nonsense. He chuckles lightly. It often seems so. There is a pause. Too long to be casual. Satisfactory, I suppose. But I hear from Septa Sorel you struggle with your womanly duties. Jon says. I stiffen. I find them dull. They have their place. The hand tried to persuade me. Do they? I tilt my head. What place is that? At the side of some lord I'm forced to marry. To bear sons who will bow to the usurper's king. His expression doesn't change, but there is a flicker of something behind his eyes. Pity, perhaps. Or understanding. It makes me want to scream. What do you want for yourself, Rhaenys? He asks softly. I clenched my fists beneath the folds of my gown, nails biting into my palms. What do I want? I want to have my mother's voice back, to hear her call me, sweetling, again. I want Aegon's tiny hand in mine. I want the past undone, the usurper gone, the dragon restored. But those are dreams for children, some waiting to be fulfilled by the actions of a woman. So I say nothing. He looks at me mildly, pouring 2 goblets of water and pushing one toward me. I take the goblet but do not drink immediately. I swirl the water, sniff it, then taste a small sip. It is cold, unfamiliar. He watches me. Have you thought about your future? I blink. My future. Jon Arryn nods. What do you wish to become, Rhaenys? I almost laughed. Does it matter? My sweet girl. He says softly. There is a life beyond the walls of this castle. You need not remain a prisoner to the past. I grip the goblet tightly, the cold biting into my palm. My silence is answer enough. And if the king decides to marry me to his heir? I ask, my voice sharper now. Would I still be able to leave this castle behind? He watches me closely. Robert has made it clear you will not wed his son. The words sting, though I do not know why. Perhaps it is not the rejection itself. I do not want a Baratheon for a husband, but the reminder that I am seen as unworthy. Not a threat, not a prize. An afterthought. But there was a moment I cannot forget. The usurper's spawn. I saw him only once. A boy with hair black and silver, like the storm and the dragon warring on his head. His eyes struck me most, one a deep Baratheon blue, the other pale and amethyst, the mark of House Targaryen. A living contradiction. A clash of bloodlines. He looked at me, and I looked at him. For a moment, I wondered if he felt as I did, caught between worlds, belonging to neither. Then he was gone as the guards pulled me forward. Jon Arryn's voice brings me back to the present. Your family lost the right to rule. He says, not unkindly. I tell you this not to wound you, but to remind you that revenge will destroy you. I lift my chin, my heart a drum against my ribs. I know this game. It is one we play often. He pretends to care. I pretend not to hate him. A not insignificant number of these meetings end with me being sent away in tears, my pride crushed beneath the weight of forced apologies to those I supposedly wronged, a septa, a maid, or some lord's son foolish enough to speak to me without respect. But I have learned. Tears are a weapon I no longer give him. The wrath inside me was chained, for now, but each time he called me to this tower, each time he reminded me of what I had lost, the links of that chain grew thinner. What did Jon Arryn know of doom? Of the fire inside me? What did he know of a mother butchered by Gregor Clegane, of a brother smashed against a wall like a fly? What did he know of the Kingslayers, mercy, of the way his sword dripped with both my grandfather's blood and that of the knight who would have killed me? He knows nothing. So I smile, cold, empty, and say, I understand. But I don't. Not truly. Because the dragon within me still burns. For now, I am caged. For now, I play the obedient princess, the forgotten daughter of a lost house. But one day, I will rise. I am Rhaenys Targaryen. I am fire and blood. And dragons never forget. Petyr Baelish's Pav. From the east coast of the Vale, the fingers claw their way into the narrow sea. 4 rocky peninsulas gnawed by wind and rain, barren but for the hardiest of weeds. The ancestral home of House Baelish. A grand title for a few crumbling towers perched on a patch of miserable land, granted to my grandfather, a bravo sea sellsword who traded his sword for a hedge knight's spurs and a lord's meager favor. He gained a keep on the smallest of the fingers, though I sometimes wonder if he missed sleeping beneath the hedges his station once promised. The only thing more pathetic than owning a desolate stretch of coast is owning only a small corner of it. But I never intended to waste away there. While great lords bled for the crown during the War of the Ninnepenny Kings, my father fought for something far more useful, friendship. Lord Hoster Tully, paramount of the Trident, a man whose name opened doors in halls grander than any I had ever seen. Thus, I was plucked from the gull-stained rocks of the fingers and fostered at River Run among the mighty. For a boy who had only known salt air and stone walls no higher than a ship's mast, River Run seemed a castle fit for gods. I soon learned gods did not live there, only men and their brats. Edmure Tully, a boy whose birth gave him everything I lacked, was quick to remind me of my place. Littlefinger, he named me, for my size and homeland, a cruel little jest that clung to me tighter than any noble title ever would. But I was less interested in the lordling than in his sisters. Lisa and Caitlin, they used me as a pawn in their kissing games, passing me back and forth like a trinket, a plaything. Needless to say, I enjoyed their attention, and learned early that desire, even childish desire, is a lever one can pull. As we grew older, the game changed, as all games do. Lisa grew more bolder, Cat more demure. Then Lord Hoster broke the game entirely, announcing Caitlyn's betrothal to Brandon Stark, a man she had never met but would marry all the same, because a lord's daughter weds not for love but for her father's ambitions. I was a fool back then, bold in a way only boys can be. I challenged Brandon to a duel. A boy against a warrior. A short sword against a great sword. Had Caitlyn not begged for my life, I would be a smear of blood on River Run's training yard. For my insolence, I was banished. Sent back to the fingers, but by then, I had already learned the game I truly wished to play. Swords are blunt instruments, wits are sharper, subtler weapons, and few men can match mine. Even then, House Baelish might have withered on those rocks had the world not turned. But turn it did. The Mad King burned Brandon Stark alive. The realm bled, and my dear Lisa was married off to Jon Arryn to forge a new alliance. She was no great beauty such as her sister, but she remembered our old affection. It was easy enough to stoke those dying embers, easy enough to convince her to whisper in her husband's ear until I was made controller of customs at Gulltown. A war was raging. Armies devour gold faster than they do grain. So, I did what I have always done, I made myself useful. I increased Gulltown's revenues tenfold, a trick of numbers and greed. Lord Arryn noticed. And when the rebellion crowned a new king, Robert Baratheon, drunk, reckless, always in need of more gold, it was Lord Arryn who recommended a man clever enough to find coin where others found only cobwebs. Now, I am master of coin. No longer the boy from the fingers. No longer the poor lord with no name, no gold, and no future. I have gold aplenty at my disposal now, and eventually not just for the crown. My own establishments, my own debts owed, my own people carefully placed will all answer to me. Gold flows through King's Landing like blood through a body, and I have become the heart, pumping it wherever I see fit. House Baelish was nothing. A sellsword's dream. A dying ember. Now, I am something. Something more than a name and a barren keep. What rung will the next generation climb next? Let us not be hasty. I am not finished yet. But gold is not the only thing that flows in this city. Secrets run thicker than any river, and I listen. Flea Bottom has long been a festering wound beneath the capital's skin, a world of slop pots, starving orphans, and the butcher. From what I heard, he was a petty tyrant who ruled the streets with a cleaver in one hand and fear in the other. Yet, without warning, the butcher has fallen. His men scattered. His claim over Flea Bottom severed as cleanly as a lamb's throat. No war banners flew. No lord laid siege. Something else happened. Something quiet, something clever. I do not know who pulled the strings, but I know when a hidden hand is at work. Someone in the shadows, someone patient. Perhaps someone with a longer game in mind. Hopefully not the spider, for I didn't trust him enough to remain at such a disadvantage. A secret war in the gutters, and I am left with questions. But questions are good. Questions create hunger, and hunger makes men dangerous. Dangerous men are easier to predict, their moves more desperate. And desperate men are the easiest of all to control. Elise Arryn's Pav. 11 years old. Fine work as always. Well done, said Septa Sorel. Thank you, I replied with a polite smile, carefully setting the embroidered cloth aside. The Septa leaned in, tracing a finger along the edges of my work. I love the detail on these corners, quite beautiful. I bit my lip, already noticing a flaw. I appreciate the praise, but the stitches are too tight. It made it hard to move the needle. Oh no, no, child. The stitches are perfectly placed, not a single hole marks the piece. In fact, I think you're ready to begin crafting larger works. If you truly believe so, Septa, perhaps I might try my hand at a dress next time. I have a few ideas I've been meaning to test. Her lips curled into a pleased smile. Of course, my dear. But you've done enough for today. Go on now, I imagine you're eager to find the prince. I blinked, cheeks warming ever so slightly. I'm not sure if he's free, I stammered, tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear. Lately, he's been quite busy, training with Esser Barristan or studying with Grand Maester Pycelle. My father mentioned the Maester has even summoned help from the Citadel, seeking expertise beyond his own. Septa Sorel folded her hands, her voice light. A truly blessed child. The castle folk speak of him often, singing praises of his cleverness and charm. The gods clearly smiled upon the king and queen's union, blessing them with such prodigious children. I tilted my head. Children. Why, yes, my lady. The young prince and princess. She laughed softly. Haven't you heard? The twins are already walking and speaking, though they're only 2. Little Lan may not be as tall as his brother was at his age, but he's as calm as the crown prince. And sweet Princess Joanna, such a darling. Though between you and me, I've heard she and her twin are quite the handful when their older brother isn't around. I smiled faintly, picturing Duerandon's younger siblings. I hadn't met them yet, he was always too busy for such visits, but the way people spoke of him made me wonder if they clung to him the way stray cats once did. I missed those days, the long hours spent studying together, playing card games he'd painted himself, or simply talking about anything and everything. He always made me feel at ease. Even now, it was hard not to marvel at him. He was only 5 name days old but already stood nearly at my height, an oddity no one dared to explain. My father often spoke of Duerandon's sharp mind and unwavering focus, telling me tales of his early swordplay and endless appetite for knowledge. A future king. A great one, I was certain. Perhaps today, he might have a moment to spare. The thought warmed me as I thanked Septa Sorel and left the solar, stepping into the cool stone corridors with my father's guards, Esser Hugh and Esser Alden, at my sides. As we walked, I noticed something peculiar: fewer cats. Duerandon had once adopted a whole brood of strays, earning their trust until they followed him like shadows. But now, the hallways seemed strangely empty. Did the soldiers finally drive them off? I wondered. That wouldn't make sense, the rats would have overrun the castle by now. And I haven't seen a single rat in days. The thought gnawed at me, but I let it slip away as we approached the Hand's Tower. A figure descended the stairs, Lord Petter Baelish, the king's newly appointed master of coin. His sharp features, dark hair, and small pointed beard were familiar now, though his most striking trait was his ever-present scent of mint. His wardrobe was no less memorable, today, a plum-colored doublet embroidered with a black mockingbird. I'd seen him wear a silver cape patterned with the same bird before, my personal favorite. He smiled as he noticed us. Greetings, my lady. And to you as well, Sir Hugh, Sir Alden. I trust your mother's affairs have been handled. Sir Hugh nodded. Thanks to your aid, my lord. Lord Baelish placed a hand on his heart. I'm always happy to assist where family is concerned. Then, his gaze shifted back to me. And Lady Elise, you grow lovelier by the day. Your father must be proud. I dipped my head. You're too kind, my lord. I hear you have a knack for managing finances. He added, his smile deepening. If you ever wish to sharpen that talent, I'd be more than willing to guide you. The offer was unexpected. I'm grateful, Lord Baelish. Perhaps one day. His eyes lingered for a moment longer than necessary before he inclined his head and continued down the hall. As we ascended the stairs, passing the room where the dragon girl was kept, I reached my father's chamber as the hand of the king. Few knocks later, I was surprised to be greeted by that woman. Lisa Tully, my stepmother. She was pretty, there was no denying that, with her delicate features, high-breasted figure, and hair the color of autumn leaves falling thickly down to her waist. Her pale blue eyes could have been mistaken for soft and inviting at first glance, but there was a brittle quality to them, like ice that might crack under the wrong step. She painted her face with powders and rouges, a little more than was fashionable, as though trying to capture a youth that had started to slip from her grasp. Time in the capital had not been kind to her. The slender grace of a girl once desired by many great lords was slowly giving way to a heavier form, her cheeks growing puffy despite her efforts to conceal it. But it wasn't her appearance that weighed on me, it was the way she looked at me. There was a tension between us, unspoken yet ever present. She smiled, but there was a strain in her lips, a flicker of something bitter just beneath the surface. I often thought she spoke to me less like a mother and more like a jealous older sister, forever measuring me against some invisible scale. Oh, hello, my dear. She said, the sweetness in her voice just a shade too sharp, like honey hiding a blade. I curtsied politely. My lady. Lisa leaned against the doorframe, one hand idly playing with a lock of her hair. Come to visit my husband. Gods, why do you insist on provoking me? I'm not your rival. But I kept those thoughts locked away, hidden beneath a serene smile I had practiced countless times. Yes, my lady. Is my father available? I'm afraid he isn't even here, my dear. She replied, that same empty smile plastered on her face. From what I heard, he was busy dealing with something the king had requested of him. Her words were light, but there was an undertone I couldn't quite place, a flicker of satisfaction, perhaps. Or was I imagining it again? I see. Then please forgive me for disturbing you, my lady. I'll take my leave. Lisa's gaze lingered a moment longer before she closed the door softly, but not without a final glance, as though she had won some unseen game. I stood there for a beat, my mind turning over her words and the way she'd said them. If father wasn't here, what had Lord Baelish been doing in the tower just moments ago? Was he unaware of father's absence, or had his business been with Lisa all along? I bit the inside of my cheek, unwilling to let the thought fester. It wasn't my place to question the dealings of the court, not yet, at least. Besides, everyone trusted Lord Baelish. Didn't they? With that settled, I made my way back down, pausing when I saw Duerandon outside in the training yard, with Sir Barristan. The two weren't merely training despite the snow, they were using it for their own purpose. Even from here I could see that he was having fun despite all his toil. I felt a smile tug at my lips, watching him. The crown prince, the prodigy, the boy destined to be a great king, was still a child after all. And yet, there was something undeniably captivating about him. He'd made many friends in the castle, the Summer Islander prince, the red priest who drank like a fish, but part of me still longed for the day it was just the two of us, roaming the city, visiting the alchemists, guild and the great sept of Baelor. Father had mentioned Duerandon was planning to return to the city soon. I hoped, just a little, that I might go with him again. Haline's Pav. The acrid stench of wildfire clung to the air like a living thing, creeping into every crack of the alchemist's guild. It was a smell I have long since ceased to notice, sulfur and death, the scent of 1,000 unseen fires waiting to be born. The halls of the Guildhall whisper with the low muttering of old men, the last remnants of our dying order. Bronze sconces line the stone walls, their green flames flickering like ghostly wraiths. The light warps everything it touches, twisting faces, casting too long shadows. Few of us remain. Grand Master Norrin, too frail to mix pitch and resin, spends his days translating ancient tomes written in High Valyrian. Pyromancer Tibero, younger but sour-faced, works with the permanent sneer of a man who believes himself too important for the labor he performs. Saralon barely speaks, muttering to the flames as though they might whisper back. And me, Haline the Pyromancer. We do not brew wildfire like common alchemists slaving over a cauldron. The crafting of the substance is delicate, dangerous work, done only when the air is cool and the risk of an errant spark is at its lowest. Fire wants to be free, the old saying goes. Wildfire most of all. By day, the heat seeps into the stone of the guildhall, stirring the substance like a caged beast. So we rest. We work by night, when the air is cold and still, from dusk until dawn, and the substance sleeps. It is during these nights that the children come. They arrive with the setting sun, barefoot and hollow-cheeked, the lot of them. Urchins from Flea Bottom, desperate for work, for food. They were a pitiful sight. Some seemed too small to even lift a jar of pitch without wobbling. Others appeared so slow-witted they couldn't tell saltpeter from powdered chalk. Yet it was not my decision alone. Tybero mocked them, of course, while Sarillon ignored their existence entirely. But Norrin, ever the pragmatist, had convinced us to let them in. They do the menial tasks, scrubbing soot from the floors, polishing the glassware, grinding resin into powder. Small hands can be nimble, and so long as they do not touch the wildfire itself, they are useful. By dawn, they are sent away. We do not house them, the Guildhall is no orphanage, nor do we pay them, save for the occasional scrap of bread or wedge of cheese. Enough to keep them returning, not enough to make them expect more. And if a few faces change from night to night, none of us pay it much mind. They are gutter rats, transient, forgettable. So long as there are enough to scrub the floors and clean the tools, the specifics hardly matter. That is why I did not notice the boy at first. Arryn, he called himself. No older than 8, with a strip of cloth tied over his left eye, a wound, he claimed, from a fight over a crust of bread. His hair was a jagged mess of black, uneven like he'd hacked it off with a rusty blade. He did not come every night. Sometimes, he was absent, and said he had other work in Flea Bottom, other masters to serve. I did not ask. Why would I? The boy was not an apprentice. None of them were. They were gnats, flitting in and out, nameless and weightless. Yet, he was quick. Very quick. Not brilliant, not touched by magic or prophecy, just clever. He listened to every instruction given, learned fast, and rarely made the same mistake twice. But what set him apart, if only a little, was the way he helped the others. I once caught him guiding a girl's hand as she poured pitch into a clay jar, voice low, calm. Not too much, he whispered, just to the line. Another time, when a boy struggled to grind resin, Arryn covered his hand with his own and showed him the steady, even pressure needed. He did it quietly, without drawing attention, as though helping them was for his own benefit, to keep the work moving and avoid the wrath of men like Tybero. Had I not been watching, had I not known the work well enough to spot a sharp mind when I saw it, I might never have noticed him at all. One night, as the others scrubbed soot from the stone floor, I found him near a small vat of wildfire. He kept his distance, wisely so, but his eye was fixed on the flame. The green glow reflected in his pupil, too bright, too steady. And then, softly, he asked, "Do you think it's alive?" The question struck me, strange, for a boy from the slums. I blinked. "What? The fire," he said, voice quiet. "It doesn't move like normal flames. It writhes, like it wants to go somewhere. A child's fancy." I nearly scoffed. Wildfire wants nothing. It reacts. It burns. But, I could not fault the observation. It does move strangely. Even our ancient texts struggle to explain why. The substance is bound to magic, I said, sharper than intended. Not mere flame. The green is the mark of its unnatural birth. Arryn tilted his head, just a fraction. So it's not the ingredients alone that make it burn. There's something else. It was too keen an observation for a boy who claimed to know nothing of magic. But then, of course it was. Even dull minds notice the unnatural. I've heard similar questions from apprentices twice his age. I shook off the flicker of unease. What was I thinking? He was a clever boy, yes, but no more than that. Hunger makes children sharp. And yet, I felt the need to remind him of his place. "You think too much for your own good, boy," I said, voice like flint. "Get back to work." Arryn bowed his head at once, obedient, unassuming. "Yes, Pyromancer." He turned and returned to the others, vanishing into the rabble, just another dirty-faced urchin among dirty-faced urchins. By dawn, they were gone. And the moment passed. Just a clever boy, that's all. And I had more important matters to attend to than wondering why a child might ask strange questions about strange fire. After all, there were greater threats than curious boys. I still remember the day he came openly, many months ago, not skulking with the other urchins but walking through the front gates with Lord Hand's daughter at his side. They were escorted by none other than Sir Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, and two others, one clad in the falcon of the Eyrie, the other bearing the crowned stag of the royal house. The boy prince had not spoken much that day, only asked a few polite questions about the substance, as if wildfire were no more fascinating than the tapestries of the Red Keep or the fishmongers along the street of silk. Yet there was something in his gaze, too calm, too measured for one so young, that left a mark on me. It was not him, though, but Sir Jaime who pushed me to the side for a private talk before the Crown Prince and his party departed. The Kingslayer had cornered me in a shadowed alcove of the Guildhall, one hand resting lightly on the pommel of his sword, as if the mere thought of our work set his blood to a simmer. "You swore to the Mad King," the infamous Kingsguard had said, his voice quiet but barbed with steel. "Swore to make his wildfire, to stoke his flames. How many jars still remain hidden beneath this city?" I had stammered some practiced answers about the guild's duties, how we brewed only on commission, how the substance was dangerous but contained. The usual platitudes. But Jaime Lannister was not a man content with pretty words. His armored hand caught my shoulder, just firm enough to remind me that he could break me like kindling if he chose. "If this city burns again," he said, his green eyes like twin embers, "I'll know who to blame." The weight of his threat pressed heavier than the heat of 1,000 fires. That was moons ago. Still, the echo of his words smolders in my thoughts. The Mad King is dead. But wildfire does not die. Can't believe that I'm saying this, but thanks to the gutter rat's assistance with the simpler tasks we were able to work in silence, by night, ever watchful. For the flames, and the men who fear them. Chhattaya's Pav. Night always smells different in King's Landing. Day air stinks, fish rot in the harbor, smoke clings to the sky, and men sweat in the streets. But night carries a softer scent. Perfume and candle wax, the salt breeze from Blackwater Bay, the ghost of summer flowers crushed underfoot. Not like home, not like summer. There, air is always sweet, honey and spice, ripe fruit hanging heavy in the trees. Here, sweetness must be coaxed from the filth. So I coax. I run silk over my skin, scent wrists with saffron and cinnamon, brush hair smooth as river water. A goddess must look like one to be seen as one. This is what Mother taught. Not I, not you. Only, this one, and that one. Love is not a gift of the self, it is an offering to the world, a prayer in the language of the body. To kiss, to touch, to take pleasure, these are the gods' work. We honor Koretho, the feathered serpent, who writhes in endless ecstasy. We honor Falinda, the goddess with 1,000 lovers. A bed is a temple. A body is an altar. In summer, a lover is a priest. In King's Landing, a lover is a whore. Men here make no temples of their bodies, they come with shame in their eyes and curses on their tongues, hating the need that drives them to my door. They love and hate in the same breath. So I smile like a goddess, and they worship me like a whore. Aliaya, my little girl, says I smile too softly. That the men do not deserve it. She scolds me the way daughters scold their mothers, a foolishness only children can afford. This one smiles not for them. I tell her. This one smiles for herself. She huffs, but I see the way her hands smooth the creases in her gown, how she dusts gold powder along her collarbone. She is her mother's daughter. The air in my brothel always smelled of perfume and spice, a veil of sweetness draped over the rod of King's Landing. The silk curtains, the low candlelight, the delicate music, all were carefully arranged. An illusion, like the smile of a lord with a dagger behind his back. I moved through my temple like a queen, tall and graceful, my dark skin glowing beneath the soft lamplight. I was a summer islander, and the blood of gods flowed in my veins, or so I let the men believe. Aliaya follows behind me, gathering stray silks, snuffing the wicks of half-burnt candles. She is too young to be anything more than a shadow in the corner, but the men watch her anyway. They always watch. My grown girls flitted around me, adjusting gowns, whispering which lord had come calling, which had left too drunk to stand. Jade leans by the hearth, dark-eyed and silent as a shadow, humming a soft Dornish tune as she combs her fingers through Mare's golden curls. Mare kicks her legs idly, more interested in the ribbons at her feet than the song in the air. A Lannister bastard, I recall the old rumors. It matters not. She is a child, my child, now, as much as any girl can be mine. Dancy watches them from the corner of her eye, stretching her long limbs like a cat, though she's still more kitten than panther. She's not yet the woman men will one day call graceful. Now, she's just a girl, all awkward angles and tentative smiles. These are my girls. My temple. But the new ones are not like them. The flea-bottom girls came weeks ago, ragged as beggars, smelling of onions and sweat. Children, most of them. Dirty fingers, bare feet. They flinched at every sharp sound, darted their eyes like rats expecting a boot. Sala was the oldest, perhaps 13, perhaps less. She did not know her own age. She spoke with a voice full of gravel and fear. Said the butcher's thugs kept her scrubbing floors and washing the cookery, working until dawn before sending her away, unless they had other sorts of job for her. This one takes them in. I told Aliaya. She did not understand. The girls had no coin to offer, no skills worth selling. They were not beauties to lure lords from their castles. But they were still women, or soon would be. And what is a woman without a hand to guide her? I gave them baths first. It took half the night to scrub the grime from their skin. Sala winced at the touch of warm water, as though gentleness itself was a pain she had forgotten. Clothed them in simple dresses, row-spun, but clean, and let them sleep on straw pallets in the corner of the common room. The new girls did not whisper. They watched. I had been wary at first, had seen too many schemes unfold in King's Landing to believe in chance. Yet the girls were obedient, quiet. They worked in the kitchen, cleaned without complaint, and kept their eyes downcast. Sala, the sharp-eyed one, kept her back straight and her mouth shut, but her gaze devoured everything. The way Aliaya danced, the tilt of Mare's chin when a man spoke, the subtle curl of Dancy's fingers when she beckoned. She was learning, not the ways of the temple, not yet, but the ways of survival. I noticed, though I did not speak of it. Some fires must be left to burn unseen. When men come, I keep Sala and her lot hidden behind the curtain. They are not ready. The world will not touch them before I say so. But still, they watch, wide-eyed, silent. Aliaya does not trust them. They are not like us, mother. She says. They will run the first chance they get. Perhaps, I answered. Perhaps not. Survival makes beasts of some, gods of others. We shall see what these girls will become. Then there is the man, the one who visited me a fortnight ago. He was small, with a pointed beard and laughing eyes that never truly laugh. He spoke too softly to be heard without effort, so men lean close, and women tilt their heads. A whisper of a man. Too useful to be dismissed, too weak to be feared. That was how he wished to be seen. But this one knows a snake when she sees one. Chhattaya, he says, tasting my name like arbor gold on his tongue. What a rare pleasure to finally meet you. He knows who I am. The dark-skinned whore from the Summer Isles, the woman who built a brothel that smells of saffron. Men here do remember a name when it suits them. But I know his too. And you are Lord Petter Baelish. I reply, letting the words linger just long enough to draw his attention. The new master of coin. A humble title, he says softly, but I am merely a man keeping the ledgers warm until the crown finds someone more suited to the task. As if men like Petter Baelish ever hold a thing they do not mean to keep. This one thinks you are too modest, my lord. I tell him, voice smooth as honeyed wine. You flatter me more than you can imagine. He says with a lingering smile, sharp at the edges, like a blade pretending to be a feather. So, as for my visit, I must say that you run your brothel with uncommon grace. I admire the artistry. The master of coin does not speak of pleasure, only profit. His gaze drifts, counting the men's glances at Aliaya, the shine of Mare's hair, the line of Dancy's neck. He studies them not as girls who will grow into women, but as wares to be measured and sold. Then, his eyes flicker, quick as a knife, to the flea-bottom girls hidden behind the curtain. He notices Sala's stiff spine, the hunger in her gaze. New blood, he asks lightly, though his eyes gleam. This one takes in strays. I say simply, kind of you, he replies, though there is no kindness in him. He does not care why I shelter them. He only wonders how much they might be worth, in time. Men like Petter Baelish see women as coin purses, some full, some empty, but all waiting to be plucked. He is a spider building a web, and that night he laid his silk threads at my feet. Independence is a lovely thing. Baelish said softly, as if sharing a secret. But does it give you strength? I did not flinch, though the question hung like smoke between us. Freedom allows me to choose. I replied, voice smooth as silk. Baelish smiled wider. Choice is precious, but without influence, how long before a drunken lord refuses to pay for one of your girls? Or before a rival opens their doors, offering more desperate girls for fewer coins? His words were like a dagger wrapped in velvet, never unsheathed, yet always felt. An alliance, perhaps, he suggests, his words soft as poison. I could invest. Expand your temple. He thinks himself clever, but this one is no fly to be caught. A temple does not serve coin. I tell him, it serves gods. He only smiles wider, not really believing in the words I told him. But then again, men like him never do. All I ask, he said softly, his fingers tapping a gentle rhythm against the arm of the chair. is that you think of it, my lady. Consider my offer. He left not long after, a slight bow and a lingering smile, as though he had already won. When the door clicked shut, Aliaya emerged from the curtains, arms crossed. Will you say yes? That would be foolish, I replied smoothly, reaching for a goblet of sweet wine. My daughter arched her brow. Then you'll say no. Sipping my wine and gazing into the low burning candlelight. That too is a dangerous answer. Silence stretched between us, save for the faint rustle of silk and the distant laughter of a lord drunk on more than wine. In King's Landing, a blade hidden behind a smile was still a blade. And I had lived long enough to know that with men like Petter Baelish, the most dangerous thing you could give them was certainty. Tobo Mott's Pav. King's Landing is a city of rust. The air tastes of salt and soot, the stone reeks of piss, and the forges along the street of steel churn out iron like a sow birthing a sickly litter, quick, loud, and without care. I have walked these streets for years, my boots blackened with soot, my hands calloused from hammer and tongs. The other smiths here, good men perhaps, craft swords that will dent with a single strong blow and helms that buckle at the whisper of a mace. They call it steel, but I know better. It is not the fault of the iron, but the men who work it. Their forges burn too hot or not hot enough, their quenching careless, their hands impatient. They know nothing of the songs of metal, the whispered prayers one must breathe as the blade takes shape. In Qohor, we listen to the steel, feel the pulse of fire and shadow in its core. To shape a sword is not simply to strike it with a hammer, it is to coax the spirit from the metal, to bind heat and will into a single sharp edge. The street of steel does not understand this. But I do. My house looms above the others, timber and plaster, larger than any forge along this street of pretenders. Its upper stories watch over the narrow road, the double doors carved of ebony and weirwood, locked forever in a silent hunt. 2 stone knights guard the entrance, one armored in crimson like a griffin, the other shaped like a unicorn, their helms smooth and faceless. These are not simply decorations. They are reminders. Qohor was a city of blood and fire long before Valyria's shadow fell upon us, and it has remained as such long after its doom. When the black goat howled, men learned that strength was more than muscle, and steel was more than iron. There was a language to the forge, an art older than dragons, though few know it now. In my smithy, a cavernous stone barn behind the house, the air is thick with smoke and heat. Each corner holds a blazing forge, firelight dancing like serpents against the walls. Journeymen hammer at anvils, their strikes like thunder, while apprentices stoke the flames, their faces slick with sweat and soot. I watch them closely, correcting a grip here, a quench there. Too fast. I growl at Loudon, a lad too eager for his own good. You treat the sword like a nail and wonder why it bends. Again. The serving girls, slim and silent, move between the men, bringing water and bandages for burned fingers. The secret to true smithing lies not just in strength, but in knowing when to stop. When to let the metal rest. When to speak to it. There are those in Qohor who claim this is magic, a whisper of the arcane that seeps into our work. Perhaps it is. I have seen Valyrian steel drink the light of a room, and I have felt a blade thrum in my hand like a living thing. Some call it magic. I call it craft. A different branch of the same dark tree, perhaps, as the alchemists and their wildfire. They burn and twist, while we forge and bind. Neither of us speaks of the other, yet we are bound by a quiet, ancient knowledge. The world does not know how close magic and metal lie. But I know. And then there are the urchins. They appeared after the Butcher's War, a small pack of ragged boys and girls from Flea Bottom, thin as crows and twice as hungry. At first, I thought them beggars, scurrying in the alleys behind my forge, watching the flames with wide, soot-smeared eyes. Then, slowly, they began to help. Carrying water, sweeping the yard, fetching coal, small tasks, but done quickly, quietly. I did not ask why they came or who sent them. No one moves in Flea Bottom without a reason. Not since the butcher bled his own kin in the streets. Someone had gathered these children, not a mere pack of aimless orphans, but something more, organized. As though some shadow had moved into the void the butcher left behind and began investing in Flea Bottom's abundant labor. A smart man, whoever he is. A cruel one too, I'd wager. I never met the hand behind the urchins. They came and went like ghosts, and though I rarely saw the same face twice, there was always a sense of order to their work. Weeks passed. The children were not talented, but they were focused. Obedient. They did not grumble over burns or blisters. They spoke little, but I saw them listening. Always listening. Tools went missing, only to be returned sharper than before. Broken buckets were replaced without a word. They never lingered, never begged for coin or food. They worked, then vanished. I noticed one boy among them more often than the rest. He told me, Darren was his name. He never led them, he seemed too innocent for that, but the others seemed to orbit him, glancing his way for aid. His hair wasn't quite silver, but it had a pale sheen to it in the right light, and his eye, a single violet gem, marked him as something rare. The other eye was hidden behind cloth, and when asked, he gave a strange tale of a sickness that stole his sight as a child. If it was a lie, it was a clever and well-acted one. So I did not press him. After all, Targaryen bastards were not so uncommon as the High Lords like to pretend. They scatter like embers in the wind, some with silver hair, some with purple eyes, few with both. The boy had the look of dragon spawn, but faded, like a shadow cast by a dying flame. Rare, yes, but not unheard of. He was quiet, sharp-eyed, smarter than his ragged friends. I once saw his hand linger on the hilt of an unfinished dagger, his thumb brushing the raw edge, not testing its sharpness, but its weight, its balance. As though he wasn't thinking of what it was, but what it could be. A strange and clever lad. But whoever was moving pieces in Flea Bottom was even more. This boy was a thread in a larger web, and I was not fool enough to pull at it. Some fires must be left to burn unseen. And then there was Thoros of Myr. A fool, but a paying fool. He comes to me before every tourney, his sword blackened and ruined by wildfire, the blade half melted from his show of flame. He flings it onto my table, the steel still reeking of burnt oil, and demands a new one. You ruin them as quickly as I make them. I tell him each time, scowling at the warped wreck of a blade. He laughs, a deep booming sound that smells of wine. Then make them quicker, Tobo. Fire waits for no man. Nor does the coin. I reply. We haggle, we argue, but he always pays. And I always craft him another sword, simple, strong, cheap steel, for what is the use of art when he means only to burn it? He is a fool, but a useful one. I do not sell cheap work to lords. My armor is costly because it is more than mere metal, it is art. My work is costly. I once told a lordling who dared question my price. And I make no apologies for that. You will not find craftsmanship equal to mine anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms, I promise you. Visit every forge in King's Landing if you like, and compare for yourself. Any village or castle smith can hammer out a shirt of mail, my work is art. There were other forges in this city, some few might even be gifted in their own way. But there was only one Tobo Mott. Steel remembers the fire, just as a man remembers his pride. And in this city of rust and gold, only the sharpest blades endure. Petyr Baelish's Pav. The Eyrie was a castle in the clouds, but thanks to Jon Arryn's endless devotion to one of his foster sons, he had been caged to the cold halls of the Red Keep since the rebellion ended. The hand of the king sat hunched over his desk, an old man weighed down not by the years but by the crown he did not wear. His beard, once a river of white, seemed more like a frozen stream, stiff and brittle. The lines on his face were not the lines of a man at peace. Gold, Lord Baelish, he muttered, his voice soft but firm. Robert needs more gold. Robert always needed more gold. The king's hunger for tournaments, feasts, and whores was bottomless. Coin vanished from the royal coffers like snow in the Dornish sun, and I was the man tasked with making the impossible seem effortless. I smiled faintly. The crown's debts grow fatter while the kingdom starves, my lord. I will work my usual magic, of course, but there are only so many tricks I can perform before the small folk notice their purses growing lighter. Jon sighed, rubbing his temple. It's not just Robert. Lisa, he trailed off. Ah, I leaned forward slightly, tilting my head, just enough to seem concerned. The Lady Arryn, is she unwell? He gave a tight shake of his head. No, not unwell, only restless. Of course she was. A girl of 20 married to a man 3 times her age. The only surprise was that her restlessness hadn't boiled into something worse already. Jon's knuckles whitened as he gripped a letter, the seal broken and forgotten. She weeps at the slightest of things. If I do not visit her bedchamber for a night, she takes it as a slight. If I do visit, she clings to me as though I might vanish. How sad. I imagined Lisa, tears streaking the rouge from her cheeks, lips trembling as she begged a man old enough to be her grandfather for some scrap of affection. It would have been pathetic had it not been so useful. I lowered my gaze, schooling my face into solemn understanding. Marriage is often a difficult dance, my lord. Youth and age rarely step in time. Jon said nothing. Good. Silence was fertile ground for a man like me. Perhaps she misses the veil. I offered softly, or merely feels lost in a city where whispers fly faster than ravens. I paused. She always was, tender-hearted. Jon's lips tightened. Yes, too tender. I wondered how he would react if he knew how Lisa had looked at me in those days at River Run, not as a girl looks at childhood friend, but as a woman looks at something she wants and means to have. He didn't. A lord like Jon Arryn saw honor and duty. I saw everything else. Later, in the gardens of the Red Keep, Lisa's hand clutched my arm more tightly than was proper for a married woman. Her hair, still the color of autumn leaves, tumbled down her back, but there was a desperation to her beauty now, the powder caked a little too thickly, the rouge smeared just enough to suggest she had wiped at her face more than once today. You spoke to Jon, she whispered. What did he say? Did he mention me? I smiled softly, the concerned confidant. He worries for you, my lady. He thinks you might be unhappy. Her fingers dug into my sleeve. I am unhappy, Petter. I let my gaze drift over her face, the puffiness creeping into her cheeks, the slight heaviness in her jawline, and then back to her eyes, still that brittle blue, like a pond frozen over too thinly. She wanted me to kiss her. I could see it, the way her lips parted, just a fraction, her breath shallow. The girl from Riverrun, the girl who had once passed me between her and Cat like a pretty toy, was gone. This Lisa was a woman starved for affection and blinded by her own longing. I did not kiss her. Not yet. Instead, I gently placed my hand over hers. I want only for you to be happy, Lisa. She blinked rapidly, her mouth trembling, and I knew I'd struck the right chord. You're the only one who cares. She murmured, and I let her believe it. I would always let her believe it. Rhaenys Targaryen's Pav. Evening crept into my chamber like a thief, silent and unwelcome. The flickering candlelight barely chased the shadows from the corners of the room, my prison, though I supposed I should count myself lucky to have even that small comfort. I was alone, as I always was since that cursed night when the dragon was betrayed. The septa came and went, droning on about piety and obedience. The Grand Maester visited too, though never for long, a few clipped words, a scroll dropped into my lap, and a scowl when I struggled to read the letters that danced and blurred before my eyes. He called it an affliction, a not uncommon madness of the mind, but I knew better. It wasn't madness. It was frustration, a deep, burning frustration at being left here, forgotten, like a broken relic from a war no one wanted to remember. 3 meals a day, permission to use the privy whenever I pleased. A gilded cage was still a cage. A knock at the door broke the silence. Sharp, impatient. Knock, knock. My lady, it's already getting dark. Put out the candles and go to sleep. Barked the guard outside, his voice gruff and bored. I clenched my jaw. Understood, Esser. Have a good night. The sound of his snickering reached me through the door. I stuck out my tongue at the wood, a childish gesture, but all I had. The candle's flame died with a soft hiss as I blew it out, plunging the room into darkness. My hand moved to the wardrobe by instinct. I barely needed to feel along the cracks in the stone anymore, I knew the loose piece by heart. A small tug, and the rock came free, revealing the hidden blade within. A kitchen knife. One of 2 I stole last year when the cook's boy wasn't looking. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to kill a man, if I aimed for the throat or the eyes. They didn't let me train with a sword, not like a proper princess of House Targaryen should, but that didn't stop me. Every night, after the guard's footsteps faded down the hall, I practiced. Footwork, balance, slashing and stabbing at the empty air. I wasn't strong, not like my mother's killer, but I didn't need to be. A giant still bled if you cut deep enough where it hurt most. Moving with all the grace I managed to learn through several sleepless nights into the familiar darkness, blade in hand. I imagined the mountain's face, his massive form looming before me, and struck at his throat, again and again. My arm ached, but I didn't stop. Intel, I do envy your view from up here, my lady. This is, after all, the second highest room in the Red Keep. The voice came from the window. A soft, lilting tone, like silk sliding across steel. I spun, my knife raised, every muscle in my body coiling tight. There, silhouetted against the faint light of the night sky, stood a plump, bald man. His hands were folded neatly in front of him, as though we were old friends meeting for a pleasant chat. My heart thundered. I cast a glance at the door. Had the guard heard? Would he barge in at any moment? Don't trouble yourself, my lady. The man said smoothly. Sir Michael has granted us a moment of privacy. My grip on the knife tightened. Who are you? I hissed, keeping my voice low but firm. Just a loyal servant, he replied with a small smile. The gods know how rare my kind is. I hate riddles, I snapped. Tell me your name. The man inclined his head, his smile never wavering. Forgive me, I am Varys, master of whispers. His voice dripped with mock humility. At your service, my princess. The name hit me like a slap. Varys, the spider, the usurper's pet rat. My jaw clenched so tight it hurt. The usurper's bitch. I seethed. Tell me, have you come to share the latest news of my uncle and aunt's capture? Or did you just slither in here to gloat? Varys' smile didn't falter. Quite the contrary, my princess. It is only thanks to me that they still have their freedom. I barked a bitter laugh. And I'm supposed to believe that? You may believe what you wish, he said lightly, his gaze drifting over my chamber, the empty plates from dinner, the piles of books I barely touched, the rumpled sheets on my untouched bed. But I imagine turning a blind eye to your nightly training should count for something. My stomach twisted. How long had he been watching me? I took a step closer, raising the knife just enough to remind him it was there. What do you want from me? Varys tilted his head. What I've always wanted, my princess. To serve the realm, and the true king. My grandfather is dead, I said coldly. My father got himself killed for a northern whore. My brother was murdered while still a baby. And my uncle has been forced to flee in exile or risk meeting the same fate. There is no true king. The words burned on my tongue, but I refused to take them back. Aside from everyone else, my father left us to die, left me to rot in this wretched tower. He didn't deserve my grief. Varys' expression softened, though whether it was genuine or just another mask, I couldn't tell. I understand your anger, my princess. Truly, I do. He paused, letting the silence stretch, then added. But there is one thing you should know, something I thought might bring you hope. I didn't want hope. Hope was a lie. But, what? I asked, my voice hoarse. Varys smiled. Your brother lives. Aegon. The knife nearly slipped from my fingers as my voice cracked. A tear escaped before I could stop it. Where is he? Tell me. He is safe. Varys said softly, hidden away, far from the usurper's grasp. He is being trained, not only as a prince but as a king. He will learn to wield a sword, to read and write, to speak many tongues. He will know hardship, labor, hunger, and fear. He is learning that kingship is not a right, it is a duty. Aegon was alive. My brother, my baby brother, he was alive. I swallowed back a sob. Take me to him. Varys' smile dimmed, almost sad. I'm afraid that won't be possible, not for many years yet. His training must continue uninterrupted before he learns of his identity. The words hit like a blade to the gut. But you are not alone, Princess Rhaenys. Varys added gently. You have a part to play as well. Then, from the folds of his robe, he produced a dagger. Not a kitchen knife, a real blade, small but deadly. The pommel bore the sigil of House Targaryen. I stared at it, breathless. Remember, my dear, nowadays winters come and go, the lion roars from time to time, and the storm is full of sound and fury that signifies nothing. Varys said softly, to survive the Game of Thrones you have to play the cards you're dealt. One day, you and your brother will reclaim your birthright. The dagger gleamed faintly in the candlelight, its hilt cool and smooth beneath my fingers. A proper blade at last. My hand shook ever so slightly as I traced the three-headed dragon. Aegon lives, but I would not burden my fate to him. If Aegon was being shaped into a king across the sea, I would shape myself into something just as dangerous here, a queen in all but name. Let Aegon raise his army in exile, I would prepare the ground for his return. I lifted my gaze to Varys. You've known for some time that my brother lived. I said, my voice steady. And yet you chose to tell me now. Why? Varys offered one of his small, tight smiles. Because now, my princess, you are ready to hear it. I met his eyes. Teach me. His head tilted. Teach you, my lady. I stepped closer, the dagger at my side. I want to learn your kind of power, the power of whispers. For a moment, Varys said nothing. Then he smiled. Then, my princess, he said softly, we shall begin. Durandon Baratheon's Pav. A small army of tomcats darted around me as I slipped back into the shadows of Flea Bottom, their obedience sharper than ever. The once wild and vicious, were now obedient shadows at my feet, responding to simple commands, their feral nature dulled by daily discipline. A few rats and doves, too, returning day after day, more receptive to my will. Magic was a cheat code, and animal friendship had worked wonders to boost my understanding of animal handling. It was ridiculous for now, training cats like a madman, but it was a start. If I could make a dozen cats dance at my will, what was stopping me from taming beasts far larger? Hunting hounds, warhorses, direwolves. What about dragons? Or even giants? If they were simple enough creatures, just flesh and instinct, no matter how large, then why not? The world was a forge, and I was the smith. And it wasn't just beasts I sought to master. Father had announced a tournament for my upcoming name day, an excuse to appoint me a sworn shield and another opportunity to shatter the tedium of ruling. He thought of it as a game, a spectacle. I thought of it as an opportunity. There was only one man I wanted as my shield, Sandor Clegane. He was the perfect candidate. Strong, practical, loyal only to his own survival. Most importantly, a man who would endure Joffrey for years in the books. If the hound could stomach him, he could surely tolerate me, at least long enough for me to use him. And beyond the hound, there was Tywin. I'd finally manipulated Pycelle into sending a message to the Lord of Castle Rock, carefully planting the idea that fostering me at Castle Rock was, of course, his own brilliant suggestion. A clever crown prince among lions. Tywin would see it as a move to strengthen his family's position in the Game of Thrones. Let him scheme. Let him think he was molding me into his perfect king. By the time Tywin Lannister realized what I truly was, what I was building, it would be too late. Because magic wasn't just something I dabbled in. I was mastering it. For I have always been a good listener. A quiet child, polite and unassuming, with eyes that never missed a detail. It only felt natural for me to use that to my advantage. Infiltration wasn't something a prince should need, yet here I was, slipping through the cracks of King's Landing like smoke through a chimney at Chhattaya's brothel. Never through the front door. That would be idiotic. The chimney was my route, sliding down with the soot like a shadow. Other times, I folded myself into forgotten spaces, behind a seldom used curtain, beneath floorboards that groaned but never broke. The art of seduction was just a fraction of what happened within those walls. Chhattaya's was a neutral ground for whispers and schemes, where secrets were exchanged like coin and alliances sealed over wine-stained lips. And my cult of the stranger, those I had scattered within, were sharpening too, learning subtlety and charm. Then there was Arryn, my first disguise. A ghost at the Alchemist's Guild, a one-eyed boy with a scarred face and a right eye the color of a dull sky. Black hair draped over my face like a curtain, an improvised eye patch hiding the supposedly empty socket. Hallyne barely noticed me, no more than I allowed him to in order to lay the seeds for a future tutorship. To the alchemists, I was just another lowborn apprentice scrubbing cauldrons and fetching jars of green death. They were too preoccupied with wildfire and ancient formulas to pay me any real mind. But even while working, I was listening. Listening to muttered secrets about binding magic to matter. To whispers of blood spells etched into stone, glass candles that blazed with unnatural light, and formulas so ancient only the eldest dared to study them. I read when I could, fingers tracing glyphs on forgotten Valyrian scrolls, sorting madness from myth, searching for a single spark of truth. Details of wildfire's nature, lists of rare reagents, and, most interesting of all, hints at how arcane formulas could be bound to objects, imbuing them with power. Alchemy, in its rawest form, was but a cousin to magical item crafting, two sides of the same, twisted coin. I memorized the runes. Not all of them made sense, yet, but I would unravel them. And then there were the planes. Most of the alchemists' talk was tangled nonsense, but thanks to the knowledge of my past life, I caught the threads they couldn't. Speculations about the realm of fire, where R'hllor's priests drew their power, the ancient weirwood net once used by the children of the forest, and the murky plane of shadow and negative energy slipping between worlds. And so much more. Half fantasy, half forgotten science, but always a pattern. Faint, but there. And when Arryn slipped back into the streets of King's Landing at night, another boy emerged, Darren. A one-eyed, silver-haired bastard, his left eye a glimmering amethyst beneath hair kissed by ash and smoke. Valyrian enough to draw Tobho's curiosity, but not enough to make him ask dangerous questions. The man had the eyes of a hawk but the patience of a smith, sharp when it mattered, yet dismissive of what seemed irrelevant. Like me. Arryn listened and read. Darren watched and mimicked. When I wasn't blending with the orphans Tobo allowed to sweep the floors, I was watching how he folded steel, how he worked the cohoric secrets into the blade's very essence. How his hands danced over the anvil, his movements precise as if each strike of the hammer was a spell in itself. I studied the runes woven into the master's prized blades, felt for the faint pulse of magic bound to the steel. More than once, I borrowed a tool, a small hammer, and a pair of tongs, inspecting them in secret before returning them without notice. At first I didn't yet have the means to replicate his work, but I was finally learning. It wasn't just about learning a craft, it was about understanding how magic bled into the world. How fire became wildfire. How steel drank blood and grew stronger. How magic didn't just exist, it was built. And somewhere between Hallyne's mutterings and Tobho's hammer strokes, something inside me clicked. It wasn't sudden, mind you, not a bolt of lightning or a flash of dragonfire, but a slow, grinding shift, like two great gears finally locking into place. Ping, a sound I had grown too familiar with, yet this time, it felt heavier. Quest completed. The best teachers are those who show you where to look but don't tell you what to see. Condition. Find yourself at least 2 extraordinary teachers in any skill or tool of your choice that has ties to the arcane 2 halves. Reward. Unlock another class. So that's what it took me to unlock my next class, not just training or surviving, but tearing apart the pieces others hoard like Lannisters with their gold. Still, another class. I didn't realize how much I craved those words until I saw them. Ping. New class acquired. In the world of magic, everyone seeks great and powerful magical items, but somebody has to make them. Alchemists, arcane inventors, rune smiths poring over their anvils, the tinkers, creators, and engineers that change the world as we know it. About time. Halline hoards his wildfire formulas like their dragon eggs, and Tobo guards his cohoric secrets like the last ember of magic in the world. They seem to believe magic was something you lock away or sell to those with sufficient gold. I saw it as something you wielded to attain ultimate power. You are now an artificer. The words burned behind my eyes like wildfire, a flash of raw, undeniable magic. And just like that, the fragments I'd gathered, the alchemists, transmutations, the smith's enchantments, merged into a whole. It was a science. Magic wasn't abstract anymore like drawing from divine inspiration or raw nature. It was a language, a code waiting to be cracked, a formula that could be bent and broken and reshaped. The weight of that title settled in my chest like a spark catching fire. I skimmed the new abilities flooding into my mind, the sudden understanding of how to weave magic into objects, the way a mere tool could become something more. Class features: Artificer, rank D. Tool proficiency available: Tinker's tools. Glad to see that my days invested in fidgeting with scraps and some of Tobo's tools have finally paid off. Skill proficiencies available: Arcana, Medicine, Nature. Select one. Another easy pick. Skill proficiency gained: Arcana. The nonsense the alchemists spouted about glass candles, shadow binders, and the art of waking stone wasn't nonsense anymore, it was an incomplete cipher. The properties of wildfire, the strange bond Valyrian steel shared with magic, the runes hidden in both Tobo's metalwork and Halline's scrolls, they all connected. They were steps on a ladder. One I intended to climb. And why stop at small creations? If I could master the art of binding magic to steel, then what stopped me from one day crafting more than just enchanted daggers or glowing rings? What stopped me from binding magic to something bigger? Fraying threads of a greater weave. Arcane Half-Caster, rank D, you have learned how to channel magical energy through objects. New cantrips learned. Guidance True Strike, Mending. The first time I cast Guidance, I half expected some dramatic flare of magic, a glow around my hands, maybe a whisper in the wind. But no, it was quieter. Stranger. The moment my fingers brushed my own wrist, the world stretched. Suddenly, I wasn't just standing there, I was seeing flickers of what could happen. If I took a step left, I might avoid a creaky floorboard. If I leaned my weight just right, my grip would be firmer. If I chose the right words, I could dance closer to a lie without slipping. It didn't hand me the answers, it was more like a subtle pull toward better odds. A minute of hyper-focus where the chaos of possibility sharpened into something I could almost grasp. Almost. Because just knowing the odds didn't guarantee I'd beat them, it just meant I could feel how close I was to failing. True Strike was faster. More violent. A snap of awareness, less than a breath, where the world cut itself into perfect angles and precise movements. I wasn't guessing how my blade would swing or how my enemy might dodge, I knew. For one heartbeat, I could feel how the dagger's weight shifted in my grip, how my stance would tilt if I put too much pressure on my back foot, how the target in front of me would flinch before it even realized it was moving. It wasn't a plan, it was clarity, like the strike had already happened in some unseen future, and I was simply catching up to it and making sure I didn't botch it. Mending was slower magic, deliberate, patient, the kind of spell that didn't demand power but precision. I whispered the words over a torn scrap of cloth and pressed the broken halves of a rusted gear together. The magic didn't spark or hum, it seeped into the break, as if I were simply reminding the world how things were supposed to be. The rip in the cloth closed without a trace, the gear's fracture faded like it had never been there. There was no fanfare, no grand display, just a quiet, effortless correction. And when the magic faded, it left no mark behind. Almost disappointing, really. The world didn't seem to care that I'd reshaped it to my will. New spells learned. Detect magic and purify food and drink. Figuring out what a ritual spell was, that was a revelation. At first, I thought all magic drained me for a day, a spark of power from some unseen well inside me. But rituals, they were different. No rush, no sudden burn of energy, just a slow, methodical unwebbing of the world's rules. It was magic without cost, if you had the time to spare. Almost 10 minutes of carefully tracing invisible lines in the air, repeating words until they almost lost meaning, and then the magic would click into place. It wasn't about raw power, it was about patience. I didn't have to spend my magic to make it work. I could take the long road and keep my strength for when I really needed it. The thought was comforting and dangerous. Because the longer I practiced, the more I realized time and secrecy were often more valuable than raw strength. For the first time I performed detect magic as a ritual, it felt like peeling a layer off reality. Long minutes of whispered words and drawn symbols in my chamber, every second an agonizing risk, a passing servant, a hidden spy, one of Varys, birds lurking just out of my blind sight. But when the spell finally took hold, it was like opening my eyes for the first time. The world wasn't just stone and wood anymore, it breathed. Faint auras pulsed at the edges of objects, the lingering alchemical traces in my tinker's tools, the faint glimmer from the Valyrian steel dagger I had with me at all times. It wasn't blinding, more like a soft glow, as if magic was a thin mist hanging over everything. And the moment I stopped concentrating, the world went back to normal, solid and still, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined it all. Finally, purify food and drink felt practical. Less like bending the rules of the world and more like correcting them. I tested it on a rotting apple and a waterskin that reeked of something sour. Several minutes of deliberate focus, words that felt more like an alchemist's formula than a spell, and then, it was done. No flash of light, no burst of magic, just fixing what was broken. The apple's skin smoothed, the stench of spoiled water vanished, and what remained was clean, untouched, as though time itself had reversed, pulling both items back to the moment before they began to decay. It wasn't a miracle, it was a method. The spell didn't create anything new, it simply undid the damage. Basic alchemy, transmutation in its simplest form. But simple didn't mean useless. It was a glimpse into what could be, if I ever learned to push further, to reshape not just rot, but reality itself. New ability. Tinker's Magic, Rank D. Your mastery of assembling pieces into something useful has evolved into something extraordinary. By channeling a touch of magic into your craft, you can create simple, functional items out of whatever scraps you may have at your disposal. Scraps into something useful. It started small. A bent nail, a shard of broken glass, a strip of leather, useless on their own. But when I focused, when I willed them to work together, something shifted. It was like threading invisible strings through the pieces, pulling them into place, not with logic or skill alone, but with a spark of raw intent. The nail straightened just enough, the glass dulled at the edges, and the leather tightened like a hinge. A crude lockpick, barely functional, but functional all the same. The magic didn't roar to life like a spell, no crackling fire or blinding light. It whispered, quiet, practical, efficient. Less about summoning magic and more about maneuvering it into form, like heating steel until it bends. I tested it again, a few rusted nails and a torn piece of cloth in Tobo's forge. With a bit of focus, the cloth wound itself into a makeshift pouch, the nails twisting into a clumsy clasp. A few pebbles and a strip of leather. Ball bearings. A broken mug and a bit of twine. A crude bell. It wasn't just about what I had, it was about how I saw it. A sack from scraps, a net from frayed rope, a candle from a chunk of wax and a bit of thread. But they didn't last. That was the catch. By the next day, the magic faded, the pouch fell apart, the ball bearings crumbled to dust, and the candle melted into a worthless lump of wax. It was temporary, a cheat, like patching a torn boot with spit and hope. Still, that was enough. A lockpick didn't need to last a lifetime, just long enough to open a door. A rope only had to hold until you made the climb. Magic was about utility, not permanence. And when I opened my hand again to see the last remnants of a quickly forged crowbar dissolving into scraps, a thought settled in my mind like a slow-burning ember. I wasn't just using magic anymore. I was building it. Title: Crown Prince Small Human, Neutral. Level: 4 Proficiency Bonus, +2. Class: Assassin C, Bard D, Fighter D, Hunter D plus Artificer D. HP: 8 Armor Class, 11 Padded Armor. Divine Points: 2, Max Tier, 1. Primal Points: 3, Max Tier, 1. Arcane Points: 2, Max Tier, 1. Speed: 3.5 miles per hour 30 feet. Traits: Tinker's Magic. STR: 8-1 Child's Body Penalty. EXP Athletics, +3. Dex: 9-1 Child's Body Penalty +1 Ability Score Pending Proficient Save +1. EXP Acrobatics, +3. Pro Sleight of Hand, +1. EXP Stealth, +3. Con: 8-1 Child's Body Penalty. Int: 16 +3 Proficient Save +5. Pro Arcana, +5. Pro History, +5. Pro Investigation, +5. Nature, +4. Religion, +4. Wis: 15 +2. Animal Handling, +3. EXP Insight, +6. Medicine, +3. EXP Perception, +6. EXP Survival, plus 6. Cha, 18 plus 4. EXP Deception, plus 8. Intimidation, plus 5. EXP Performance, plus 8. Pro Persuasion, plus 6. Tools. Tinker's Tools. Cantrips. Friends Vicious Mockery, Shillelagh, Thornwhip Mending Guidance True Strike. First tier Divine Spells. Sleep, Hideous Laughter, Heroism. First tier Primal Spell. Goodberry, Hail of Thorns, Longstrider, Animal Friendship. First tier Arcane Spells. Detect Magic, Purify Food and Drink. The 31st of August 2020. The 30th of September 2021. The 4th of July 2022. The 1st of January 2025. Hope this chapter is of your liking. Anything you wish to ask, feel free to do so. Check out my auxiliary chapter if you still haven't. Thanks as always for your attention and please be safe. Any problems with my writing, just point them out and I will correct them as soon as possible. Like it, add to library. Daichi_TBR 193 creators, thoughts. 66 comments 0 vote. The Sun and the Moon. Rhaenys Targaryen's POV. The room was small. Too small for a princess, though I was not supposed to call myself that. Just Lady Targaryen. The girl who secretly planned her vengeance against the traitors who betrayed her family. The girl who refused to smile sweetly and pretend not to notice the wary glances the guards gave her. The girl whose mother died screaming as the mountain crushed her beneath his weight. Varys's voice was a whisper, soft as silk sliding over steel. You must learn to watch without being seen, my lady. Listen without appearing to hear. He always called me, my lady, never, princess. It was a dangerous word in these halls. A word that could get me killed, or worse. I sat cross-legged on a cushion, my hands folded in my lap, just as he taught me. Back straight, head slightly bowed. A humble girl, a forgotten girl. They never see the quiet ones. The spider said, the quiet ones survive. But I did not want to merely survive. Why should I listen to fools? I asked, biting down the venom in my voice. What good are their words? Varys smiled, a slight thing, a shadow of a smile. Because fools reveal what the wise conceal. His pale fingers traced the rim of a goblet, as if even the silver cup might betray a secret. A careless lord boasts of his schemes to a whore, a drunkard knight curses his liege to his squire, and servants, servants hear everything. The game is not won by strength, my lady. It is won by knowing what others would rather keep hidden. I hated how much sense he made. Clenched my fists in my lap, nails biting into my skin. I wanted to scream at him, at this plump, perfumed man who spoke in riddles, who danced around the truth as if it were a viper waiting to strike. But I bit my tongue until I tasted blood. I was not a dragon ready to spread her wings and burn those that vexed her. Not yet. Teach me, then, I said. My voice was calm, too calm, like still water over deep, dark depths. Teach me to listen. Varys inclined his head, a mockery of a bow before the lessons continued. The first day was a quiet one. He had me follow him during the night through the halls of the Red Keep, not like a lady trailing her escort but like a shadow trailing its master. Despite my longing to escape this castle, he wanted me to make it mine. Not a prison, but a fortress. A domain. Watch, he whispered, but do not let them watch you. I learned how to walk just behind a column when a lord passed, how to let a heavy tapestry swallow me whole when a pair of guards crossed paths. Learned the rhythm of the castle, the time the maids went to sweep the halls, the hour when the knights drank in the yard, the moment when the torches were lit and the corridors grew dim. Time slipped like sand through my fingers, and the days blurred into weeks. Each lesson sharpened me, little by little. How to smile without meaning it. How to flatter a guard while planting doubt in his mind. How to ask questions without ever speaking a word. Varys had me listen to the servants' gossip, the wine-soaked ramblings of a squire about his lord's latest whore, the muttered prayers of a maid scrubbing blood from the floor. Learning with each experience that people reveal more when they think no one cares to listen. I learned to notice how Lisa Tully's eyes lingered too long on Petyr Baelish. How Jaime Lannister, the Kingsguard who saved me with the same sword he murdered my grandfather, seemed too familiar with his sister, the Queen. How the usurper spoke more of hunting and whoring than ruling. How Grand Maester Pycelle, bent and feeble as he appeared, moved with surprising surety when he thought himself alone. Cracks in the armor people thought was unbreakable. And when Varys praised me, no clapping hands, no bright words, just a slight nod, I felt it. Not the soft warmth of a girl learning her sums or embroidery. No, something darker. Power. I was still a prisoner, but now I was learning how to slip the chains without anyone seeing. When Aegon comes back, because he will come back, I don't want to be the sister sitting pretty in a tower, waiting to be used as a weapon against him. I won't be a pawn in someone else's game. I want to play it. Every morning, I dressed in simple gowns, my dark hair bound tight appropriately. A lady in name alone. Every night, I lay awake in my chambers, staring at the dark ceiling, replaying the day's whispers and looks and lies. I was not a fool, but this wasn't something I learned in a moon's turn. I stumbled. I failed. There were moments when I spoke too quickly or lingered too long, when a knight's eyes flicked to me, brows furrowing. Moments when Varys's smile slipped just enough for me to know I had done something wrong. But I learned. And when I did something right, when I managed to move unnoticed through the corridors or extract a careless secret from a handmaid, there was no praise. Just a quiet nod. A flicker of satisfaction. The first time Varys allowed me to follow his little birds, I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Children younger than me, thin boys with runny noses and hollow-cheeked girls with darting eyes, scurried through the known hidden passages of the Red Keep like rats in the walls. I became one of them. My hair tucked beneath a dirty scarf, my fine silks traded for scratchy wool, my silver sandals swapped for scuffed boots too big for my feet. I followed a boy through a shadowed corridor, watching as he pickpocketed a drunk knight inside the cellar. I trailed a girl who crept into the kitchens, listening as she overheard a maid weeping about her lord's bastard. Varys had me copy a message in a cipher I didn't recognize, a twisting maze of symbols and slashes, to be tied to a raven's leg. I fumbled at first, scratching out the wrong mark, but he said nothing. Mistakes draw eyes, he murmured, leaving me to believe that was the end of the lesson, until he added. But so does excellence. His gaze drifted past me, to the open window, to the training yard below. I followed his line of sight until I sighted Duerandon Baratheon. The crown prince, a prodigious boy who should have been raised as my brother's loyal servant but wasn't. He trained with Barristan Selmy, his movements too precise, too controlled for a boy his age. He was no ordinary child. At first, I thought it was just the weight of his name, Baratheon, that made him stand out. But it was more than that. There was a sharpness in his gaze. A cold calculation beneath the surface. Varys's voice was a thread of silk behind me. He's clever, that one. Too clever. I kept watching, but Durandon's every swing of his sword seemed methodical. He wasn't just fighting, he was learning. Adjusting. Calculating. Certainly someone that might grow to become a rival to my brother. Varys stepped closer. My little birds once whispered a couple of years ago that the young prince was seen near someone else's chambers late at night. My eyes snapped to him. Spying. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Lost, they said. Hungry. A toddler wandering the halls until a guard found him. Varys didn't seem to believe that. But the boy was already younger than me. What sort of scheme could he have been plotting at such age? And then, he stopped. No more wandering, or at least no more mistakes. He watched me, his head tilting ever so slightly until he said softly. Be careful of the quiet ones, my lady. The ones who stop making mistakes. He let the words hang in the air, heavy and deliberate. I soon understood the game he was playing. He was telling me to watch Duerandon. Not just as a precocious kid of strange habits, but as a player in this endless game of thrones. He is not yet your enemy. Varys murmured. But neither is he your friend. Perhaps you can nudge that into a favorable position for you. And then, the final seed. Get close to him. Study him. Learn his secrets. The game was not about dragons or thrones, not yet. It was about knowledge. About knowing the strength and the weakness of every piece on the board. And Duerandon Baratheon was a piece I needed to understand. Varys's Pav. Hope is a dangerous thing. It is a fire that can burn away despair, but left unchecked, it becomes reckless, consuming. And reckless hope is what had gotten the last of Rhaegar's line butchered beneath Tywin Lannister's heel. I had planted a seed, nothing more. A whisper in the dark, a quiet assurance that the girl was not alone. It was enough. Enough to keep her from attempting something foolish, like slitting a servant's throat with a stolen kitchen knife. She was too smart to let grief turn her blind, but not yet wise enough to wield her hate as a weapon. At first, I thought that would be the end of it. She would take solace in the knowledge that her brother lived, that her bloodline was not yet snuffed out, and in her mind, that would mean her rescue was only a matter of time. That the days of bending her neck would end. Yet the little dragon surprised me. She stared back at me, eyes burning with quiet resolve, and asked to learn. Not the lessons expected of a girl in her position, not embroidery or courtly smiles or the duties of a highborn lady. No, she wished to learn my art. I was intrigued. It had been a passing whim, I thought. A child's fascination with shadows, an attempt to seize some measure of control in a world where she had none. I expected her interest to wane within a fortnight, that she would tire of whispered lessons and late-night prowls through the Red Keep. She did not. She listened. She learned. And, above all else, she adapted. I watched her learn to shed her noble bearings like a snake molting its skin. The way she softened her footfalls, how she measured her movements, her silences. She learned to disappear in plain sight, to let others speak while she merely listened. She was a quick study, and quicker still at understanding the deeper lessons, how to draw whispers from loose tongues, how to let silence do the work of a dozen words. She was not perfect, of course. She made mistakes. She would forget herself and let her pride flare, or her anger would make her reckless. But she learned from those failures, and I found myself reconsidering my plans. I had intended to shape her into a useful tool, a quiet ear among the nobles who might one day serve my true king after he was properly molded in Essos. But Rhaenys did not wish to be a tool. She wished to be a player. And that, I could also make use of. For the moment, she remained within my grasp, her ambitions aligned with my own. But ambition is a hungry thing, and I would be wise to guide her toward my ends before she found her own. From what my little birds told me, I was not the only one who had taken a pupil. Lord Petyr Baelish had begun to coil himself around young Elise Arryn like a patient serpent. An eager student, that one, 11 years old, sharp of mind, and burdened with the knowledge that she would never rule her father's seat. A clever girl with secret hopes of one day becoming a worthy option for Prince Duerandon to take as queen. And in return for sharpening her mind, for dangling that dream before her, Littlefinger would gain his most invaluable friendship, a girl who, in time, might be inclined to whisper his words in the ear of the next king, just as Lisa Tully had whispered his words to Jon Arryn for years. Fascinating. Baelish was playing the long game, as always. Elise Arryn, if properly groomed, could become his next Lisa. Only this time, he would start early, shaping her while she was still impressionable, before her place in the world was truly set. If I were to make use of Rhaenys, I would need to move faster. And then there was the matter of the Baratheon boy. I had long kept my eye on him, not for his blood, but for his mind and spirit. His silence was unnatural for a child, too controlled, too deliberate. Even as a toddler, he had been caught wandering the halls in the dead of night, only to never be lost again. A child that stopped making mistakes. A dangerous thing. If left unchecked, he would be an obstacle to Aegon's return. A king with both cunning and strength is a king not so easily toppled. Yet if I moved against him too soon, Westeros would fall into chaos before Aegon was ready. There was only one solution. I let my gaze linger on the little dragon, watching her watch him training with one of the greatest knights of Westeros. Rhaenys had already begun to notice his sharpness, the weight of his silences, the intelligence behind his every action. I had no need to push her. A whisper here, a suggestion there, and her path was set. Get close to him, I told her, my voice a mere breath against the stone walls. Study him. Learn his strengths, weaknesses and secrets. She would watch him as she watched the others. She would study him, befriend him, learn what made him tick. And in time, she would become the leash I needed. A counterbalance. And should she prove as capable as I suspect, perhaps something more. A dragon with her own web. Elise Arryn's POV. The ledgers before me were more than numbers. They were whispers on parchment, the pulse of the kingdom measured in coin. Every transaction told a story, of alliances forged in debt, of power shifting beneath ink and wax seals, of gold that vanished into unseen hands. Lord Petyr Baelish sat across from me, sunlight filtering through the chamber's tall windows, casting shifting golden hues over the pages. He looked at ease, fingers laced together, watching me with the kind of indulgent amusement one might have for a favored student. And yet, beneath the smile, there was an edge. Always an edge. A girl with your name should not concern herself with such dull matters. He mused, his voice carrying no real discouragement, only curiosity, as if testing the shape of my mind, measuring how I might respond. I dipped my quill into the inkwell, careful to keep my expression gentle, my tone light. And yet here I am. His chuckle was soft, like a secret shared between conspirators. Then let us proceed. He reached over, tapping a finger against the ledger before me. Tell me, my lady, what do you see? I glanced down at the accounts. From what I had learned, the sums were meticulous, the calculations precise. Too precise, perhaps. My father once told me that coin had a way of slipping between fingers, yet these records painted a picture of flawless efficiency. A well-managed kingdom, I said carefully. And yet, something felt off. The numbers were neat, too neat. There were no signs of the usual fluctuations Lord Petyr Baelish always talked about, no irregularities, no slight discrepancies, no evidence of the natural ebb and flow of coin slipping into pockets unseen. It was as if every piece of gold knew exactly where it belonged. Littlefinger's smile widened, as if he could see the uncertainty taking root in my mind. Clever girl. The praise should have made me proud. I had always wanted to be clever. Duerandon might have been the first to make me believe that was an achievable goal. But the words sat strangely, like a glove that did not quite fit. For months now, I had sat in these lessons, absorbing the intricacies of coinage and commerce. And perhaps not intentionally, I had learned far more than Baelish had meant to teach me. How taxes were bled from the small folk, how tariffs choked merchants unless the right hands were greased, how debt bound lords to the crown more tightly than any oath could. By his own admission, Lord Baelish was still learning it too. He had only recently taken his seat as master of coin, yet he spoke as if he had always belonged here, as if he had been waiting for this moment his entire life. There was hunger beneath his words, a thrill in the way he described the power money held, quiet, insidious power. And yet, something was missing. I notice the crown is borrowing often, I said at last, tracing a column of figures with my finger. And yet our debts never seem to drown us. Lord Baelish leaned forward slightly, his expression unreadable. Gold flows like a river, my lady, he murmured, and rivers must be diverted wisely. Or damned, I added before I could stop myself. His lips twitched, the ghost of amusement flickering across his face. Indeed. Heat rose to my cheeks, and I quickly looked down at the page. Had I spoken out of turn? I should not have interrupted him. But, the thought had come so naturally. Elise, you have the makings of a ruler yourself, he said, his voice warm, approving. A reference, I knew, to the whispers I had begun to hear. That my proximity to the crown prince as we were both children might one day bloom into something more. That one day, I might be queen. The thought startled me, not for the first time. I glanced up, meeting Baelish's gaze, unsure whether he meant to flatter or if he truly believed it. I wanted to believe it. And yet, there were things I had begun to notice. Small things. Easy to dismiss if I hadn't learned from Duerandon to always think twice, to expect the best and worst of people, to prepare for both. It was not just the ledgers that troubled me. It was the way my stepmother, Lisa, spoke of my tutor. The two fond glances. The way her fingers lingered on the edges of letters written in a familiar hand. At first, I had thought nothing of it. But then I began to see more. How Lisa never spoke of her marriage with warmth. How, when we sat together, her gaze would flicker toward the door, as if expecting someone. How she clutched at the same letters late at night, her hands trembling. The pieces did not yet fit together. Perhaps I was imagining things. Perhaps this was just another part of courtly life I had yet to understand. For now, all I could do was listen. Baelish continued, guiding me through the duties of the master of coin, the mints, the collectors, the keepers of the keys, the harbor masters, the wool factors. His explanations were confident, but there was still an exploratory quality to them, as if he was mapping out his own domain even as he taught me about it. Then, with casual ease, he leaned back and said, "You know, my lady, that your lord father once trusted me with the customs at Gulltown." I blinked. He had never mentioned this before. A test of sorts. Lord Baelish continued smoothly. He wanted to see if a young man with no great name and no great lands, but with a respectable reputation, could manage the Vale's busiest port. And could you? I asked, intrigued by the way his eyes glinted. I did more than manage it. I learned from it. He traced an idle pattern on the desk with a finger. Gulltown is not so different from King's Landing, in truth. Gold moves through its streets like water, and every man, lord or merchant owes someone. There was something almost reverent in his tone as he added. An invaluable lesson, and one I will spend the rest of my days repaying for what your father did for me back then. The words should have reassured me. They painted a picture of a man grateful to my family, loyal to the Lord of the Eyrie. And yet, seeming to read my thoughts and wishing to interrupt my doubts, Lord Baelish smiled before tilting his head slightly. Did you know, my lady, that tariffs can be a blade or a shield, depending on how they are wielded? I hesitated, sensing the lesson within the story. If they are too high, trade slows. If too low, the city bleeds gold. Exactly. He nodded approvingly. Your father was careful. He did not wish to overburden his people, but he understood that coin is power, and power is best held in careful hands. He looked down at the ledgers again, his fingers tapping idly against the parchment. Jon Arryn taught me restraint. But he also taught me that those who control trade control the realm. A lesson I would very much like to impart to you. There was something about the way he said it. A quiet promise. A quiet challenge. I listened. I learned. Slowly, but surely. And all the while, I watched him. Petyr Baelish's Pav. Elise Arryn was clever. Not exceptionally so, not yet, but clever enough to be worth my time, and more importantly, susceptible enough to be guided. A mind that was sharp but still malleable, a future player in the game, but one who did not yet know the rules. Jon Arryn had given her every advantage except the most important one, an understanding of how power truly worked. The old man still thought in terms of oaths and honor outweighing coin, and a good name was worth more than a well-placed bribe. Blind to the far sharper currency that ruled the world. Gold, influence, debt. He had taught his daughter history and statecraft, believing those were the tools of rule. But history was written by men who knew how to wield debt as a blade, and statecraft was shaped by those who controlled the flow of coin. That, of course, is where I came in. She learned quickly. Her gaze skimmed over ledgers with increasing scrutiny, her brow furrowing at sums that did not behave as she expected. She hesitated before speaking, weighing the value of her words, measuring her conclusions like a merchant assessing the worth of a coin. Good. She had an instinct for this game, though she did not yet realize she was playing it. That was the trick with young minds. They believed they were absorbing knowledge when in truth, they were being shaped. Molded. They did not yet see the hands that guided them. Elise thought she was learning to master numbers and finance, to wield them as tools, to elevate herself beyond the simple role of a noble daughter meant for marriage. And in a way, she was. But more importantly, she was learning from me. That was the key. I would not make her my pawn. No, that was too crude, too obvious. I had played that role before, with Lisa, and while useful, it had its limitations. Elise Arryn would be something more. An investment, a carefully cultivated relationship, one that would bear fruit in due time. She was wary of flattery, which made it all the more satisfying when she accepted a carefully measured dose. Suspicion could be worn away, layer by layer, with the right blend of truth and misdirection. That was why I let certain things slip. Not the grand design, not yet, but enough to paint a picture of myself as a man of ambition, but also restraint. A man who understood the weight of coin, the burden of responsibility. A mentor, a teacher, perhaps, in time, even a friend. And in the meantime, the game continued. The girl was not my only investment. The treasury, gutted as it was by the expenses of the new king, had become my true domain, a beast with veins of gold and debts for bones, and I had set about remaking it in my image. Robert Baratheon, in his infinite indulgence, saw gold as a means to an end, feasts, tournaments, extravagance. He was a man who spent freely and thought of debt only when the weight of it threatened to drown him. That suited me well enough. I would pay the king's debts in promises and put the crown's gold to work. I did not simply plan to hoard wealth. Gold locked in a vault was useless, a dragon asleep upon its hoard. No, I had plans to make it move. To buy wagons, ships, storehouses. I would soon secure monopolies where none had existed, create demands where there had been none, and ensure that when the realm hungered during its now more frequent winters, I held the keys to its grain stores. Westeros was slow to understand the value of trade, but I did not suffer from such blindness. I bought wool from the north, linen from the Reach, and silk from Essos. I stored it, moved it, dyed it, sold it. The golden dragons bred and multiplied, and I lent them out, bringing them home with hatchlings. More importantly, I ensured that those who owed the crown owed me. Robert did not care whose pockets were lined, so long as the coin kept flowing. Jon Arryn, cautious as he was, had other matters to occupy him. The queen, well, she had her own battles to fight. And so, the ledgers shifted beneath my hand, debts that had once been shackles turning into levers. I placed my pieces carefully, ensuring that when the time came, the realm would find itself bound by invisible chains of credit, taxes, and obligations. No one noticed the power slipping away from them, not yet. But they would. And Elise, she was watching, learning. The first flickers of true understanding were beginning to take root in her mind. She had noticed the debts, and had begun to grasp the nature of their careful balancing act. She had seen the numbers too clean, too precise, the careful curation of accounts that painted a picture that was not wholly real. She did not yet know the full scope of it, but she was beginning to suspect. That, more than anything, made her valuable. Because clever minds seek answers. And those who seek answers always return to the one who taught them where to look. She was not immune to my influence, and I would ensure she never truly escaped it. Elise Arryn is queen. A delicious thought. Not a certainty, not yet, but a possibility worth cultivating. And if she took the crown, well, she would remember who had guided her, who had helped her see the world for what it was. I had spent my life weaving nets, casting threads where no one noticed, ensuring that when the moment came, the realm would be ensnared before it even realized it had been caught. Elise was sharp, but she had not yet seen the depths to which people could sink, the way love and trust could be twisted into nooses around their necks. That was where she differed from me. That was why she would never truly surpass me. For now, I would let her learn. I would let her think she was learning. And in the process, I would make sure she came to trust me. Because in the end, it is not power that truly rules the world. It is the illusion of trust. And no one wields illusions better than I. Durandon Baratheon's POV. Persuasion check succeed. Grand Maester Pycelle thought it was his own idea. That was the brilliance of it. He had gone to Robert with all the pomp and self-importance of a man who believed he had maneuvered the future of the realm into his own wrinkled hands. Lord Tywin would make a most fitting warden for the crown prince. He had declared, reasoning that I could use a firm but steady hand to temper my upbringing, much as Tywin did for his own children. And Robert, indifferent as ever towards me and any matters beyond his next hunt or his next cup, had waved a hand in agreement. Cersei had scowled but said nothing, knowing any protest would only fuel Robert's will to spite her even more. Not that she was satisfied, far from it. Despite our eventual approximation, I wasn't as dependent on her as she would have liked. I was her key to having her own voice heard in the kingdom once I became king. But there was nothing she could do to stop it. Not after her own father had agreed. So the pieces moved. It was done. Soon, I would be leaving King's Landing. It was necessary, a step I had orchestrated with the same careful precision I used for everything else. Tywin Lannister was the only ruler in the South Robert might actually listen to. If I was to grow in power, I needed to stand beneath a lion's shadow before I could one day cast my own. But I had not expected the weight of it. The realization crept in at the edges of my thoughts as I made my preparations. I would be leaving behind those I had grown to appreciate. Lan and Joanna, my little half-siblings, still not yet 4 years old, their laughter echoing through Maegor's Holdfast with a joy untouched by the ugliness of court. Elise, who I had not seen in too long, her sharp mind growing sharper in my absence. Barristan, whose lessons in battle and discipline were worth more than gold. Soon, all of it would be left behind. I spent more time with the twins than I had in months. They were too young to understand, but I saw the way Joanna clung to my arm, the way Lan pouted when I rose to leave. They were Lannisters, through and through, but they were mine in a way no one else in this court was. Barristan did not speak of my departure, but I saw it in his strikes, in the way he lingered after each spar, in the way he ensured I absorbed every word of wisdom he still had time to offer. Pycelle, smug and self-satisfied, did not suspect that I had already bled him and my other teachers dry of every ounce of knowledge they could still provide. And then there was Elise. I had not seen her in weeks, if not months. My time had been consumed with maneuvering, ensuring the foundations I had built in King's Landing would not crumble in my absence. She was my next destination, having invited her for some good old game of cards to rekindle our friendship. But before I could reach Elise waiting for me in her own chambers, someone else found me first. Perception check succeed. A shadow in the corridor. Small, quiet. Thanks to my blind sight, I noticed it far before I heard her voice. Rhaenys Targaryen was not a shadow. Not yet, but she was trying. Insight check succeed. She carried herself with poise, her steps measured, her eyes sharp. There was confidence in her bearing that had not been there before, a certainty, the kind that came from knowledge others weren't meant to possess. The way she held herself, the way she moved, it was studied, rehearsed. She had learned the first lesson of the game. Knowledge is power. And so she assumed that she was the one holding the knife. Prince Duerandon. She finally spoke my name like an invitation. Not a request, but a statement. An expectation. She had no reason to believe I would deny her. She was dressed plainly, her silks exchanged for something darker, easier to move in. Her black hair, always meticulously arranged while hiding her thin strand of silver, was tied back for utility rather than vanity. Her Dornish eyes, once wide with childish wonder, now held something sharper. I turned to properly face her, watching as the air flickered and a familiar window revealed itself above her head. Rhaenys Targaryen, the ward of the crowned rogue, LV, 1. A moment of stillness. Calculation. That was new. The first time I had seen her, that window had read only. Rhaenys Targaryen, the ward of the crown, LV, 0. Level 0. Like any other noble girl, meant to be seen and not heard. Not like this. Not like the princess before me, whose body language betrayed the presence of concealed weapons. My suspicions were confirmed. Someone had been molding her, shaping her into something far more dangerous than the pampered girl who once clung to Elia Myrtell's skirts and then later couldn't take the scowl from her young face. Someone had been training her. Someone had been feeding her knowledge she should never have possessed. Varys. The most plausible answer. The spider, ever smiling, ever whispering. The man who knew too much and said too little. The man who had remained suspiciously quiet about me. He had already ensnared her. Already spun his tale. That her brother was alive. A beautiful, well-crafted lie. Aegon Targaryen was dead, or at the very least, far removed from interfering with Varys' plans. The child he whispered of in the shadows was no Targaryen, but a Blackfyre. A boy raised to be a king, but not the one he claimed to be. And now, Rhaenys was part of it. The spider had woven his web around her, and she had mistaken it for a shield rather than a leash. Your Grace. She greeted me with a humble bow, her tone carefully neutral. I met her gaze, offering a pleasant smile. A mask. Yes. Do you have a moment? She asked, confident that I would comply. A question with an answer already assumed. I tilted my head. Sure. What is it? She hesitated. A flicker of doubt. She had rehearsed this conversation before ever stepping into this corridor. She was testing me. She thought she was ready. Rhaenys stepped closer, lowering her voice just enough to create the illusion of intimacy. I know something about your family, Your Grace. I let her words hang in the air for a beat too long, just enough for uncertainty to creep in. Oh, I murmured, as if intrigued. Which part? She exhaled, bracing herself as if revealing a great truth. That your siblings, Lan and Joanna, are not truly Baratheons. Silence. I kept my expression utterly still as she searched my face for shock. Disbelief. Anger. Deception check succeed. There was none. Not even my amusement was shown. She had come armed with a gossip hidden beneath her sleeve like a blade, ready to strike. But she did not yet realize that the moment she stepped into my presence, the blade had already been stolen from her hands. I allowed myself a small chuckle. You came all this way, I murmured. Just to tell me something I've known for years. A slight intake of breath. A tension in her shoulders. The widening of her pupils. She had expected to catch me off guard. Instead, I had robbed her of her ace up her sleeve. I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice to a whisper. And what else has your master told you, little dragon? Rhaenys froze. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. She barely had time to react before my fingers brushed my sleeve. In one fluid motion, I drew my knife. Valyrian steel. Small, no larger than a paring knife, but gleaming in the dim torchlight. A whisper of a blade, pressed gently against the smooth skin of her throat. Her breath hitched as I smiled. Now, I murmured, light, casual. I believe we do need to talk. Intimidation check succeed. Oh, I so love how reliable my mental skills are in comparison to my physical ones. I couldn't help myself from cheering in my thoughts. Rhaenys Targaryen's Pav. The steel was cold against my skin. I had thought myself prepared. I had thought I was the one with the knife in hand. But I had stepped into the shadows of a boy who seemed to have been forged within them. Duerandon Baratheon smiled down at me, blue and purple eyes gleaming with quiet amusement, and for the first time, I realized how deeply I had miscalculated. I had rehearsed this. Over and over, I had shaped my words and movements into a blade sharp enough to wound anyone's pride and dignity. Varys had warned me, he is not like his father, nor his mother. He sees more than he lets on. Even he had underestimated him. After all, there was only so much one could expect from a kid his age. Shall we play a game, little dragon? His voice was soft, almost gentle, as if this were nothing more than idle courtly banter. And yet, the pressure at my throat remained. I swallowed carefully, my mind racing. This was not how it was supposed to go. I had spent months learning, training, sharpening myself into something more than a pawn. I had learned to wield knowledge as a weapon, and I had been assured I was ready for this. I had not been ready. Ooh, shiny. Before I could even think of reaching for my own weapon, his voice cut through my thoughts. And look, it even has your family's sigil. My knife. I hadn't seen him take it. The lie died in my throat. I knew better. Duerandon tilted his head, his smile deepening. Enjoying himself. You thought I didn't know? He asked. That I had never once considered the truth of my siblings' parentage. That I never noticed how much closer my uncle was to my mother. He clicked his tongue, as if disappointed. You should have aimed higher, princess. Perhaps brought me something about my friend being groomed by the new master of coin. Or at least a well-crafted lie. Anger flared beneath my skin, hot and sharp. I forced myself still. I could feel my pulse against the blade, steady, unyielding. I could not show weakness. I had learned to listen, to watch, to move unseen. But none of it mattered now. Because I had misjudged the most important thing, my target. He had always been a presence in my life. A figure seen from afar, whispered about in the Red Keep. But I had never truly understood. Not until now. Varys sent you. It was not a question, but a certainty. I hesitated for half a breath too long, somehow confirming what he needed to know. Duerandon sighed, reaching forward with his free hand to adjust my collar, smoothing fabric I hadn't even realized had shifted. The blade at my throat was an afterthought. And yet, his voice carried the unmistakable weight of a threat. You will tell me everything. It was not a request. I clenched my fists at my sides. I had no weapons left. Nothing to wield. So I spoke, not all at once, not without hesitation, but once I started, I couldn't stop. He asked, and I answered, because there was no other choice. I didn't know which questions he already knew the answers of and was using to measure my degree of honesty. Yes, I had been training. No, I did not know the full extent of Varys' plans. Yes, I had been told my brother was alive. No, I had never seen him. No, I did not fully trust Varys. Yes, I wanted more. When silence finally fell between us, my thoughts swirled in chaos. How had he known so much? How had I been so blind? Duerandon studied me, his gaze carving my shape into memory, committing every hesitation, every weakness to heart. Then, he smiled, not the sharp-edged smirk of a hunter savoring his prey. Not the cold amusement from before. Something almost casual. The blade vanished from my throat as though it had never been there. I exhaled, feeling the sting of the air where steel had kissed my skin. I don't hold it against you. Your family was wronged. You have every right to seek retribution. He stepped back, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves, as if we had merely exchanged pleasantries. But know this, I will not tolerate anyone who seeks to harm my family or my friends. Keep that in mind while you aid the spider in preparing the realm for this supposed heir. The one who was rescued while your mother was left to be slaughtered. The words landed like a blow. And still, he was not done. Some notes on your performance, princess. He said lightly, as if offering friendly advice. Your movements are too deliberate. A spy should not look like a spy. You walk as if you expect to be caught. I inhaled sharply. And your disguise. His eyes flicked over me. The cut of your tunic is too fine. The stitching at your cuffs, too precise. A common girl wouldn't wear such things. It might fool the oblivious, but not those who know what to look for. My jaw clenched. And most importantly, he stepped past me, returning my weapon without ceremony. His voice dropped to something colder, quieter. You will say nothing of this to your master. I turned sharply, ready to protest. But his hand was already on my shoulder, light but firm. You will tell him the prince was in too much of a hurry to stop and listen to what you had to say. That you will keep trying, though we both know I will continue to ignore you. Meeting his gaze, I noticed he was smiling, though his eyes were not. Telling me I had lost this battle before I had even begun to fight it. Understood. My voice was barely above a whisper. Duerandon gave my shoulder a final pat. Good girl. And then, he was gone. Remaining in the corridor, breath unsteady, heartbeat too loud in my ears, I had thought I was learning the game. That I was making progress for someone my age. He had shown me the abyss between us. Durandon Baratheon's Pav. Varys would be pissed. Rhaenys had listened, absorbing my words with wide, dark eyes, but she hadn't argued. That was more important than outright agreement. A seed planted in quiet soil, needing only time and the right pressure to sprout. She wanted to believe in her brother, in this Aegon, this boy who was supposedly spirited away before the mountain's blade could find his throat. But faith wavers when doubt takes root. If he lived, why had Varys left her to die with her mother? He couldn't possibly have predicted the sudden regain of conscience the Kingslayer would have gone through after murdering her grandfather. I could almost hear the gears turning in her mind. Varys would eventually give her answers once she felt confident enough to ask him, of course, perhaps something about necessity, survival, and sacrifice. But answers, even true ones, could never erase the question itself. And that was enough. For now, I let the conversation slip from my thoughts as I entered my friend's chambers, finding Elise already waiting inside for me. She had draped herself in her usual ease, perched on the arm of a chair, hands folded in her lap. But her eyes, they betrayed her. Normally, before our games, Elise met my gaze like a blade meeting another in a clash of steel. Now, there was something else there. Something guarded. Shall we play? I asked lightly, swinging my satchel onto the table, its familiar weight settling before me. Elise tilted her head, considering me. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten. I began shuffling the deck, letting the cards slide between my fingers with practiced ease. I'd never forget an opportunity to beat you again. She rolled her eyes with a gentle smile but took her seat, setting her hands on the table as I dealt. We then proceeded to play like duelists. Opening moves, careful, precise. Elise began by securing her foundation, favoring alliances before launching an attack. A familiar tactic, one she wielded well. I countered by cutting off her reinforcements, maneuvering pieces into positions that forced her to waste turns responding. She adapted quickly. The Riverlord's card to solidify her position. The Iron Bank to make her next strike heavier. She was learning from me, and that much was clear. I smirked as I played land the clever, undercutting her economy. A bold investment. Elise hummed, unimpressed. Some would say a necessary one. She played the coin lord, balancing out my interference, then followed up with a move I hadn't expected, the Dornish rebellion, disrupting my control in the southern regions of the board. I raised an eyebrow. That's a new one. She smirked. I learned quickly. I adjusted my strategy, drawing her into smaller skirmishes to whittle away her resources, pressing forward where she hesitated. The game stretched longer than our previous matches, each of us countering, adapting, shifting tactics. But she was watching me. Not just my moves, me. I noticed it when she hesitated before playing the Great Council, a piece that could have gained her an advantage. Instead, she chose House Peak, a weaker but more flexible card, one that prolonged the game rather than turning it in her favor. I narrowed my eyes. You're holding back. She tapped her fingers against the wood. Maybe I'm just tired of losing. I snorted. That's a lie. She smirked but didn't deny it. I placed a card onto the board. Or maybe your mind is elsewhere. Elise studied me, then sighed, leaning back in her chair. I suppose you're not wrong. She turned a card idly in her fingers. The coin lord, again. A fitting choice. Baelish, I asked, pretending to be merely curious. She went still. What makes you think that? You noticed something, I said, watching her carefully. Something that doesn't fit. Elise was sharp, too sharp to be blind to Petter Baelish's inconsistencies. I watched as she debated her answer. In the end, she didn't lie. There are irregularities, she admitted slowly. The numbers he presents make sense, but only if you don't look too closely. If you do, there are discrepancies. Tiny ones, hidden beneath layers of plausible deniability. She's catching on. Have you asked him about it? Elise scoffed. And let him know I'm suspicious. I nodded approvingly, playing a card onto the table. The Usurper's Gambit, a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. I've been looking into him. I admitted. Elise's eyes narrowed slightly. You have. I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Someone has to care for the realm while my father drinks himself into oblivion. She huffed a quiet laugh. I thought you only cared about your little projects. Believe it or not, but Baelish is a project. I said simply. Elise studied me again, more thoughtfully this time. I could see her mind working, piecing things together, weighing my words. Then, slowly, a smirk curled on her lips. I'm going to beat you today. I chuckled. Oh, and what makes you so sure? She played a card. The Betrayer. It represented a sudden and unexpected shift in loyalty, allowing the player to flip an opponent's key piece to their side, essentially turning an enemy asset into an ally. A high-impact move that could dismantle carefully laid strategies, especially when played at a pivotal moment. I looked at her move, then at her, raising an eyebrow. A bold choice. She grinned. I learned from the best. I'll start polishing your crown then, Your Grace. I laughed, shaking my head. At least, that's what I would have told you if I didn't have this. She let out a slow breath as I flipped my final card. The Storm's End. The card reinforced my remaining strongholds, nullifying her last-ditch gambit and securing my dominance on the board. A decisive checkmate. Essentially, while the Betrayer had created an opening for her victory, Storm's End slammed the gates shut before she could claim it. Elise's eyes flicked to the board, scanning for an out, a counter. There wasn't one. I leaned back, satisfied. That's game. Elise exhaled, then laughed lightly. Not frustrated, just impressed. You were distracted. I tilted my head. Oh, you weren't playing at your best. She said, tapping a nail against the table. I nearly had you. Had I used the Master of Whispers card, you wouldn't have caught me by surprise. I studied her for a moment, then gave a small nod. You're right. She arched an eyebrow. Something on your mind. I considered my words carefully, then leaned forward slightly. You're not the only one being mentored by a member of the small council. Her expression shifted, the playful ease fading. Who? Stannis? My father? Or Varys? I said before she could have guessed, since Pycelle and Barristan were already my mentors. Elise straightened. He approached you. I shook my head. Not me. Rhaenys Targaryen. Elise's reaction was immediate, tense, sharp. You met with her. I waved a hand. Not in the open. She came to me, disguised. She frowned. That's risky, I know. I interlaced my fingers. And yet, she came anyway. Elise leaned back, arms crossed. The Master of Whispers is playing a dangerous game. He always is, it's part of his job. I tapped my fingers against the table. But Rhaenys is starting to see it. She hesitated. And you trust her? No, she has all the justification to seek retribution for her family's fall. I met her gaze. But I trust that she wants answers. And that want could be useful. Besides, training under someone as skilled and that good of a player as her mentor, she would be a fool to let the opportunity slip. Elise exhaled, considering my words, understanding I wasn't just talking about the Targaryen girl. I could see the conflict in her, the urge to argue versus the logic she couldn't deny. Eventually, she nodded. This is madness. I smirked. Most things worth doing are. Elise Arryn's Pav. Lord Petyr Baelish thinks himself clever, that much was obvious. The way he watched me, the way he spoke to me, always laced with just enough condescension to remind me that I was still a child, but never so much that I might turn away. He was slowly but surely weaving a story where he is the trusted guide, the only man in court who can navigate the tangled webs of numbers, debts, and taxes. It would be so easy for a girl in my position to believe him. And, for a time, I almost did. I had noticed something, small things, subtle discrepancies in the way he spoke of the crown's finances, the ease with which he dismissed complications that should have been cause for concern. But I was unsure. Was I imagining shadows where none existed? Was I looking for deception simply because I knew he was a man my father trusted a bit too much? Lord Petyr Baelish is now the master of coin, the man entrusted with the realm's wealth. And he has always been pleasant. Too pleasant. Yet I lack the proof, the certainty, to accuse him of anything more than arrogance. Then Duerandon confirmed my doubts. I will forever remember the moment with perfect clarity, his sharp gleam in his eyes, the weight in his voice as he spoke of Rhaenys, of her decision to embrace the opportunity presented to her despite the risks. Training under someone as skilled as her mentor, she would be a fool to let it slip away. Duerandon had not needed to say more. I understood. He was giving me a choice. I could warn my father, let him investigate Baelish, let him decide whether the Master of Coin was a threat. Or I could handle this myself. The thought had terrified me at first. I was not naive, I knew the risks. If Baelish was as guilty as we both suspected, then I was walking directly into the pit of vipers, placing myself in his hands and hoping I could slip free before he realized what I was doing. It was reckless. It was foolish. And yet, if I was to be more than just the daughter of the hand of the king, if I was to be even half as clever as I needed to become, then this was a risk I had to take. So I smiled when Baelish spoke, feigned curiosity when he offered to teach me, and let him believe he was molding me into his perfect protege. And in doing so, I would unravel every secret he thought was his alone. Baelish believed himself untouchable, but every man had weaknesses, and his was written in ink and gold. The hidden ledgers, the siphoned gold, the debts he arranged to tighten his grip on the realm. I would know where his money came from, where it went, and when the time was right, I would take it all from him. One day, Petyr Baelish might become powerful enough to be dangerous even to someone like Duerandon. But when that day came, I would make sure his power was already mine. But to turn that childish dream into reality, I would need a bit more than what I already got going for me. In order to actually hope to fool a master of deceit, Duerandon offered to teach me some lessons he was sure would be instrumental in my success. You don't need to raise your voice to win an argument. Durandon's arms were folded as he studied me, expression unreadable. You only need to make them believe your words are undeniable. We sat in my chambers, far from prying eyes and ears, as well as not to raise suspicion that I was spending my days locked in Durandon's chambers. These quiet lessons have become routine, rhetoric, logic, persuasion. He does not call it training, but we both know it is. Make them believe. I echo, turning the phrase over in my mind. That's just another way of saying, lie convincingly. He smirks. Sometimes. But if you're against lying, know this, the best manipulations are simply truths told at the right moment, in the right way. People want to believe what benefits them. You just have to make them think the truth is theirs. Words as weapons. I have always known their power, but never have I seen them wielded with such precision. He shows me how to shape a sentence like a blade, sharp enough to cut, subtle enough to slip between ribs before the victim even notices they are bleeding. Great, you already know enough about the structure of a speech, but structure alone is nothing. He taps a finger on the table between us. You need to control the rhythm of your words, the weight behind them. A well-placed pause can hold as much power as a shouted command. He leans forward slightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. And poetry is not just for songs. It is memory made into art. A phrase that lingers long after the words have faded. He makes me practice, over and over again, not just reciting his words, but creating my own and feeling them, commanding them. I have always been a quick study, but this is something else entirely. I begin to see it. Words are more than communication. They are influence. They are control. They are power. And I will master them. You have more than above average wisdom, you know. Duerandon remarks offhandedly after one of our exercises. That would explain your cleverness before you even had proper training with Pycelle. I blink. I have a what? He waves a hand dismissively. Intelligence and charisma are above average as well, though not to the same level. Your natural aptitude for this is leagues ahead of most people. That's why you're learning so fast. There is something in the way he says it. Not like a compliment, but an observation. As if he is measuring me in ways I cannot see. I want to press him on it, to demand an explanation. But before I can, he moves on. Later, I remark to myself that I didn't realize he had been influencing me until the effects wore off. It is subtle, so subtle that, at first, I attribute it to the natural course of our lessons. I feel at ease in his presence, more receptive to his words, more certain in my responses. When he speaks, I listen. When he asks something of me, I comply without hesitation. It is only when the haze lifts that I realize something was different. A brief moment of clarity, an unsettling realization, my thoughts had not been entirely my own. He has done something to me. I say nothing, but I watched him more closely after that. You're overthinking it. Duerandon's voice cuts through my frustration. I am not. I tried to protest one time, finally finding a teaching a bit too hard for me to grasp. Yes, you are. Watch. He replied before closing his eyes for a moment, then spoke. A heart will not follow a mind that is uncertain. Conviction, Elise. His voice is calm, measured, but the words strike something within me, unraveling the doubt before I can cling to it. Later, when I stumble in my practice, I hear his voice again, not in the room, but in my mind. The memory of it, as clear as if he had spoken anew. And just like that, I steady myself and succeed. It happens again, and again. I begin to wonder if this is a trick he has taught me, or something else entirely. I vaguely recalled having a similar experience back when I began my lessons with Pycelle. One night, I tested him. We were speaking of influence, how a mere word, a suggestion, could shift the course of a conversation. How far does it go? I ask, trying not to sound worried. This charm you speak of. He tilts his head slightly. Far enough. Enough to make someone act against their own better judgment. Not if it goes against their principles, like self-preservation and care for the ones they care more about. He does not answer right away. Then, with an amused glint in his eye, he says, "Why, are you worried I have been twisting your thoughts?" I hold his gaze. Have you, up until these special lessons of ours began, only to inspire you to succeed in your own goals? A slow smile spreads across his face. And even now, I only charm you so that you can learn to reproduce it to your own needs. And, hopefully, resist it if someone ever leverages it against you in the future. At first his answer lingered in my mind, as for the first time I wasn't entirely sure if I could trust his words. But soon I realized that by openly planting that seed of doubt, he was showing me firsthand a bit of the weight I would have to carry once I possessed similar abilities. Those that trusted me with their lives once they became aware of my charm would stop and wonder if everything I told them, if everything we had been through together was a lie. The feeling made me feel isolated, and so I understood what Duerandon was risking to sacrifice between us just so he could make sure I had a powerful card up my sleeve and was aware that others might also have. So that's how he believes people will feel if they learned about his charm. For a long moment, I said nothing. There were layers to his words, layers I was only just beginning to grasp. The weight of what he had given me, the knowledge, the tools, the power, settled onto my shoulders like a cloak I had yet to grow into. I understood now why he had been so careful. Why he had chosen to teach me like this. Because once you wielded this kind of influence, there was no undoing it. No going back to innocence. And yet, despite everything, I was not afraid. I met his gaze, my mind steady, my purpose clear. What's next? He smiled. Durandon Baratheon's Pav. Things had been going so wonderfully with Elise that I had barely spared a thought for the implications of my previous encounter with the little she-dragon sneaking around the Red Keep like one of Varys' little birds. Until, I felt her before I saw her. A whisper of presence just beyond the doors of my chamber. Still, measured breaths. The faintest shift of weight against the segment of my room that had floorboards. No movement, no frantic scrambling. She was waiting. My lips curled as I reached for the handle. Impatient little thing, aren't you? I had expected her to return, but not so soon. After frightening her into submission, I thought she'd at least take a few weeks to lick her wounds, to piece together a better excuse for her inevitable failure at manipulating me. And yet, here she was, sneaking into my chambers, daring fate once again. I pushed the door open in silence. Stealth check. Success. She stood near my desk, back to the entrance, likely rehearsing whatever nonsense she planned to say. Too lost in thought to notice the predator behind her. It was almost too easy. With a flick of my wrist, the Valyrian steel knife slid into my palm, a comfortable weight against my skin. I crossed the room before she even realized I was there. A flash of silver, cold metal brushing the soft skin of her throat. Again, she froze. Gotta give it to you, princess. You are indeed insistent. Annoyance and amusement warred in my voice. Already looking for round two. She exhaled sharply but didn't flinch. I could hear the rapid beat of her heart, the way her pulse fluttered beneath my blade. Not fear. Not entirely this time. I did as you demanded. She murmured, voice steady as she once again surrendered herself. I told Varys I couldn't get your attention. That I would try again later. I hummed, tilting my head. And you think he believed you? She swallowed. Hey, you're either too stupid or too honest for this game. I let out a low chuckle, stepping back as I withdrew the knife, twirling it between my fingers. The spider knows you came here. The next lie you must feed him will have to be that you finally managed to allure me, with your girlish charms, of course. A flicker of something crossed her face, anger, frustration, something deeper as I signaled for her to get lost. But she didn't leave. Instead, she hesitated, gaze flickering toward the door before settling back on me. I couldn't stop thinking about what you said, she admitted. About Varys. About how he only planned to save my brother. How he left me and my mother to die. I leaned against the desk, arms crossed. And, she exhaled, a bitter little laugh escaping her lips. I don't understand. She showed signs of distress. Why didn't you hand me over to the guards? Why didn't you kill me? A pause, her Dornish eyes searching mine. You knew who I was, what I was trying to do. You must know how much I hate your father, the usurper. Silence stretched between us, thick with unspoken things. Rhaenys stood before me, her defiance unraveling at the edges. She had come here with purpose, but I could see it slipping from her grasp like sand through her fingers. She wanted answers. She wanted certainty. She wanted something, anything, to ground her in a world that had left her with nothing but a ruined name and an empty claim. But she was asking the wrong questions. Her breath eventually hitched. Everywhere I turn, someone wants to use me. She said, voice quiet, but raw. The crown, Varys, my so-called allies across the narrow sea. They whisper about my brother, about Aegon, about restoring our house, but to them, I'm just a loose thread, a tool to be shaped, traded, or discarded. Her fingers clenched into fists. You, though, her eyes locked onto mine, searching. You don't care. About me. About what I do next. It's almost maddening. We should be natural enemies. I said nothing, because she wasn't wrong. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed, something fragile flickering behind her gaze. You shouldn't be like this. She whispered, not at your age. I arched my brow. Like what? So prepared. So certain. Her voice wavered. As if nothing can touch you. As if you already know how every move will play out before the game has even begun. I exhaled slowly, watching the way her shoulders hunched inward, the weight of everything pressing down on her like a vice. She had been strong for too long, strong because she had to be. Because no one had given her permission to be anything else. And so, I moved before I could second guess it. She stiffened just as I pulled her into my arms. A sharp inhale, muscles locked in place. She didn't know how to react. Would she shove me away? Should she? Then, something in her cracked. Her hands gripped my tunic, fingers curling tight as her breath hitched against my shoulder. And just like that, the dam broke. A single sob wrenched from her throat before she could swallow it down. Then another. I felt her body tremble against mine, the weight of unspoken grief and fury spilling out in a way she hadn't allowed herself before. Not in front of Jon Arryn. Not in front of Varys. Not in front of those who watched her, measured her, and even if good intentions used her. I didn't say anything, didn't offer hollow words or empty reassurances. I simply held her, letting her break apart in the safety of a silence that belonged to no one but us. Minutes passed. When she finally pulled away, her cheeks were damp, eyes rimmed red, but she didn't retreat completely. Instead, she regarded me warily, studying me with the same sharpness she used when assessing threats. Why? She whispered. I sighed. Because, princess, even you deserve to let go once in a while. A ghost of something passed across her face, disbelief, gratitude, maybe both. But I had no interest in lingering in sentiment. I pushed off the desk, arms crossing once more. You need to leave the Red Keep. Her brows knitted. What? I can get you out. I said simply. Away from this prison. Find you a humble life in Flea Bottom or even get you a boat to cross the narrow sea. Her lips parted, surprise flickering across her face. But, Varys didn't. Varys has nothing to do with this. I cut her off. This isn't about his schemes or his plans. This is about you. You've been caged here long enough, and whether you realize it or not, it's eating away at you. She stared at me as if trying to decipher some hidden game, some deeper angle. But there was none. Persuasion check succeed. Just the truth. And that, more than anything, seemed to unsettle her the most. Rhaenys Targaryen's Pav. I had nothing to take with me. Not a single treasured keepsake, no token of home or family. Everything that tied me to the past was either buried beneath some grave in King's Landing or rusting away underneath the usurper's ass every time he sat to judge people from my family's throne. Duerandon hadn't seemed surprised when I told him that. He only nodded, motioned for me to follow, and led me through the winding passages of the Red Keep with the ease of a shadow slipping through cracks in the stone. I was quiet at first, trying to match his pace, keeping my steps light even as my mind raced. Then, the longer we walked, the more unsettled I became. He knew every patrol route, every gap in Varys' network of eyes. He moved through the keep as if he owned it, cutting through servant corridors and forgotten hallways with a confidence that defied any sense of reason. The spider had spent years weaving his web over this castle, training his little birds to listen and watch. And yet, this boy, this little prince, had found cracks in it. I should have expected it. But I hadn't. I had underestimated him. Again. When we reached a forgotten corridor, narrow and damp, the air thick with the scent of old stone, I was already trying to puzzle out how. How did he slip through the spider's grip? How long had he been learning the hidden veins of this castle, mapping out paths even Varys had overlooked? A tapestry hung loosely against the wall, its fabric brittle with age. Duerandon didn't hesitate. He swept it aside, revealing a hidden passage, so narrow we had to press close together to slip through. Darkness swallowed us whole, the air colder here, untouched by the warmth of torches or candlelight. Moving ahead without a word, he led me down the unseen path, our footsteps the only sound in the suffocating silence. By the time we emerged into open air, I barely stopped myself from gasping. The city stretched out before us, gilded in moonlight. Below, the docks sprawled like veins, branching into the lifeblood of King's Landing. The Blackwater rush shimmered darkly, ships swaying in their moorings, lanterns flickering along the piers like distant fireflies. For the first time in my entire life, I was free. Or at least closer than I had ever been before to it. The path downward was treacherous, a jagged descent of uneven rock. Duerandon took the lead again, moving with sure-footed ease, as if he had done this 100 times before. I followed, but my mind was elsewhere. Each step closer to unrestricted freedom, I thought about what I was leaving behind. The Red Keep, a prison disguised as a palace. The whispers in the halls, the stares, the knives hidden behind smiles. I thought of Jon Arryn, of Varys, of all those who had promised me a future while keeping chains around my wrists. And I thought of him. Duerandon Baratheon, who had no reason to help me, no stake in my survival, and yet here he was, handing me an escape most people would kill for. By the time we reached the docks, he was already planning my future. I know of a ship that will take you directly to Sunspear. His voice was calm, measured, as if he were merely running calculations in his head. You'll need a new name, of course. A good cover story so the guards won't stop you before you reach your uncle's. I could even set up a false trail, make Varys think you fled across the narrow sea instead of south. He spoke so easily, as if he had already mapped out half a dozen different lives for me. A merchant's daughter, a sailor's runaway bride, or just another orphan girl, once I cut or painted the small strands of silver hair from my head. Each one a fate where I could be safe. Free, gods be good, even a little bit happy. But as I listened, I realized something. I didn't want to be free. I didn't want to disappear. The Red Keep was a viper's nest, a place where monsters and schemers thrived. And I wanted to go back. The thought struck me harder than it should have, coiling in my gut like wildfire waiting for a spark. I turned to him, suddenly needing to know. You're smart, Duerandon. Too smart. My voice was quiet, but it carried in the night air. You see the game for what it is. You know how dangerous it is. So why are you still here? Why go live with that monstrous grandfather of yours? He blinked, surprised by the question. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face, sharp, wicked, alive. Are you crazy? He laughed, shaking his head. And where would be the fun in that? I want to fight my way to the top, and if possible, make the realm less shitty for everyone else living in it. The words hit me harder than I expected. For the first time in years, I felt something stir deep inside me. Something fierce. Something hungry. I wanted to play. I wanted the game. And at that moment, I made my choice. Letting out a breath, I steadied myself before meeting his gaze once more. I'm sorry, I murmured, my lips curling slightly in self-deprecation. For making you bring me all the way down here just so I could realize I don't want to leave after all. Careful now, princess. His grin widened, something dangerous flashing in his eyes. If you continue to remain around, I might eventually have plans for you. And just like that, the game began. Durandon Baratheon's Pav. Rhaenys was still staring at me. The weight of her decision lingered between us, thick as the night air. She wanted to play. I had expected hesitation. I had expected the shadow of her mother's bones to hold her back, the memories of fire and steel to drag her toward flight rather than fight. But instead, there was something else in her Dornish eyes now, something sharp. Hungry. Good. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't nudged her toward this conclusion. Deception check succeed. See. Hey. Anyway, my gaze swept over the docks, the sea stretching black and endless beyond them. The ship I had arranged for her escape still sat there, its captain still oblivious to any plot I might have needed to improvise in order to safely send Rhaenys to Dorne. A dead end for anyone who might have overheard my offer despite all my caution. Now that she had chosen to stay, I had to decide what to do with her. No, that wasn't right. I already knew what to do with her. We're going somewhere else before returning. I murmured, stepping away from the cliffs, back toward the city. She frowned but followed. Where? I glanced at her, weighing my next words. Then I smiled. Flea Bottom. She hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Good girl. Once we reached it, the slums immediately swallowed us whole, but they no longer stank of rot and death. Not like before. The air was still thick with the scent of sweat and smoke, of old piss and half-rotten food, but something had changed in the months since the butcher fell. The filth hadn't been washed away, not entirely, but it had been reshaped. The worst of the broken streets had been reinforced with scavenged stone. Shacks once held together by little more than prayers now bore patched walls and sturdier roofs. People walked with their heads high, not in arrogance, but in something closer to certainty. Purpose. Not all of them, of course. Some still lurked in the alleys, waiting for a moment of weakness to exploit. Others whispered of new power rising in the wake of the old. But there were considerably fewer of them now. Flea Bottom had always belonged to those who were strong enough to take it. But now, the people had chosen a different strength to follow. I kept my pace steady, letting Rhaenys move beside me, her movements careful but sharp. She was watching, studying the streets with the eyes of someone who had expected less. Less order, less structure, less control. No one looked at us twice. 2 more urchins, wrapped in ragged cloaks, just another pair of street rats scurrying through the city. There were dozens like us. Hundreds. And that was the point. I led her deeper into the slums, past the vendors selling half-spoiled stew, past the muttering beggars and the children darting between crowds with hands too quick for their age. We were invisible here, despite standing in plain sight. But not everyone in these streets went unnoticed. A cluster of children passed us, 3 boys and a girl, all dressed in patchwork clothes, their feet bare against the dirt. Their leader, a wiry boy with a sharp face, walked with his head high, his gaze scanning the street like he owned it. They weren't looking for coin. They were watching, listening, moving. Rhaenys caught it, her shoulders tightening. She understood what she was seeing. The strangers' urchins as she will soon learn about. They didn't stop us. Didn't speak. Just walked on, vanishing into the crowd as easily as they had appeared. Rhaenys let out a slow breath. This place is different from what I was told. I said nothing as we pressed on, the butcher's old den looming ahead, hollow and abandoned. His rule had been violent. His death, even more so. The void he left behind had been filled. Inside, the remains of his reign still clung to the walls. Bloodstains, long dried, darkened the cracks in the floor. A chair sat at the far end, its ropes still attached, fibers stiff with old sweat and worse. And on the wall, painted in thick, deliberate strokes, was the mark. Not the sigil of a noble house. Not the banners of a king. A black 7-pointed star with its lowest tip dipped in crimson. Rhaenys inhaled sharply, obviously having heard something from the spider. The stranger. I did not correct her. Didn't present myself as the one pulling the strings. Who knows? Perhaps everything up until now, which I assumed had been going according to my desire, was instead a masterful deception from this little princess next to me. Everything in her led me to believe that she couldn't, even if Varys himself somehow had given her a modern earplug and had been feeding her all the instructions she needed to fool me. Which was absurd, but nervous, never truly impossible. She turned to me, seemingly oblivious to my thoughts, her expression sharp with new understanding. Someone is letting them believe this is what took him down. I stepped past her, my fingers trailing over the edge of an old table, where a small jar of ink still sat. What men fear, I said, dipping my fingers into the ink. They avoid angering, even if that means lying about their own competence. I traced the sigil onto the wood, slow and precise. But what they worship, they push themselves beyond their limits to never disappoint. Rhaenys studied me. And you. I met her gaze, letting the silence stretch between us. Then, slowly, I wiped my fingers clean and turned away. I don't cross the stranger. It was not a lie. I motioned for her to follow. With the butcher gone, the opportunistic rats have started crawling out of their holes again. They think the stranger is a myth. That it was just knives and luck that brought him down. I handed her a piece of cloth, dark ink, and a makeshift brush. We're leaving marks at their doors. Signs that some things still move in the dark. Her grip tightened around the cloth, but she didn't refuse. She wanted to play after all. I grinned. Then let's get started. The night stretched on, swallowed whole by the shadows between buildings, the whisper of footsteps on cobblestones, the distant laughter of drunks stumbling home. Rhaenys learned quickly. Faster than I expected. Faster than I had hoped. Which made me believe the Dornish were indeed more lithe by nature. I moved first, silent as breath, and she mirrored me, shadowing my steps without hesitation. I tested her, not with words, not with instructions, but with movement, with instinct, with expectation. I would slip left, darting down an alley, and she would follow without breaking stride. I would halt suddenly, vanishing into a doorway, and she would match my stillness, pressing herself into the dark. Each time she hesitated, I would glance back, the unspoken question in my eyes. Do you want to keep up? Each time, her chin lifted, her jaw clenched, and she pushed herself forward. Persuasion check succeed. Ah, there it was. Not just hunger, not just pride, but defiance. A refusal to be left behind. A refusal to let herself stuck in what she had been a moment ago. Good. We worked quickly, marking doors, slipping through the veins of flea bottom unseen. The symbols we left were simple, deliberate, nothing more than ink and cloth pressed against wood, but their weight would be felt before the sun rose. Each stroke of her brush steadied. Each mark grew bolder. By the time we finished, Rhaenys no longer needed to glance at me for confirmation. And when we almost ran into trouble, two men, drunk and arguing at the mouth of an alley, blocking our exit, I let her handle it. She hesitated, for only a second. Then, she moved. A slight shift in posture, a lowering of her head, a slackening of her shoulders. She stepped between them, small and unnoticed, brushing past as if she belonged to the filth around her. She did not tense. She did not look up. And before they could even register her presence, she was already through, slipping into the dark on the other side. When I followed, she turned, her pulse thrumming in her throat, her Dornish eyes wide, not with fear, but exhilaration. She had done it. I exhaled a quiet laugh, letting my grin curve slow and sharp. Good girl. Rhaenys Targaryen, the ward of the crowned rogue, LV, too. I could see it not only in the window hovering above her head, but in her actual performance then, the change, the shift. She wasn't just playing anymore. She was learning, becoming. And I was no longer the only shadow in Flea Bottom. Elise Arryn's POV. After all the effort both Dawn and I put into our special lessons, I must confess that, for the first time, I actually felt different. As if I could finally start pulling the strings inside everyone's heads. Playing sweet melodies if I wanted to charm and deceive their senses and better judgment, force my way through it in a cacophonous crescendo if I wanted to intimidate and frighten, and a gentle yet firm tune if I was only after persuading someone about something that would have benefited both parties. Better yet, I finally learned how to inspire. Though for now I only had Duerandon to use it on, I was sure I would eventually find great use for it. There's still plenty for me to teach you. Duerandon told me as we walked through the halls of the Red Keep, our footsteps echoing against stone. The castle is quieter at this hour, the usual rush of courtiers and guards reduced to a distant hum. But you'll have to learn some of it on your own. I glance at him, raising an eyebrow. You sound as if you're about to vanish. In a way, I am. His tone is light, but I catch the shift in his expression, the faint tension in his jaw, the way his eyes flicker with something unspoken. In a way, this was his subtle way of showing to me that I was special, enough for him to not constantly hide himself behind his perfect mask. I'll be leaving for Castle Rock soon. I do not like it. I have always hoped, as the next king, he would remain here forever. The thought of his absence settles like a stone in my chest. Soon, the Red Keep will feel smaller, duller, and I will be alone in a way I have never been before. Even before knowing him, because back then I didn't know what I was missing. But I do not let the thought linger. Instead, I force my focus back to his words. And until then, what else do you plan to teach me? Duerandon smirks, picking up a few wooden carved dice. A game. I narrow my eyes. Another one. Not like the cards. He shakes his head. This one is different. The cards test strategy, leadership, and wit from a position of influence. But influence alone doesn't make you powerful. His gaze sharpens. What happens when you're not the one moving the pieces, but one of the pieces yourself? I studied him for a moment. That depends on how well I play. Exactly. He hands me a sheet of parchment, and I take it cautiously. At first, I was not sure what I was looking at. Unlike the elegant calligraphy of court documents or the meticulous columns of ledgers, this page is filled with structured lines, numbers, and strange terms. Then I saw it. A title box, empty, waiting to be filled. Alongside lists of skills and attributes that betrayed my strengths and weaknesses. It was a reflection of me. Character sheet. Title. Small human, lawful good. Level. 1 proficiency bonus, +2. Class. Bard. HP. 8 armor class, 10. Speed. 3, 5 miles per hour 30 feet. Traits. Bardic inspiration. STR. 8-1. Athletics. -1. Dex. 0, 0 proficient save +2. Acrobatics. 0. Sleight of hand. 0. Stealth. 0. Con. 10, 0. Int. 13 +1. Arcana. +1. Pro. History. +3. Pro. Investigation. +3. Nature. +1. Religion. +1. Wis. 14 +2. Animal handling. +2. Pro. Insight. +4. Medicine. +2. Perception. +2. Survival. +2. Cha. 13 +1 proficient save +4. Pro. Deception. +3. Pro. Intimidation. +3. Performance. +1. Pro. Persuasion. +3. Tools. Loot flute. My eyes flick over the details, noting the categories, the numbers assigned to different abilities. I see the words persuasion, insight, history, things I already know I was good at, but also acrobatics, stealth, and athletics, areas where I am less proficient. I arch an eyebrow at him. Bard, you're more suited to it than you realize. He leans against the stone wall, watching me. A bard's power is not just in music, it's in words, in presence, in the way they shape the world around them. They inspire, deceive, manipulate. They can talk their way past guards, rally people to a cause, uncover secrets no one else notices. I glance back down at the sheet. And the numbers. They represent how skilled you are in certain areas. The higher the number, the greater your natural talent or training. Your persuasion, for example, he taps the page, where my skill is marked as proficient, is pretty good. Meaning, in this game, if you wanted to convince someone of something, you would roll a die and add that number to determine your degree of success. I frowned slightly, running my fingers over the parchment. So instead of simply being persuasive, I have to rely on chance. Not entirely. He chuckles. Skill influences the outcome, but luck plays a part, just as in life. No matter how well prepared you are, sometimes things go wrong. Other times, they go better than you ever expected. The dice reflect that uncertainty. Does that mean I can still fumble in an easy situation? I couldn't help but reach a logical conclusion. To which he merely nodded. I tilted my head, considering. The idea was strange, yet, intriguing. A game where you are the piece. A game where every action is a choice, every outcome uncertain. And the purpose? I ask. What do you win? Duerandon's smirk deepens. It's not about winning. It's about the story. That makes me pause. Because I know, then, that this is not simply a game. This is something else. This is a way for him to bring his strange, structured way of seeing the world into ours. People like stories, he continues. They like adventure, risk, the chance to be something greater than themselves. And in playing, they start to think differently, about the choices they make, about the consequences of those choices. They sharpen their minds without even realizing it. He nods toward the sheet, revealing that he also had others completely blank for later use. We are already playing the Game of Thrones, Elise. This is just a smaller battlefield than the one we have been playing through my cards. A way to practice, to test ideas, to see things from different perspectives as you pretend to be someone else. He watches me as I absorb his words, as I slowly come to understand what he is doing. This is a way to shape people into the kind of players he needs them to be. A clever trick. I lift the parchment, studying it once more. Then, slowly, I smile. All right, I say, teach me how to play. He smiles back at me. Sure, let me DM a brief solo campaign for you. Later on that day, I set the dice down, staring at the aftermath of my first session. The flickering candlelight in my chamber casts long shadows over the sheets of parchment sprawled before us. The game had begun simply enough, a noblewoman navigating the treacheries of court, her every word and action scrutinized. A scenario meant to reflect my own life, only with the illusion of distance that made it easier to see. It did not stay simple for long. Duerandon wove a world with nothing but words, a court full of whispers and half-truths, allies and enemies blurred together in a web of intrigue. My character, a lady of an invented house, had been tasked with securing an alliance through negotiation. I had expected a battle of wit, yet the rules of his game turned out to be more merciless than I anticipated. A single bad roll, a misstep, a conversation I thought was going in my favor had taken a turn, the wrong word at the wrong moment shifting the tides against me. By the end of the session, my carefully laid plans had not collapsed, but they had not succeeded either. I had navigated the storm, but not steered it. And that was what unsettled me the most. Glancing at Duerandon, who leans back in his chair, watching me with a knowing smirk. He says nothing, letting the silence stretch, letting me fill it myself. I exhale, rolling my shoulders as if shaking off the weight of the game. That was infuriating. His smirk widens. Because you couldn't control everything. I glare at him, but there is no real heat behind it. Yes. And yet, you kept going. He added. I huff, crossing my arms. Well, I couldn't just give up. No, he agrees, tilting his head. You adapted. You weighed risks. You played your role and worked within the limits of your circumstances. He gestures at the character sheet before me. This game doesn't let you command from above. You are the piece, not the player moving them. Yet you still found a way to maneuver. I trace the edges of the parchment, thoughtful. And that was your lesson. The last one for a good time. He taps a finger on the table. Strategy is not just about having the most power at your disposal. It's about knowing how to use what little you have. His gaze sharpens, the flicker of something deeper behind his words. Power is never absolute, Elise. Even a king must roll the dice. I look down at the numbers scrawled across my sheet, the symbols of my strengths and weaknesses, the silent reminder that in this game, as in life, I would not always win. But I could learn. I could refine my approach. As long as I didn't die and never gave up, I could play again. I lift my chin, meeting his gaze. Fine, but before you go, I want a more complex scenario. He chuckles, shaking his head. Ambitious. You wouldn't respect me otherwise. I argued. A pause. Then, a quiet laugh. No, I wouldn't. I smirked, pushing the dice back toward him. Then roll again, Dungeon Master. I want to see just how deep this game of yours goes. Duerandon's smirk turns sharp. Careful, Elise. You might just end up addicted. Perhaps. But as I glance at the scattered papers, the dice, the endless possibilities they hold, I realize something. For the first time in a long while, I do not feel like a mere piece in someone else's game. I finally feel like a player. Now, how about testing out how you work with a teammate? His words caught me by surprise, leaving me wondering what he was alluding to. But I soon found out about my unexpected partner. The 22nd of September 2020. The 24th of September 2020. The 30th of September 2021. The 4th of July 2022. The 1st of January 2025. Hope this chapter is of your liking. Anything you wish to ask, feel free to do so. Check out my auxiliary chapter if you still haven't. Thanks as always for your attention and please be safe. Any problems with my writing, just point them out and I will correct them as soon as possible. I tagged this book, come and support me with a thumbs up. Daichi_TBR 193 creators, thoughts. 66 comments 0 vote. The Dragon and the Falcon. Durrandon Baratheon's Pav. I saw the exact moment Elise's excitement flickered into caution. Her mind worked fast, always had, but I enjoyed it best when I threw something unexpected her way, something that forced her to recalibrate. She tilted her head, studying me, then the dice, then me again. A teammate, she echoed, suspicion curling around the word. I did mention she approached me before, didn't I? I smiled, letting the weight of my words settle. Then, I began laying out the pieces for her. A brief explanation of everything I had gathered about Rhaenys and Varys, the way the spider had woven his web around her, the quiet manipulations that had led her to accept his tutelage. I spoke of Aegon, the supposed brother raised in Essos, the boy being groomed for the throne he might one day claim. And how, after I planted a seed of doubt in Rhaenys' mind, she had chosen to learn from Varys just as Elise had agreed to learn from Baelish. Granted, I omitted certain details, such as the part where I took Rhaenys beyond the Red Keep's walls, ensuring she had a safe passage to Dorne, only for her to refuse it. Or how, later, I introduced her to the true nature of Flea Bottom, the hidden strings I had been pulling in the nights since Elise and I first visited the capital city. Elise listened in silence, her brows furrowing the deeper I went. She did not like surprises she hadn't orchestrated herself, a habit she would have to unlearn if she wanted to truly master the game before her. Both this one, played with parchment and dice, and the greater one that consumed the shadows of the Red Keep. Before she could press further, the door to her chambers creaked open as Rhaenys Targaryen stepped inside, still disguised as a lowborn servant girl. It was an interesting thing, seeing them together. Elise, sharp-eyed, methodical, always weighing, always calculating before she moved. Rhaenys, fire and pride, carried herself with a confidence that made people wary. That, too, would have to change. Rhaenys met Elise's stare with a slow, deliberate blink. You, she said, obviously having heard some information about her from Varys. Elise didn't so much as shift in her seat. Me, she replied smoothly. These chambers are still mine, last I checked. Gods, this was going to be fun. I gestured to the open space beside Elise. Take a seat, Rhaenys. She hesitated, eyeing the parchment and dice scattered across the table with mild skepticism before finally sitting. You're serious about this? She asked. Very. I nodded. Even if you two become rivals, or even enemies, I believe you both have plenty to learn from each other. Elise crossed her arms, shifting her weight. And what exactly do you expect us to learn? A fair question, but not one I intended to answer outright. I tapped the dice. I thought I'd give you both a scenario. A simple one. So this is the make-believe game of dice you told me about. Rhaenys muttered, arching a brow. How simple. You're locked in a castle against your will. I smirked. Your goal is to either escape together or take it over by any means necessary, preferably one that leaves enough people alive to acknowledge your new authority. They exchanged glances. Elise was already turning the problem over in her mind, considering angles, weaknesses, contingencies. Rhaenys, by contrast, looked as if she wanted to scoff and say she'd simply find a hidden passage and walk out. Of course, I added, rolling a die between my fingers. There are nobles, guards, spies, locked doors, and neither of you know the layout. Elise exhaled sharply through her nose. So it's rigged against us. It's realistic, I corrected, sliding Rhaenys a parchment with her character sheet, crafted in her own image. You're both smart. You both have your own set of particular skills. But I want to see how you work together when everything is stacked against you. A beat of silence. Then Rhaenys leaned forward, inspecting the spare parchment I handed her. Fine, she said, but if I win, I get to pick the next challenge. Elise scoffed. It's not about winning. That's what losers say. Rhaenys shot back, not taking her eyes off her character sheet. I grinned. This was going to be very entertaining. The first half of the game went about as well as I expected. Which is to say, terribly. Rhaenys charged headfirst into conflict, assuming sheer force of will would carry her through. Elise, on the other hand, played too cautiously, overanalyzing every move, hesitant to commit unless she was certain of success. One thought she could storm the castle with sheer audacity. The other seemed determined to play the long game, as if waiting for the board to reveal all its pieces before acting. Neither approach worked. The dice were merciless. Rhaenys' character attempted to strong-arm a guard into giving her information, only to roll abysmally and end up shackled in the dungeons. Elise tried to bribe a noblewoman for details on the castle layout but didn't account for the fact that her character lacked the funds to make a meaningful offer. That noble promptly had her thrown out, labeled a suspicious outsider. Rhaenys grumbled, crossing her arms. This is ridiculous. Elise, to her credit, kept her composure, though the small crease between her brows told me she wasn't pleased with how things were going either. It's only ridiculous because you're losing, I said mildly, flicking the dice in Rhaenys' direction. You're thinking like a Targaryen. She shot me a glare. And what's that supposed to mean? It means you're expecting people to bend the knee the moment you demand it. I replied, keeping my voice deliberately even. But in this scenario, you don't have a name that inspires loyalty. You don't have dragons. You have to earn power, not expect it. She scowled but didn't argue. Elise, meanwhile, drummed her fingers against the table. What about me? She asked, her tone carefully neutral. You're playing the board, not the game. I said, turning my attention to her. You're looking for patterns and weaknesses, which is good, but you're forgetting that you have limited time. You won't always have the luxury of waiting. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, after a glance at Rhaenys, she exhaled sharply through her nose. Fine, she muttered. I suppose working together would be the most efficient option. Rhaenys blinked, clearly surprised by Elise's sudden shift in stance. Then she smirked. Are you admitting you need my help? I'm admitting you'll be marginally less useless if I guide you properly. Rhaenys narrowed her eyes, but instead of rising to the bait, she looked down at her character sheet. A pause before grudgingly asking, what's the plan, then? And just like that, the game changed. Elise took the lead, sketching out a strategy, this time factoring in Rhaenys' strengths rather than expecting her to act with restraint. Rhaenys, for her part, actually listened. She still grumbled about it, still threw in the occasional impulsive move, but she wasn't fighting against Elise's guidance outright. It was fascinating to watch how easily my manipulation had worked on them through this simple game. Of course, they were still at a disadvantage. Their earlier missteps meant they were starting from a poor position by being divided, and the dice didn't suddenly start favoring them just because they'd agreed to work together. Which is why, after their next major roll, Elise attempted to bluff a steward into granting them access to the Lord's private quarters. I tilted the dice slightly in their favor. Just enough to nudge them toward success. Not enough that they'd notice. Their plan, shaky as it was, finally began to take shape. Elise did most of the talking, steering their approach with calculated precision. She wasn't aiming to control Rhaenys, she was simply directing her energy where it would be most effective. Rhaenys, to her credit, played along. Not perfectly, there were still moments where her instinct to challenge authority nearly got them caught, but she was learning. Instead of bulldozing through obstacles, she let Elise set the stage before making her move. When Elise spun a story about being the distant cousin of a minor noble, Rhaenys played the role of the haughty, overindulged charge perfectly, treating the servants with just enough entitled disdain to make them accept her presence without question. It was working. And then, because life, whether on a board or in reality, was never so kind, they hit a wall. By raising the difficulty, class 1 made the steward they needed to deceive to be sharp. Perhaps a bit too sharp. I described to them as he narrowed his eyes at Elise's carefully woven tale, questioning details she hadn't accounted for, pressing for information she didn't have. Rhaenys, for all her pride, sat stiffly, realizing they were teetering on the edge of failure. Elise rolled. The dice clattered against the table. A 3. Damn. The steward's suspicion deepened. I don't recall any Lord Aelorys having a niece. I mimicked the NPC's cool tone. Perhaps you'd like to explain yourselves. Rhaenys tensed, about to speak. Probably to tell the steward exactly who she was, which would have destroyed everything they'd built so far. I had to step in. Tapping the table, I finally spoke out of character. Before you panic. I'm not panicking, Rhaenys interjected immediately. Before you panic, I continued, unfazed. You still have options. I turned to Elise. You can attempt to salvage the lie, but the difficulty has increased. Or, I looked at Rhaenys. You can try a different approach. Elise exhaled sharply, already running through possible counters. Rhaenys hesitated for a moment until a slow smile crept across her face. I have an idea. Elise frowned. I don't like that look. Rhaenys ignored her, turning her attention back to the game. I pretend to faint, she declared. Elise blinked. You what? I pretend to faint, Rhaenys repeated, smirking. We're playing noblewomen, aren't we? And noblewomen are supposed to be frail and delicate and prone to fainting at the slightest stress. She rolled her eyes. At least, that's what men think. Elise opened her mouth, clearly about to argue, then stopped. Slowly, she sat back. That might actually work. Of course it will, Rhaenys argued before rolling. Elise held her breath as I watched the die bounce across the table. A 19. Damn impressive. I grinned before continuing narrating the scene. The steward barely has time to react before you collapse onto the floor, dramatically clutching your forehead. Gasps ripple through the chamber. Servants rush forward, murmuring about how terribly pale you look, how frightful the heat must be. Rhaenys leaned back, looking insufferably pleased. And while they're distracted, Elise slips away to steal the key we need. Elise shook her head, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. I can't believe that worked. Rhaenys smirked. You should start listening to me more. Elise scoffed, but she wasn't arguing anymore. The game moved on, and for the first time, they were not only truly playing it together, but also having fun. Eventually, it became a habit for the three of us. Every couple of nights, we found ourselves here, seated around a low table in the dim candlelight, the clatter of dice and the shuffle of cards filling the quiet spaces between us. What had begun as an indulgence for my own amusement had become something more, a ritual, a sanctuary carved out in the heart of the Red Keep. Rhaenys, to my mild surprise, had taken to the role-playing sessions with a natural ease. Perhaps it was the boundless imagination of a child, or perhaps it was that, for the first time in years, she had been given the freedom to pretend. In the stories we wove, she could be anything, a cunning spymaster, a sword-wielding princess, a shadow among shadows. And she thrived in it. The same girl who once moved through the castle with quiet, measured steps now leaned forward with wide eyes, a grin tugging at the edges of her lips as she debated her next move. Elise, on the other hand, was drawn to the games of strategy. She had a mind for calculations, for weighing risk against reward, for the slow, methodical unraveling of an opponent. My card game, a simple yet vicious battlefield of wits and probability, had become her personal battleground. And though she played the RPG sessions with the rest of us, I could tell she was still adjusting, still learning to let go of the rigid structures of logic and step into the unknown. In truth, they both were. Rhaenys gravitated towards role-playing because she was used to having no one else to count on. Here, she could make choices based on what she could bring to the table. Elise favored the cards because, for all her intellect, she wasn't yet comfortable with uncertainty and the lack of extra lines of support. It was easier when there were rules, when the world could be broken down into patterns and probabilities from a god's eye view of things. But both of them played the other's game, pushing past their own limitations while aiding the other with what they knew to do best. And in the end, that was what mattered. But it didn't stop there. Our game nights were only a part of their education. Elise needed more than books and lectures to sharpen her instincts. She needed to see the weight of a coin in a merchant's eyes, to hear the shift in tone when a deal was turning sour, to feel the pulse of trade beneath her feet. So, I took her into the city, to the polished storefronts of the Street of Silver, where wealth dictated the rules. They were masters of their craft, artisans and businessmen who had spent decades perfecting the art of profit. Petter Baelish would certainly be satisfied with these little excursions of ours, thinking we were growing closer than we already were. Fortunately, his game was obvious. Both me and Elise in the open, framed by the backdrop of fine merchants and the bustling aristocracy of King's Landing. A subtle reminder to those who paid attention that House Arryn was not only currently close to the throne through Jon Arryn, but in the not-so-distant future might also be even closer through Elise. And that was all it took to manipulate Littlefinger into believing his investment in her would be one of his safest gambles. We walked side by side, our small escort a respectful distance behind us. 2 guards, usually from both of our houses, silent and watchful, their hands never straying far from their weapons even in a place such as this one. And, of course, Barristan. The old knight had not objected to this little excursion, he never did when it came to me. If anything, he seemed quietly amused, as if watching a younger version of Rhaegar, learning the weight of a purse and the worth of a word. As expected, our presence drew more than a few curious glances. It amused the merchants to see 2 noble-born children wandering their stalls, pretending to be something other than what we were. But amusement only carried them so far before caution set in. Our first victim was a jeweler, a sharp-eyed man with a knowing smirk, who immediately glanced at our clothing, at the fine wool of our doublets, at the embroidery on our sleeves. He named his price. It was ludicrous. Elise hummed, her fingers tracing absent patterns against the glass, eventually giving her counter-offer as eloquently as she could. I saw the way the jeweler's smile twitched, just a fraction, as she didn't react immediately. Elise might be young, but hesitation was a language all its own. And she was learning to speak it fluently. You drive a hard bargain for one so young. An elderly jeweler mused as he eyed Elise, his fingers tapping idly against the counter. Elise didn't miss a beat. A bad bargain isn't worth making, no matter the age. The man chuckled, stroking his beard. True enough. She had secured the deal before he even realized it, shaving a full third off the price of the silver comb she'd set her sights on. As we left the shop, Elise tucked her new prize away, her steps lighter, her chin lifted just a little higher. I watched the way her eyes flickered in quiet satisfaction, the way her posture straightened just a little more with every successful exchange. It wasn't perfect. There were moments she stumbled, moments she let her eagerness show too soon or misjudged when to press and when to hold back, but that was why we were here. She was learning, we both were, and more importantly, we were starting to enjoy it. Will we be doing this often? She asked, glancing at me. Often enough, until the tourney of my name day ends and I have to go with my grandfather. I said, pocketing a trinket I had swiped from another stall moments ago. A simple wooden carving of a lion, nothing valuable. Sleight of hand check succeed. Just a test of my sleight of hand. No one had noticed. But even if they did, I returned everything before anyone could berate me while always maintaining plausible deniability excuses at ready. Elise's eyes flickered to my hands, sharp as ever, but she said nothing. She didn't have to. Because this lesson wasn't for her. That was for Rhaenys. Speaking of her, we both noticed how Flea Bottom no longer reeked of rot and fire. The incense had taken root, its scent curling through the streets with something almost sacred. Almost. It had been a slow transformation, uneven and unfinished. Most alleys were still cracked, the stones still stained in places where blood had been spilled too often to be scrubbed away by the rain. But fewer people cowered now. Even in the deepest corners of the slum, the fear had shifted, no longer blind terror, but something more cautious, more knowing. The butcher's rule had been brute force and butchery. His death left a void I worked to fill with my zealots devoted to my myth of the stranger. But there were always scavengers, always men with sharp knives and small minds eager to carve out their own scraps of power. Some I suspect were even financed by any wealthy individual dreaming of playing crime lord. Regardless of all that, I kept bringing Rhaenys here. Not because I needed her help, but because she needed to understand. Dressed in rags, faces streaked with dirt, we were just two more urchins slipping through the city's veins. Those who truly knew Flea Bottom, those who whispered of the stranger's will, might have felt a shift in the air when we passed. But to everyone else, we were just shadows. Rhaenys moved beside me, lighter than before, quieter. Not yet silent, not yet invisible. But she was learning. We climbed, we ran, we moved. Walls became ladders, rooftops became bridges. The clotheslines stretched between buildings, sagging under the weight of damp tunics and linen sheets, became our tightropes. The narrow beams of half-collapsed warehouses tested our balance, and the rare, stubborn tree growing in some forgotten courtyard became our vault. Acrobatics check succeed. Acrobatics check succeed. Athletics check succeed. Athletics check succeed. Acrobatics check succeed. Truly wonderful what expertise in a few skills and the fact that I've spent so much time in this district of King's Landing that I nearly knew it as well as the palm of my hand could do to the challenge class of my skill checks. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to look like a badass before Rhaenys, and even my occasional slip-ups could easily be acted as me testing her reaction to aid an ally. By now Flea Bottom, which had once been a cesspit for most, it was a playground for me and my sidekick. One night, we found ourselves crouched on the roof of a crooked building, watching the men below. A half-abandoned warehouse, the torchlight flickering as a handful of figures spoke in hushed voices. The scent of damp wood and old ale clung to the air. Rhaenys' breathing was steady and her eyes sharp. "Can you tell who's in charge?" I whispered. She hesitated, scanning their faces, watching their body language. Then, finally, her gaze settled on a wiry man with a scarred lip and a nose that appeared to have been broken more than once. Him. I didn't ask how she knew. She was learning to see, not just look. A lifted purse. A misplaced ledger. A stolen dagger slipped into another man's belt. Small sleight of hand tricks. But enough. By the time we were back on the rooftops, their voices had risen, paranoia blooming like a weed. The first shove. Then another. "They're fools," Rhaenys murmured, watching the tension unravel below. "They're ambitious." I corrected her. "That makes them predictable." She tilted her head. "And us." I smiled, stepping onto the tightrope between two buildings. "Unpredictable." She hesitated for only a second before following. Later, we grew bolder. A loose crate by the entrance. A rope cut just enough to fray. A shadow where there shouldn't be one. No one saw us. They saw signs. A man cursed and stepped back. Another muttered a prayer under his breath. The leaders of these small gangs gritted their teeth but said nothing. Fear made them hesitate. Hesitation made them weak. Rhaenys exhaled softly beside me, eyes gleaming in the dark. Not with cruelty, but with something sharper. Understanding. She was beginning to see. Beginning to become. And I was there to guide her every step of the way. To Varys, she would tell a different tale. One where she had been spending time with the crown prince. Charming him over dice and cards, stealing away his attention with the flick of a wrist and the gleam of gold. A girl learning to use her wits to captivate. A young prince indulging in idle distractions. Elise wasn't the only one shaping Littlefinger's perceptions. Rhaenys was actually managing to shape Varys. Honestly, I didn't know who impressed me more. And the best part was that they weren't just learning from me, Varys or Petter, but also teaching and learning amongst themselves. Rhaenys Targaryen's POV. I never saw the point of it before. Dresses, curtsies, embroidery, what use was any of it when men with swords decided your fate? My mother had been a princess, beautiful and refined, and it had done nothing to save her from the mountain's brutality. Her grace did not stop her butcher's blade. Her courtesy did not spare her screams of agony. Her nobility did not lead her executioner to spare my brother. The thought of following in her footsteps, of being another princess trapped in a castle, smiling sweetly while waiting for fate to decide my end, had always filled me with quiet rage. And yet, I spied Elise move across the chamber, the train of her gown trailing behind her like a banner. Every step is measured, every movement precise, just as is mine when I'm skulking around Flea Bottom. The delicate flick of her wrist as she embroiders a silken falcon onto the fabric, so natural, so easy, as is mine when I slither my fingers into an unsuspecting target's pocket, matching our bodies in synchrony so as not to disturb their pace. But Elise's movements aren't just easy. They feel expected of her. No one questions a lady with a needle in her hands, or a lyre in her lap, or a book of poetry resting delicately between her fingers. No one watches her with suspicion. No one whispers of her in dark corners. No one fears her. I grit my teeth. What good is power if it must always be hidden? If my birthright must be stolen back instead of acknowledged? I am Rhaenys Targaryen. My brother is Aegon, and he will return for his throne. And yet, that is his path, not mine. I must carve my own. Eventually I swallowed my pride a bit more, sitting beside Elise, the lyre resting awkwardly in my hands. My fingers stumble over the strings, the sound coming out clumsy and disjointed. Elise does not sigh in frustration, nor does she scowl the way the septas do. She merely corrects me with quiet patience, her hands adjusting mine, her tone even. Again, slower this time, her gentle orientation showcasing the more efficient way to improve. And I obey. From my septa's ramblings of the mother, the queen of the seven, she stated a queen must be more than a warrior in spirit. A queen must charm. A queen must soothe. A queen must command a room with a glance, with a whisper, with the idea of her presence. Elise has been growing closer and closer to mastering it, whether she realizes it or not. People lower their voices when she passes, not because they fear her, but because they want to hear her. They want to pay her attention. She had a way of tilting her head at just the right angle to seem interested without ever committing. A way of laughing lightly when a minor lord made a jest, just enough to make him think himself clever. From my experience with Varys, I knew, no one played a game better than the one everyone underestimates yet felt interested in keeping them around. The spider taught me that. He was still teaching me, guiding me through the shadows of the Red Keep, pulling back the veil of secrets that governs our world. Knowledge was power, my sweet child. He cooed, his plump fingers wrapping around my own as I traced the hidden marks his spies leave behind. I listen, I learn, I pretend I do not notice the chains being fitted around my wrists. My trust no longer lies with him. I cannot say when the shift happened, when his promises of my brother's return stopped sounding like salvation and started feeling like shackles. Perhaps it was the realization that he has always known where Aegon was, that my brother was never lost, only hidden, moved like a piece on a board. Perhaps it was the knowledge that, despite all his careful whispers, he did not save my mother. Or perhaps it was Duerandon. I do not know what to make of him, even now. He is not kind, not truly. Kind men do not see the world the way this boy does, do not build themselves piece by piece like a sword being forged in cold, unyielding steel. And yet, I have never felt safer than when his sharp blue and purple eyes are watching, never felt more like myself than when I am in his presence. He treats me as if I am capable, as if I am dangerous, as if I am more than just a Targaryen princess waiting for a crown to be placed upon her head. But he is leaving. Elise pretends it does not bother her, though I see the stiffness in her shoulders when she speaks of it. I have never known her without him. He is the moon that has shaped her tides, the quiet force behind her confidence, the reason she plays this game with such ruthless determination. And yet, even as she prepares for his absence, she thrives in it. She reminds me of myself, in that way. I wonder if he has ever considered that she might one day surpass him. Pressing my fingers against the strings of the musical instrument in my grasp once more, I breathe slowly. Charm them. Soften them. Make them love you. I will learn to dance, to sing, to recite poetry that brings lords and ladies to tears, or at least to the point where they would appreciate my effort. I will let them think me soft, harmless, a girl with her head full of songs and silken threads. And then, when they least expect it, I will be the dragon they should have feared all along. Elise Arryn's Pav. This is ridiculous. I turn the dagger over in my hands, frowning at its weight. Heavier than I expected, not as unwieldy as I had feared. But still, it feels wrong in my grip, like something meant for someone else. Rhaenys watches me expectantly, her expression somewhere between patience and amusement. You don't have to like it, she says. But shouldn't you at least know how? I sigh. Numbers win wars before the first sword is ever drawn. She doesn't roll her eyes or scoff the way she sometimes does when we argue. Instead, she tilts her head, considering. Maybe. But numbers won't stop someone from putting a sword in you. I don't have an immediate answer to that. We come from different worlds. She was meant to be a princess, raised in the shadow of a dragon's legacy. I was meant to be a lady of the Vale, daughter of an honorable yet distant father and a mother I never knew. But when you strip away the titles, the expectations, the pretty words whispered about our futures, we were both just girls, trapped in a game played by powerful men and women. And we both refused to be trapped forever. Rhaenys steps closer, her small hands pressing over mine, adjusting my grip with surprising gentleness. She hesitates before speaking again. I don't want to hurt anyone, not really. She murmurs. But I don't want to be the one who gets hurt, again. There's something raw in the way she says it. Not just fear, determination. I glance down at our hands, my fingers curled awkwardly around the dagger's hilt, hers guiding them into something steadier. It strikes me then how strange this is. I am older, wiser, perhaps, when it comes to courtly matters. But in this, she is the teacher, and I am the student. And unlike the adults who tell me to listen, to learn, to obey, she doesn't command. She shows. She helps. Baelish teaches me how to play the long game, how to weave debts and favors into unseen chains. He tells me those are my weapons. And perhaps they are. But they are slow, indirect. If I ever miscalculate, if I ever make the wrong enemy, what will save me? Coin, promises, a well-placed letter, or a friend who stands beside me. I look at Rhaenys again, at the fire in her eyes, at the way she grips her own dagger, not as a child playing at war, at least not anymore, but as someone willing to learn, just as I am. I tighten my grip. Again. I say, steadier now. Slower this time. Her lips twitch, the barest hint of approval. She nods and we begin once again as she steps back, gesturing for me to try again. I do. The dagger doesn't feel as foreign now. Not comfortable, not yet, but possible. She watches me closely before speaking again. There's something else you should learn. I arch a brow. More knife tricks. She shakes her head, hiding. I snort. I am not about to crawl through tunnels like one of the spider's spies. And risk dirtying your pretty dress. No, that wouldn't be much of an advantage for you. Rhaenys crosses her arms. But that's not the only way to disappear. I frown at her. What do you mean? She glances toward the chamber door, listening, then steps closer. You don't have to skulk around in rags to be unseen. From what I noticed from watching you. Don't you mean spying? I argued, having indeed been having a weird feeling of being constantly watched recently. But Rhaenys just ignored my accusation and kept talking. A lady can vanish just as easily, if she knows how. I scoff, but she holds my gaze. How many times have you overheard something because the lords didn't think you mattered? Because you were just a girl at their table, pouring their wine, smiling politely while they spoke over you to your father? I hesitate. The answer is, too often. Rhaenys nods knowingly. They don't see us, Elise. Not really. They see our dresses, our pretty words, our curtsies. They see what they expect to see. Her voice lowers, and for the first time, I truly understand the weight of what she's saying. That is how you can hide. I swallow. It's a different kind of power. Not coin, not contracts, not the sharp edge of a blade, but a mask worn so well it becomes the truth. And I could use it. Rhaenys sees the shift in my expression. She smirks, just a little. So, will you let me teach you? I grip the dagger tighter, not in defiance, but in acceptance. Again, I say, voice steadier now. I believe I can go a bit faster this time. Her lips twitch, the barest hint of approval. She nods before we continue. Durandon Baratheon's Pav. Flea Bottom began smelling different these nights, more than it already had been. The incense from before still lingered in its deeper corners, but the air carried something else now, freshly baked bread, boiled stew, roasted meat. The streets, though still uneven and narrow, no longer swallowed the innocent hole in the night. At its worst segments, fewer bones cracked beneath anyone's steps, fewer desperate hands reached for the now patrolling gold cloak's belt. It was still subtle, but the difference was undeniably there. Back when it was still winter, I would have had to carve my way through just to pass unbothered through a crowd of starving people. Now, the incense still clung to the stones, but the people walked with their heads higher. Not all of them, though. Suddenly, Rhaenys' stomach growled, prompting her to stiffen immediately, throwing a glance my way, as if daring me to comment. I didn't, at least not yet. Instead, I reached into the larger pocket of my belt and pulled out a wrapped bundle. I had made it myself over my own chambers, hearth, bread, salted and minced meat, and a bit of cheese. A simply made smash burger, but probably unlike anything else you could find in this medieval world. Handing it to her, I noticed how she immediately hesitated, staring at the food with narrowed eyes. Why? You are hungry, aren't you? I met her gaze. Or is it beneath your royal palate, princess? I'm not that spoiled. She snatched it from my hand, muttering under her breath. You certainly are more pampered than me. I watched as she took small, careful bites, chewing slower than necessary. It wasn't just hunger. There was hesitation, thoughtfulness. They do feed me, she mumbled. But, sometimes I don't trust it. Smart, I said simply. That's an instinct worth sharpening. But don't let them know you're sharpening it. Otherwise, they'll find a different way to harm you, one you might not see coming. She considered my words, then took a larger bite, as if reminding herself. From surviving the instant dungeon, I learned that I couldn't afford to be picky. Had to hunt and forage my own food, test everything before eating, and ration water when I had it. Got used to applying that survival mentality after that, even if I never suspected Jane, my caretaker, of messing with my meals. Rhaenys swallowed. Still, you cook better than the royal kitchen. Thanks, but that's a low bar. I huffed, thinking that despite how much better medieval food was in comparison to what I was expecting, it still paled before my modern palate. She smiled, small but genuine. Progress. Reaching into my belt again and I pulled out a small flask. Here. She took it, frowning slightly once she noticed it wasn't water. Wine. Try it. I gestured while still offering her the flask. She took a cautious sip, then blinked. It's sweet. Another sip. And, bubbling. It's called soda, I told her. She took a longer sip this time. It's good. What's in it? Caramelized honey, coriander, lemon, and carbonated water. I said, watching as she didn't seem to understand half of what I told her but still took another eager sip. A lesser version of what I actually wanted to make, but it works. Rhaenys wiped her lips. Lesser. I smirked. It's supposed to be stronger. Sharper. There's a plant called the kola nut that's missing. And sugar would be better than honey. She tilted her head. And you learned this where? Books. I shrugged while thinking. And a past life, but that's none of your business. Think it could be sold? She asked, failing to suppress a small burping from escaping her mouth. I glanced at the flask in her hands. She was already halfway through it. Oh, absolutely. The conversation shifted as we neared our destination. The warmth from our shared meal faded, replaced by the colder reality of what we had come to do. Rhaenys squared her shoulders, setting her jaw. I'm ready. Giving her a look, I raised one eyebrow. I am, she insisted. You think I haven't prepared myself for this? Smirking, I just nodded back. Sure you have. I have. While huffing, she caught herself clenching her fists. I won't hesitate. She would, there was no doubt about that. But that was the point of this exercise. I would rather have her learn this lesson while I can still provide her some assistance. It may be scary at first, I said, pulling my Valyrian steel dagger free from its concealment in my sleeve, but I'll be there. Her eyes flickered to the blade. That's Valyrian steel, she said, quieter now. I twirled it in my fingers. Good eye, she frowned, looking closer. It's small. It is. Closer to a kitchen knife than a true blade. I admitted before impressing her with some sleight of hand trick that made it seem the blade had teleported from one hand to the other. But it's just as deadly as a regular dagger, if not more. Rhaenys timidly nodded. It's my legacy. She hesitated, as if debating whether to say more. That old fart Pycelle, he has a maester's link in his chain that looks similar somehow. And I've dreamed about it. That got me still for a fraction of a second. Dragon dreams. I'd wondered about them ever since I was a baby, back when I spent more time sleeping than awake. Switching to High Valyrian, I asked her, Kisi Rainer Mazigan. Au Jorilagan Valyria, so you dream of fire. Do you honor Valyria? Her eyes flickered to me, the smallest trace of suspicion behind them. Nike Jorilagan Nualir, I honor my blood. Not a bad answer. I tilted my head. Say Lear Jorilagan Au, and does your blood honor you? She hesitated for a beat too long before answering, Nike Gontan Zyhan Jorilagan. I will earn its respect. She wasn't fluent, not completely. But she was sharp enough to catch meaning beyond words. Her dark eyes met mine, and I saw it, an ember, a glimmer of something deeper hidden in her Dornish eyes, something restless. Good. I turned back toward the alley. Our targets were close now. Just a few more steps, and she would get her first taste of blood. Signaling for her to follow me, I moved first. I opted for going after small and isolated prey, surprising low-level thugs one at a time while making sure to properly introduce Rhaenys to the concept of taking a life. Despite my training with Barristan, I knew I would be outmatched in most situations if I wasn't fighting dirty. My first attack had to count. Soon, I managed to catch our first target by surprise with a critical hit sneak attack that would have killed the man instantly had I not decided to let him bleed while paralyzed from a Valyrian steel slash in his spine before I tripped him to the ground, letting Rhaenys finish the job. She hesitated, as expected. Her face contorted as she firmly gripped the weapon Varys gave her, firmly stealing her will to kill as I raised the bandit's head, exposing his throat to her while granting her one of my bardic inspirations for what she had to do. The man swore and cursed despite his inability to fight back, making the deed as unpleasant as he could, but Rhaenys backed up her previous words with actual action. "Erg," she growled before impaling the bandit's head from underneath his jaw. The body slumped. Her breath hitched as blood splashed over her. A moment passed before she lurched forward and vomited onto the cobblestones. I caught her before she could slip, holding her steady as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She panted, her face pale but determined. "Vezoff syt Zugagan. Good. You did well," I said while wiping Rhaenys' face with a spare cloth as she steadied herself, her breath still ragged from her first kill. The stench of bile mixed with the iron tang of blood, but she no longer gagged at it. "That was something. Vezoff syt Zugagan. Good. You did well," I said in High Valyrian, my voice measured, approving. Her dark eyes flickered up to mine, uncertain but searching for something: judgment, approval, guidance. She found no judgment, but I saw the glimmer of something else. Admiration. Rhaenys straightened, exhaling sharply as if to shake off the tremors still lingering in her hands. Kessa Night Gonton, yes, I did," she stumbled slightly, still adjusting to the rhythm of the ancient tongue. I tilted my head, smirking. "Najat Sagan Ilvan, Ia Arli Syt Runyar. Do you wish to continue, or do you need a moment to breathe?" "Nike Jorelagan, go, I want to, I must con," her jaw tightened, her brow furrowed, searching for the word. "Gonton, continue," I finished for her. She huffed but nodded, gripping her dagger tighter. "Gonton, continue." "Rhaenys, Rybagan Nikella, Rhaenys, control your breathing," I instructed, stepping ahead while surveying the alleys for our next target. "Kessir Gaz Ilza Najatern Bagan. Here, fear is a weakness." She inhaled deeply, steadying her grip. Her fingers were still too tight around the hilt. Too rigid. "Arlie. Again." I gestured ahead, spotting another thug, alone, easy prey. She licked her lips, then nodded. "Nike Jayela Talvi, Aupasagan Se Paktot, I will strike first. You finish the throat," I instructed. She gave a small nod. This time, she didn't hesitate. As I moved, she followed. Henceforth that night, whenever we encountered enemies that were in my list to leave a message to the other criminals still non-believers to the cult of the stranger, we always used the common tactic where I disabled them with my superior skill before Rhaenys went in for the kill. Slowly making her get used to bloodshed and seeing men shitting themselves, I even lectured her about how to properly avoid the now increasing numbers of gold cloak units patrolling the streets. A considerable number of them now seem to really want to keep Fleabottom safe. "Biarvs, Toli Jailza, that's weak. Put in some more effort," I said while granting her another bardic inspiration, strangling another bandit with one of my traps. Startled, Rhaenys recoiled back for a moment but immediately used the momentum. She once again charged at the vulnerable criminal with great force, piercing the man's eye firmly with her castle-forged steel dagger. "Sis. Hen Jair, Sepper Glisa Nadre Likeby. Good. From now on, just keep fighting like this." Smiling at the speed she was progressing, I told Rhaenys after she recovered from another kill. "Go. Let's go." Not groundbreaking progress. Like me, she was still outmatched in anything resembling a fair fight, but still good to have that killing experience while facing dangerous opponents in my absence. The soft rustling of curtains pulled me from my much-needed rest. I groaned, reluctant to open my eyes, but the morning light was already spilling into my chamber. "Morning, sleepyhead." Elise's voice was light, teasing, but pleasant enough to keep my mood from souring. Morning," I sighed, forcing myself to sit up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Once I heard the commotion coming from outside my chamber's windows, I remembered. "How are the festival preparations looking?" She turned to face me, arms crossed in a pleasant smile. "Your father is going all out. He's ordered the Master of Coin to make everything ready for the tourney before winter comes. It seems your name day will be quite the spectacle. At least he never misses an opportunity for a lavish party." I huffed a quiet laugh before pausing and suppressing a smirk. Even if celebrating my name day has never been at the top of his priorities, like always. "If you forgive me," Elise hesitated, as if weighing whether to speak her mind. "I fear he might be spending too much on these tourneys." "Indeed," I agreed easily, then added with a pointed glance and subtle sarcastic tone. "Good thing the Master of Coin is such a competent and loyal servant of the crown." Otherwise, I doubt my father would be getting his festivals, especially with the world still reeling from the sudden change of seasons going by faster than before. The hidden meaning in my words took only a moment to settle. Yes, competent, Elise repeated, though there was now a distant look in her eyes. We both knew Littlefinger was trouble, regardless of how friendly he often presented himself, but Elise had tasked herself with learning everything she could from him in hopes of one day being able to substitute the conniving master of coin in his own game. I let the silence stretch before speaking again. Did you know his family has roots in Bravos? Before the mockingbird became his sigil, he once boasted of the Titan. Seems like a practical choice. At least if he wanted to blend in more seamlessly amongst the other Westerosi lords. Her fingers curled slightly at her sides, her sharp mind already connecting the most likely reason for Baelish's mindset. Before she left I called her, watching as she straightened her posture, caught in whatever thought that held her there. Elise. Why yes, she answered quickly, as if she'd been meaning to leave but hadn't quite convinced herself to move. I tilted my head. Would you mind lending me a hand with putting my siblings to sleep tonight? Her lips parted in surprise before curving into a smile. Not at all. Later that same day, after going through my regular routine, I finally found myself inside my half-siblings' chamber. It had taken me a while to warm them up to the idea of my tale of the Hobbit. Not the absurd mess and overlong retelling of my past life's films, but rather the simpler, more magical version, the one I recalled from that mostly forgotten animated film. The real challenge hadn't been recalling the story itself but introducing the concepts behind it. Westeros had no dwarves beyond the occasional human with stunted growth such as Tyrion, no elves beyond the remnants of the Valyrian freehold, and certainly no hobbits. Orcs, too, had to be explained, though they seemed easier for Lan to grasp, simply another breed of the monsters parents told their children in order to make them behave. Wizards were trickier. Here, magic was mostly regarded as myth and what little remained was hoarded by alchemists, sorcerers and shadow binders, but the idea of a robed old man wielding a staff of power. That was something new. And then there were the dragons. Not as Targaryen war beasts, not as mindless monsters of Valyrian ambition, but as something ancient, something wise, something different. Smaug was a challenge to present in a world where dragons had only ever been seen as weapons of conquest. Still, I spun the tale with care, making them see not just his size and his fire, but his pride, his greed and his cunning. Performance check succeed. Joanna, of course, had been the first to fall in love with the story. Lan followed soon after, drawn more by Bilbo's cleverness than his bravery. And now, as I leaned back against the pillows after making good enough progress on my tale, Joanna clung to me with a grip far too strong for her small arms, nuzzling into my side with an affectionate sigh. Elise chuckled, arms crossed. You know, I'm starting to suspect she really likes you. You think? I teased, pressing a quick kiss to Joanna's golden curls, earning a sleepy giggle. Another song, Dawn, Elise requested, her face bright with amusement. Yes, please, Lan added, attempting to sound indifferent but failing spectacularly. Another. I raised an eyebrow, pretending exasperation. I've been trying to put you two to sleep for an hour. Pretty please, Joanna pleaded, weaponizing her infamous pout. With a dramatic sigh, I surrendered. All right, but after that, you will sleep. Deal. Lan nodded, always the honorable one when it suited him. Joanna and Elise nodded as well, though I noticed the latter had forgotten she was here to help, not to be entertained. Settling the lute against my lap, I strummed the first few chords, letting the familiar melody fill the room. He brother, there's an endless road to be discovered. Lan lifted his gaze, quiet admiration flickering across his baby face. He sister, know that water's sweet but blood is thicker. Joanna swayed slightly, enraptured, her tiny hands clapping softly in time with the song. I shifted my gaze between them. Ooh, if the sky comes falling down, for you, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do. Joanna clapped enthusiastically, Lan following, and even Elise joined in, though Joanna shot her a brief, almost jealous glance for stealing her moment. Performance check succeed. I kept playing, the rhythm picking up. Hey brother, do you still believe in one another? Hey sister, do you still believe in love, I wonder? This time, I signaled for them to sing along. Elise, of course, was the first to follow, much to Joanna's annoyance. By the time I eased the melody into something softer, their yawns had finally caught up with them. I barely concealed my smirk of victory. Pulling their blankets up, I kissed Joanna's forehead, ruffled Lan's hair, and quietly stepped out with Elise, shutting the door behind us without a sound. As soon as we were in the hall outside my siblings' chambers, I crossed my arms, raising an eyebrow at my friend. Thanks for all the help back there. Elise grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Don. I was just having too good a time listening. Your stories, your songs, they're incredible. Honestly, I don't think most poets could hope to compare to you. You flatter me, Lady Arryn. I let out a short laugh, giving her an exaggerated bow. I had intended to wait a few more years, but with your encouragement, I'll set out at dawn to entertain the masses. She rolled her eyes. Oh, stop it. I know you too well, you'd never be content with just one path. You love practicing in the training yard, you love studying at Grandmaster's office. Passion shouldn't be mistaken for love, I corrected, tilting my head. The sword and the book might seem like my arm and my mind, but it is art that keeps my heart beating. Elise stilled for half a breath, her expression unreadable before she shook her head with a quiet laugh. Oh, Don, it's a good life we lead. She murmured, clasping her hands together. Then, softer, I mean, you and me, here in this castle. The best, I agreed, grasping her shoulders lightly, sweeping her off her feet just enough that she let out a small gasp. Even though she was still a bit taller than me, I liked the momentary shift in balance. Even though I know things will change, I hope we never do. Don't you agree? Persuasion check succeed. Elise blinked, startled, by my words, or something else entirely. Something she wasn't quite ready to name. Then, after a second too long, she nodded. Why yes, I do. I smiled, pressing a quick kiss to her hand. Good night, my lady. She exhaled softly, something warm in her expression. Good night, my prince. I turned, leaving her standing there, my mother's words echoing in my mind. That smile of yours is dangerous, my sweet lion. And judging by the way Elise watched me go, I knew the queen was right. A few nights later, Rhaenys and I took to the roofs. The cold drizzle kept most of the city indoors, and the few stragglers on the streets never bothered to look up. Nika Ruklat, Ilvis Edragon Kostagan Daer. As long as we stay quiet, we won't draw unwanted attention. I murmured. Rhaenys gave a silent nod. The other cats I'd tamed were proving their worth, meowing soft warnings whenever someone got too close, or causing distractions when needed. Like Varys and his little birds, I'd trained my own small network of creatures to do my bidding, rats, pigeons, and strays that most dismissed as nothing more than city pests. The rats had already begun their first major task, cleansing the sewers. Some carried away filth, others scavenged for anything of use. In their own way, they were doing something not so different from what Jaime had forced the Alchemist's Guild to do, rooting out and securing any hidden wildfire caches scattered across the city. According to Rhaenys, even Varys had lent his subtle assistance once he learned of the effort. But the pigeons were my true lifeline. The most reliable way to communicate with the growing cult of the stranger, using my encrypted messages. My most devout had already infiltrated Halene's Guildhall, Mott's Forge, and Chhattaya's establishment. If only these creatures were more useful in a fight. Their numbers alone would make them excellent tools for hunting or sabotage. Perhaps I could train a bird of prey, or better yet, claim those damn street dogs still roaming Flea Bottom. Regardless, I'd chosen tonight's vantage point well. A large, flat roof 2 stories up, right at the edge of the slums. Vors Silitegan Syt Ziri Kivio Syt Gaumulixir. Always be ready for the unexpected. I had told Rhaenys before. So we had fallback options, 3 escape routes leading to adjacent buildings, a ladder in the back, and a designated safe spot if we ever got separated. We arrived just in time. The crooked merchant that has been responsible for paying for the disorganized small groups of bandits trying to take over what my cult took from Carl Tanner was already leaving. Finally guarded by a group that was somewhat manageable for me to deal with, 5 bodyguards flanked him, none bothering to glance up. Stupid. Not that they'd see us in this weather. Not that it would matter, since we were small, cloaked in shadow, and pressed into the alcove like ghosts. Stealth check succeed. My Goldenheart shortbow, a gift from Jalabar Exho for my upcoming name day, sang with deadly precision. Aided by a combination of both my true strike cantrip and steady aim all on top of my assassinate feature, the arrow found its mark right between the merchant's eyes. Critical hit. Sneak attack. Minus 38 HP. The bone-crafted tip punched clean through, jutting out the back of his skull. No saving him now. Skorkidoso. Are you sure? I asked, already aware of Rhaenys' current limits in perception. YYDRA. Deus Lear Gelenkostobi Edragis Kostagan Daer. Why yes. None of the guards have ranged weapons. She answered, voice steady but hesitant. Rhaenys took her shot next. One of the hand crossbows I'd given her, looted from a previous kill. She aimed at the thug trying to drag the merchant's corpse away. The bolt struck true, embedding deep into his back. Their armor was shit, cheap riveted mail. The kind only slightly better than the awful, useless, leather armor, that people here still thought was a real defense. I kept forgetting how easy it was to kill someone in this world. Probably an instinctive response to having on so many occasions failed to finish an undead with a single attack back in my time in the instant dungeon. Oh, looks like they finally noticed us. And some do have crossbows. I glanced at Rhaenys just as she squirmed under my stare, clearly realizing her mistake. Good. Maybe next time, she'd be more aware of her limits and the need to overcome them. Honestly, I already knew about her slip-up, but proceeded all the same. Baganiston. Wait here. I ordered her. Before she could reload, I pulled a thick blanket over her, just enough to blend her into the rooftop, and knocked another arrow. True strike and steady aim guided my aim as I loosed a second shot down the edge of the roof. Acrobatics check success. One of the guards was right below me. He never saw it coming since he was more concerned with climbing the building I was perched up on. My bone-crafted arrow buried itself in his eye socket while his body fell down like a sack of potatoes. I took off running after a few seconds, hearing the others shouting behind me just as a crossbow bolt whistled past, missing me by a fair margin. Why were they even bothering? Their employer was dead. Their contract was over. Were they chasing out of pride? Or did they expect compensation for catching the assassin? Not that it mattered. I'd prepared for this. After making sure I drew their attention away from Rhaenys, I ducked down into an alley and vaulted over 2 stacked crates I'd placed earlier, just one of the many contingency plans my paranoid mind forced me to prepare beforehand. The last crate was chest-high for an adult, perfect for breaking the enemy's line of sight and hiding. Stealth check success. Holding my breath, I pulled back my bowstring. The guards rounded the corner, swearing as they scanned the shadows. I emerged just long enough to startle them, then struck. 2 arrows, 2 quick kills. My hunter training let me fire twice in rapid succession at targets within range of one another. The first took the brunt of my sneak attack, but the second required an extra shot to finish him, which I had readied just in case I missed a vital organ. Now, back to the rooftops. Athletics check succeed. By the time I returned, Rhaenys had engaged the last 3 thugs guarding the merchant's body. I dropped down from the roof, Valyrian steel dagger in hand and activating True Strike almost instinctively. Acrobatics check failed. Heroic inspiration use expended. Acrobatics check success. Critical hit. Sneak attack. Minus 32 HP. Hey, no fall damage again. This time with a successful Assassin's Creed movement no less. One day, I might even pull off a proper leap of faith. But no time for that now. As my dagger sank into his neck, I threw 2 bone-crafted darts at the nearest standing guard, which wouldn't have been enough to finish him up, but thankfully Rhaenys sealed the deal by another sniping shot. Damn, she was actually getting good with it. The last man finally turned from finally looting the dead merchant's body, eyes now darting between Rhaenys standing near the edge of the roof and me just as I ended his companion before him. Visibly struggling to process that 2 children had slaughtered his entire crew, his face twisted with rage before he roared and charged. I smirked, ready to hide behind the nearest cover just to bait the man to come after me, but I didn't have to. Rhaenys, still perched on the rooftop, put a bolt through his unprotected chest with the second-hand crossbow I had given her, saving her the need to reload the previous one. And just like that, it was over. I looted the corpses and left a clear message that the stranger was there before heading back to Rhaenys. Without a word, I smacked her over the head. Not strong enough to actually damage her. After all, my strength modifier was still negative, but enough to sting a bit. Kirinj. Scory Nikisa. Ouch. What was that for? She yelped, rubbing her head. Avi Joralen, Nike Gimmigan Dayer Zihan Lenchen Gelenkostobi. I swear, I didn't know they had crossbows. Bisa Iksos Skorkidoso Nike Brosi Eiston, Najat Island Ru Aragon Tistali. Yn Nike Ilva Undagan Najat Osanagan, Sayao Undavili. That's why I bring you here, to correct mistakes like that. But I told you to stay hidden, and you disobeyed. She stiffened. Rai Undavili Arli, say Ilvan Morguljan. Disobey me again, and we're done. Scory. Yn Nike, what? But she stopped mid-sentence, scrambling for an excuse. My cold stare cut her off. She swallowed, then nodded. Turning away, I eventually complimented. Sis Edrugan, Toli, nice shot, by the way. I didn't have to look to know she was pleased. A pity she was more useful as a weapon than as a romance option. But for the moment I supposed it wouldn't hurt to be friends. Are you sure this is safe? Elise asked from her seat, glancing out of the carriage window as we once again trundled through the bustling streets of King's Landing. She knew that even during the day, the city could be unpredictable. For us, of course. I gave her a small smile before scratching my head. For them, though, not so sure. If anyone so much as looks at us the wrong way, I fear my uncle might take it as an excuse to make an example out of them. That earned a chuckle from Sir Jaime, who rode alongside our carriage, his golden armor catching the sunlight like a beacon. You wound me, nephew. He drawled, though amusement danced in his green eyes. I can be quite merciful, you know. Only when you want to be. I countered, watching as his smirk widened. Elise, meanwhile, exhaled and straightened her posture, ever the lady even in a rattling carriage, before turning back to me. Well, I hope there won't be any need for that. Did you bring everything? I tapped the back of the carriage where the sacks and parcels were stacked. Everything. Clothes, food, a few toys, even some children's books for the caretakers to read at night. She nodded approvingly. That's thoughtful. I shrugged. Probably not thoughtful enough. The lowest among us aren't so different from the highest if given a chance. My prince, Jaime cut in, his tone laced with teasing. Do you still remember what your mother had to say about that? I barely held back a smirk. Oh, I remember. An open heart is what you'll get in return. Then I leveled Jaime with a knowing look. As hard as it might be to believe, I'm not some naive boy with foolish dreams, uncle. I just know that if you offer people kindness, they'll return it 1,000-fold. Persuasion check succeed. Jaime tilted his head, considering me. I never said you were foolish. No, but he hadn't exactly endorsed my view, either. Still, I let it drop. It was enough that he was here at all. Outside, the streets were livelier than usual. Vendors called out their wares, craftsmen hammered away in their shops, and banners of gold and crimson fluttered from windows and stalls. Even the small folk could tell the city was preparing for the upcoming tournament, my father's way of making my name day into a grand spectacle. As our carriage neared its destination, I caught Elise studying me with that sharp, approving expression she always wore when I'd said something that surprised her. Oh, how cute, I thought, almost letting an amused smile escape me. The orphanage was tucked away in a quieter part of the city, a modest building with faded banners of the faith hanging near its entrance. Our arrival caused an immediate stir. Little girls clung to the skirts of their caretakers, their wide eyes fixed on me as if I were some fairy tale prince stepping out of the pages of a story. My black and silver hair, my mismatched blue and violet eyes, they whispered about it in hushed voices, fascinated. The boys, meanwhile, were utterly convinced Elise was an actual angel. I wasn't entirely sure whether it was her regal poise, her straight blonde hair and sky-like blue eyes, or just the way she carried herself, but they followed her like ducklings, staring in awe. I made sure to hand out gifts personally, kneeling so I wasn't towering over the toddlers. Elise followed suit, handing out books to the caretakers, engaging them in polite conversation the way a lady of her station should. Jaime, to his credit, kept a relaxed stance by the door, his sword conspicuous but undrawn. His presence lent legitimacy to our visit, no mere whim of a child, but something permitted, even supported, by the Kingsguard. Perception check succeed. That was when I noticed him. A short, lean man in the plain robes of the faith, his head bent slightly as he watched me distribute gifts. He was amongst the caretakers, and the vest he wore were not the opulent vestments of the great sept's higher clergy. He simply was there, quiet but attentive, a faint yet genuine smile in his face as if he was proud of something or someone. I had seen him before. It took a moment to place it, but then I recalled my first visit to the great sept of Baelor. Septon Lucan. The other septons had been eager to please, murmuring flattery, bending the knee. This one, though, he had stood apart, watching the spectacle with a distant, almost weary gaze. He hadn't seemed particularly impressed back then. Now, though, there was something else in his expression. A quiet scrutiny, yes, but not disapproval. I didn't approach him, not yet. But I made a mental note of his presence. A curious thing, for a septon to be here instead of in the Great Sept. I thought before turning back to the orphans, but the thought lingered even after we left. A man of the faith, choosing to serve among the city's forgotten instead of basking in the power of Baelor's halls. That was rare, and rare things were always worth understanding. Did he suspect this wasn't just an act of charity? Even if it came from a young noble child like me. Elise herself was sharp enough to realize it. These visits were more than a gesture, they were part of something larger. My mother played the game through courtly alliances, my father played it through war and revelry, and I was shaping my own pieces. Elise would be my Marjorie, but even sharper. Smarter. More than a mere court beauty, someone who could shape the people's love and wield it like a weapon. But for now, we were just two noble children in an orphanage, handing out gifts and soft smiles. The rooftops of King's Landing were my private training yard whenever I found that both Rhaenys and I had already done enough to spread my myth around for the night. This time, she stood opposite me, her stance firm, blade in hand. The bruises on her arms and legs spoke of her growing experience. The girl was learning. As we moved through the shadows, I took another jab at her. Iman Beden Savier Lanta Hey Sis. Remember to stick it with the pointy end this time. H. Henkiri, Nika Magan Ivestredan Albona Ixis Kapsa. H. Hey, I already told you it was an accident. Rhaenys blurted, flustered. Nike Pendagan Bona Nika Magan Numasma Au Ixa Sagan Doru Basmadagan. I thought I had already proven to you that it won't happen again. I tilted my head, giving her a knowing look. She huffed, but didn't argue further. Raising my slightly overused short sword and regular dagger, I invited her to attack. She took the challenge without hesitation. The faint sound of steel clashing against steel from our brief skirmish echoed between the buildings. She was faster than before, more precise, but her form still had openings. I exploited one, sidestepping her lunge and flicking my blade against her arm. A shallow cut, just enough to make my point. She winced, pulling back. But then her expression twisted, her movements slowing unnaturally. Our spar continued, but it didn't take long for her to realize something was wrong. It was almost as if all our nights of training had been forgotten by some mysterious reason. Skoros Isa, what is this? She finally muttered, confusion flashing across her Dornish eyes once she failed to parry a very telegraphed strike of mine. The poison I coated my weapons in, although not lethal, not crippling, were enough to make her falter, to mess with her attacks. A mild concoction I had crafted using my poisoner's kit. After tripping her down to the ground, I sheathed my weapons and pulled a small vial from my pocket, crouching down closer to her. Mir, here. She hesitated while still grunting from the fall, eyeing me warily. Skoros Iksos Bona. What is that? Edrugan Ziri. Drink this, I ordered. Her lips parted as if to protest, but she stopped herself. With a sigh, she took the vial and downed it in one gulp, only to gag immediately. Fortunately, her respect for me was enough to prevent her from spitting it all over my face. Ew. Hey Jedar. Ew. So bitter. She coughed, nearly retching, her behavior once again reminding me she was still a child. Sis Edrugan Jedar Isa. A good antidote tastes bitter. I told her with a knowing smile. She grimaced but swallowed the rest. I watched as her color returned, the sluggishness from before fading from her limbs. The poisoned condition was no more. Mir, Almazigan Ziri Henia Ilvan Augantan. Here, take the rest for when you need it. I handed her the remaining vials I had prepared after studying Pycelle and Haline's stocks of antidotes. Lo au Jalagan Ziri Najat Zihan Bestragan, Kisi Iser au Najat Daer Sagan Io Ragan Arli. If you don't like how it tastes, make sure not to be poisoned again. She accepted them with a begrudging nod as I knelt to dress her wound with a healing kit. The cut would leave no more than a faint scar, easily to conceal unless she was naked before someone looking for it, but enough to not let her forget this lesson. Callaghan, let's keep moving, I said while rising to my feet. Isa, yes, Rhaenys replied. Her gaze drifted to the few broken bodies we left behind, what remained of another one of our so-called night raid. Au Rebagan Zaril Abona Najat Arli Nisbari. Kesir Ponte Series Ihis Anagros Nikea Jaela Tepan. Are you leaving them like this to send a message? Do you think the cult of the stranger will approve? I turned to her, meeting her gaze. She flinched slightly at my intensity, but I nodded. Silence settled for a moment, until Rhaenys suddenly spoke up again. Nike Umbagania Siri Najat Amagan Mir more. Can I get another sip of that? I paused, eyeing her as she shifted meekly under my stare. With a sigh, I pulled out another flask of my self-made soda and handed it over. Mir, here. Karimbos. Thanks. She took a swig with gusto, this time, with far less disgust than she did with the antidote I gave her. Rolling my shoulders, I considered my next words. Va plaintos, undigan gelian izugas isa. On plaintos, might makes right. Rhaenys nodded, absorbing the lesson. She had already grown considerably more loyal to me without even noticing. I was learning my limits, testing my resilience. I could handle cuts, bruises, even a stab wound if I had to. But could I regenerate a limb if I lost one? What about my eyes? The prospect of being tortured by anyone that captured me was just as terrifying for me as it was for the regular person without its own game system. But I wasn't planning to live with that fear forever. I had to grow stronger, and so did my allies. Regardless, I sniffed the air, immediately studying Rhaenys for a moment. Something about her seemed different. Perception check succeed. Au undigan Bygezi Bebilza. You're smelling different. I finally figured it out. She stiffened. Nike Jamagan. I do. Isa, yn ziri iser daer yupa. Yes, but it's not perfume. I knew perfume well enough, thanks to my mother, the queen. Skoros Isa. What is it? Oh, Nike training. Oh, it's part of my training. Rhaenys recalled. Varys Jamagan Nike Najat Proton Mir Lanta Najat Pikagan Nua Vigazi. Ziri Mir Najat Oya Nua Ruaragon. Varys is teaching me how to make something to hide my natural scent. It's supposed to aid in my disguises. Nike Gimagan Bona. I see. I nodded. Skoros Isa Bona training SYT Sanagan. How's your training with the spider progressing? Siri Sagan. Well enough. She hesitated. Vedas Bona Jernegan Najat Garogan Zihis Hen Cinder SYT Ia Heaters Ihos. He's begun explaining how he built his network of spies. Sis. Good. I narrowed my eyes. Say Skoros Mazigan SYT Nike. And what about his interest in me? Ziri Odralakes Maghan SYT Skoros Nike Garaniagan Now. Say Mazigan Hen Zihan Mazigan Bona Nike Konir Jernegan Najat, Undaganao. He's intrigued by how I drew your attention. And he's starting to worry that I might grow attached to you. I chuckled, considering the implications. Ziri Sidilagan Bona Au Liris Najat Daer Georagan Ilvan Kesir Prijadan. He must fear that I might turn you away from his dragon. Isa. Yes. Rhaenys nodded. Say Skoros Isa Zihis Garaniagon. And what was your response? I finally asked. She swallowed, then met my gaze. Nike Ojahiksa Zihos, Vaden Najat Ruvesanau SYT Nua Ojahiksa. Ziri Sesir Najat Gimagan Bona Au Gimagan Nua Kepa. I lied to him, saying I was manipulating you for my benefit. He thinks you take after your father. I paused, just for a moment to cause her to stiffen again. Smirking, I ruffled her hair. Sis Pendagon. Good thinking. Her dark cheeks betrayed a faint blush. K. Karimbos. T. Thanks. I turned away, satisfied. A couple of nights later, we found ourselves once again perched atop a rooftop in Flea Bottom. So, you were having nightmares? I asked, deciding to give her a rest of our constant practice of High Valyrian. Tossing another wrapped meal her way, she caught it deftly from the rooftop across the narrow alley, fingers deft even in the dim light, as I waited her answer. I wouldn't call it a nightmare. It wasn't frightening or unpleasant, just intense. Rhaenys glanced down at her hands, with the cat she recognized as Balerion resting near her feet. At first, they shook at the thought of taking a life. Almost like I was killing my own mother. I nodded in understanding, scratched one of my own trained cat's head beneath my cloak, the little kitten purring as I slipped it a piece of fresh fish. Then I got eager to improve. Started having bad dreams, about failing to protect her, about being too weak when it mattered. And now, her voice tightened, eyes gleaming with something sharper. Now I think about killing the mountain whenever I get the chance. Planning to take his head as soon as he sets foot in King's Landing? I asked, raising a brow. That's unfortunately too far off of my current capabilities. Rhaenys shook her head. And even if I decided to risk it, I would only do it if you commanded me to. And what about my father? I tested the boundaries of her loyalty. Shouldn't he pay for rebelling against your family? She hesitated. A real pause. Honest. To be fair, this time she truly assessed her feelings towards the man that killed her own father and would have been fine had her life been taken by Amory Lorch. Robert Baratheon isn't on my list of favorite people, she admitted. But unlike the mountain, he was reacting to the kidnapping of his betrothed. She exhaled, correcting herself. The late Prince Rhaegar had no right to abduct Lady Stark. And my grandfather, he was mad to think he could wage war against 4 kingdoms without dragons or the full support of the great lords. There was no deception in her words, only pain from unburying memories that refused to stay dead. I'd come to recognize that pain in her. She didn't mourn, if she ever did before, her father or grandfather. I could feel her rejection of them. Hating the two must have been easier than grieving. But her mother and baby brother, they remained untouched in her heart, innocent swallowed by war. Still, something about her felt off. I stared at her long enough for her to notice. You see, before meeting you, I had so many foolish ideas about my future. She murmured while still looking at her Balerion cat. And somewhere deep inside, I knew they were foolish, even if I never admitted it. Can you understand that? Not having a dream, not being needed by anyone who truly cares. Her voice dropped, barely above a whisper as her gaze shifted towards me. The pain of merely existing. I met her gaze. Can't say that I have. She exhaled, fingers tracing the knife Varys had given her. At first, I thought my little brother might need me. That Varys would lead me to him. But even if that boy in Essos is truly Aegon, I don't know if he'd remember me. Or if he'd even care. Staying silent, I nodded slightly, letting her continue. You, Duerandon, you are precious to me. Rhaenys looked straight at me, her expression unshakable. I don't know why, but I want to see your dreams come true. And for that, I'll become as strong as you need me to be. Oh no, she's pulling the Haku and Zabuza card on me. I mentally face-palmed, recalling the androgynous shinobi just as I leapt across the gap between us and opened my arms. Oh, my sweet Rhaenys, I said, smirking. You're not a tool to me. I care about your dreams too. The words shattered something in her. Tears welled up before she rushed into my arms, clutching me like an anchor in a storm. After a moment, I pulled back, changing the subject. Come to think of it, I tilted my head, eyeing her closely. Is your hair more silver than before? You think? Rhaenys blinked, blushing slightly as she wiped her tears, fingers combing through her long hair. Funnily enough, moments like these weren't out of place for us. Not amidst the constant nights of skulking, hunting, and slipping through shadows. In a city of 500,000 souls, we might actually run out of criminals before the books even start. Days later, the scent of sizzling meat and fresh herbs thickened the air, mingling with the faint, ever-present smokiness from the open hearths. Elise and I had claimed a corner of the Red Keep's vast kitchens for our lesson, a small return for all the lessons I had given her, as she so often reminded me. I worked the pestle over the mortar, grinding a handful of dried spices into a fine powder. Across from me, Elise stood with her arms folded, her critical gaze flicking between my hands and the pan where butter melted over low heat. You're still heavy-handed with the seasoning, she advised as I pinched a bit of spice between my fingers. Understood. I immediately corrected myself, flicking a more measured amount into the pan. I didn't dare contest her instructions, because it was her help that allowed me to get both my smash burgers and sodas out of my memories and into the real world. You're too audacious. She eventually wrinkled her nose. Like when you insisted on pouring that dark liquid into the last dish. It was Worcestershire sauce, something I made by mixing and matching old recipes from past civilizations. I told her, almost letting slip more than I should have. It smelled like something a maester would use to clean wounds. Elise chuckled. That's how you know it's good, I assured her with a wink. She rolled her eyes but didn't press the argument. Instead, she grabbed a wooden spoon and stirred the contents of the pan. Meanwhile, I reached for my spice pouch, untying it from my belt. A simple leather bag, unremarkable to the eye, except that it wasn't. Slipping my fingers inside, I whispered, saffron. And immediately after a pinch of crimson strands met my fingertips. Elise's stirring slowed once I brought it out of the pouch. Where did you? Wasn't it just salt when we started here? She reached for the pouch before I could stop her, not that I made much of an effort. I found her curiosity and casual proximity with me very amusing. Elise turned my pouch upside down over her palm. Nothing fell out. She shook it, still empty. Eventually taking pity on her confusion, I sighed, plucking the pouch from her grip. I would appreciate it if you didn't shake my tools like a common cutpurse. Dawn, her gaze sharpened as an excited smile broke across her face. You're hiding something. Not hiding, just managing expectations. I reasoned with her. After all, if I wanted to make use of my first ever crafted magic item without her knowing, she sure wouldn't have noticed anything. Don't play games, Dawn. Her gaze didn't waver. I hesitated in a teasing manner, then slipped my fingers back inside. Peppercorns. A handful of tiny black spheres appeared in my palm. I let them roll onto the table while Elise stared as if I had just conjured wildfire from thin air. That wasn't in there before, she said slowly, eyes of shocked realization. No, it wasn't, I smiled. She lowered her voice. That's magic. A practical application of it, yes. I rolled my shoulders, feigning nonchalance. But as much as I like to brag, it's just spices, Elise. Spices appearing from nowhere, she declared, trying her best to not draw the faraway servant's attention. From here, I lifted the pouch. It has limits. I can't summon whole sacks of grain or barrels of honey. Just pinches of seasoning per day. Each one is just enough for a meal. She was still staring, her mind turning over the implications. Magic, real, tangible magic, right in front of her. Even if it was something as trivial as seasoning, it worked. She exhaled sharply, trying her best to sound cool with all of it. That's handy. It sure is, I said, tying it back to my belt. I call it my handy spice pouch. Nothing creative, I know, but it serves its purpose. Elise was still lost in thought, clearly realizing that the subtle magic I had been teaching her, the kind woven through well-crafted words and body language, wasn't the only kind I had up my sleeve. Took me several attempts just to get this pouch's incantation going. The theory was simple enough to understand, but a real nightmare to put to use. I fed her just enough of the truth to make it digestible. Trust me, you don't want to know the places I had to sneak into just to get the appropriate materials. I suppose, Elise murmured, her thoughts still catching up. Then, almost absently, she reached for the bronze ring hanging from her necklace. Maybe you could help me understand if this heirloom is actually magical. I raised an eyebrow. Your mother's ring. History check successful. Oh, right, she was a Royce from Runestone. I quickly recalled, raising my hand. Please, allow me to take a look. Elise nodded, removing the ring with a bit of hesitation before handing it to me. Grasping the old bronze band, I ran my fingers over its surface. Faint carvings of runes, worn by time and lack of proper maintenance but still present. After asking my father several times about my mother's house, he once told me that the Royces are very proud of their suits of ancient bronze armor, inscribed with runes said to make the wearer immune to injury. Elise's voice was quieter now, tinged with long-held curiosity. But also that the truth of this claim has been called into question, given that quite a few Royces have died wearing the ancient armor. I scrutinized the ring. To the naked eye, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But when I reached inward, channeling my fledgling arcane magic, I slipped a thin metal stylus from my belt, one of the many small tools tucked within my tinker's toolkit. Holding the ring steady, I traced the faint carvings with the tip of the stylus, following each worn rune with careful precision. A quiet hum resonated through the bronze as I completed the circuit, the stylus acting as a conduit for my intent. A soft shimmer pulsed along the runes, like embers buried beneath ash. Faint, but there. Yeah, it's definitely magical. To a degree that makes my handy spice pouch look downright mundane. I let out a small laugh, rubbing my temple as I dropped my focus. Its magic is dormant, but far from dead. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about runes yet to tell you anything more than that at the moment. I see. Elise exhaled, disappointed but not surprised. But, I met her gaze. If you trust me with it, I promise I'll do my best to learn. Don't be silly, Dawn. She smiled, soft and warm, her cheeks carrying a faint blush. Of course I trust you. At dawn, as I leaned back in my chair alone in my own chambers, I placed 2 carefully folded sheets of parchment onto the table. The details I was capable of seeing being only possible after I completed another secret quest, this one after giving my best to teach what I had earned in my classes. Secret quest completed. Gather your party before venturing forth. Find people willing to follow you, 2 halves. Observe your follower long enough to understand their stats. Reward. Unlock the party feature. Back then the large window before me had left me stunned for almost an entire minute. Another secret quest which I've completed without even knowing, though this one had heavy implications for my future. Okay, maybe not exactly just mine, it also meant I could reasonably expect to have competent people who I could rely on their support. Create party. I mentally commanded my system just to test the new feature. Party created. Please choose name. I thought about many possibilities of names, until I decided to go with the more simple idea. Party. Inner circle. Created. Please select members. Sure, not like I had many options at the moment. Elise Arryn, daughter of the Hand of the King Bard, LV, 2. Rhaenys Targaryen, ward of the Crown Thief, LV, 4. The party feature was crazy good. It let me open up the status windows of all my party members whenever I wanted regardless of the distance between us. Open Elise's status window, I thought, and immediately a game window popped up before me. Title. Elise Arryn, medium human, lawful good. Level. 2 proficiency bonus, +2. Class. Bard. HP. 13 armor class, 10. Divine points. 2 max tier, 1. Speed. 3, 5 miles per hour 30 feet. Traits. Divine HALFCASTER, Bardic Inspiration, Expertise, Jack of all trades. Feats. Skilled Musician. STR. 8-1. Athletics. 0. Dex. 0, Proficient Save +2. Acrobatics. +1. Sleight of Hand. +1. Stealth. +1. Con. 10, 0. Int. 13 +1. Arcana. +2. Pro History. +3. Pro Investigation. +3. Pro Nature. +3. Pro Religion. +3. Wis. 14 +2. Animal Handling. +3. Pro Insight. +4. Pro Medicine. +4. Perception. +3. Survival. +3. Cha. 13 +1. Proficient Save +4. EXP Deception. +5. Pro Intimidation. +3. Performance. +2. EXP Persuasion. +5. Tools. Loot Flute. Cantrips. Friends Vicious Mockery. First tier Divine Spells. Charm Person Command Comprehend Languages. Satisfaction took over me for a moment as I once again checked that Elise had finally leveled up from nothing to level 2, getting the same jack of all trades feature I had ended up doing wonders for all her other skills. She wouldn't be impressing the likes of Barristan any time soon with physical abilities, at least not without putting several months' worth into the training field like I did, but at least she was no longer completely hopeless in the physical department. Not only that, but I had also witnessed how much her getting expertise in both persuasion and insight had changed her. Which also made me more at ease with her chances of actually surviving her lessons with Littlefinger until I returned for the start of the books. It was an entirely different thing to help her understand her recently acquired magic, which just like mine got drained for an entire day after a single use. But the best part was that, not only did I need the practice to resist magical effects, but also Elise could test her magic against someone that was aware of what she could do. Which hopefully would be the very rare worst-case scenario whenever she had to cast it, especially with the likes of Varys still being around despite my absence. Dismissing Elise's status window, I proceeded to summon the stats of my other follower. Open Rhaenys. Status windows. Title: Rhaenys Targaryen, Ward of the Crown, Small Human, Chaotic Good. Level: 4 Proficiency bonus, +2. Class: Thief Rogue. HP: 13 Armor Class, 11. Speed: 4, 6 miles per hour 40 feet. Traits: Expertise, Sneak Attack, Thieves, Cant Weapon Mastery, Cunning Action, Steady Aim, Fast Hands, Second Story Work. Feats: Skilled, Alert, Speedy. STR: 9-1. Pro Athletics, +1. Dex: 14 +2, Proficient Save +4. Pro Acrobatics, +4. Pro Sleight of Hand, +4. EXP Stealth, +6. Con: 10-0. Int: 12 +1, Proficient Save +3. Arcana, +1. Pro History, +3. Pro Investigation, +3. Nature, +1. Religion, +1. Wis, 14 +2. Animal Handling, +2. Pro Insight, +4. Medicine, +2. Pro Perception, +4. Survival, +2. Cha, 14 +2. EXP Deception, +6. Intimidation, +2. Performance, +2. Pro Persuasion, +4. Tools: Thieves, Tools. Languages: Common Tongue, High Valyrien. And with this second window, I finally accepted the fact that both Elise and Rhaenys had grown absurdly in such a short amount of time. Rhaenys' progress was objectively faster, probably due to Baelish not going all out on training Elise, and the Spider has been very thorough with arming his protege enough so she wouldn't be caught sneaking out of her chambers. Fortunately, I managed to convince Elise to push herself to seek more lessons from Pycelle and even her father. Also, by getting them both to gain expertise with deception, something they would definitely need is to not have their respective mentors immediately see through their second intentions, I certainly breathe easier with leaving them to those top players of the Game of Thrones. But before I could feel threatened that they might soon be more than a match for me, I heard the sweetest song that was my game system's ping ring one more time. Secret quest completed. In learning you will teach, and in teaching you will learn. Unlock a class from training with a high-level teacher, 2 halves. Teach someone the early features of one of your classes, 2 halves. Create a party, 1/1. Reward: experience share between you and your followers. And the best part, it was a two-way street of grinding the experience. The higher the gap between my level in a class one was teaching with my pupil, the faster would be the speed my follower would grow in that role. Incidentally, the more my pupil kept practicing their own class, the faster I would level up in the same class. A real pity that I couldn't get someone like Barristan as a party member, but since he already seems very willing to die for me, I suppose it is merely due to our current level gap. At least, that's what I've learned from the second secret quest one completed without expecting once I put both Elise and Rhaenys into the first party I created. The 10th of April 2021. The 4th of July 2022. The 1st of January 2025. Hope this chapter is of your liking. Anything you wish to ask, feel free to do so. Check out my auxiliary chapter if you still haven't. Thanks as always for your attention, and please be safe. Any problems with my writing, just point them out and I will correct them as soon as possible. I tagged this book, come and support me with a thumbs up. Daichi_TBR 193 creators, thoughts.